Bloomberg is putting Africa's story on the world stage.
The future is being shaped in Johannesburg at the Bloomberg Africa Business Summit.
In 2050, GDP could hit
NYK sustainability efforts have produced a breakthrough. The tugboat Sakigake is the world's first ammonia-powered vessel in commercial use.
LNG can decrease emission of the carbon dioxide compared with the heavy fuel oil, the 25% more or less. But ammonia, 95% decrease can be achieved.
According to Bloomberg NEF, ships powered by LNG and other alternative fuels make up nearly 40% of the global shipping order book.
This is funded by the NEDO, so-called Japanese agency. And also the NEDO has the kind of the GI funds and the Green Innovation Funds. And also the Japanese government is supporting the usage of the ammonia as the petroleum fuel.
It's more expensive than normal standard fuels.
Yes, it is. And at this moment, the supply of the ammonia volume is very much limited compared with the LNG and also the heavy fuel oil. But in order to promote ammonia as a marine fuel, together with the other industry players, and we can have the kind of the mass production, then the cost will be decreased. Then the next 10 years, we try to increase the number of the vessels powered by the ammonia.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question. Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ. Mondays on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Horizon's Middle East and Africa, our top stories this morning. Asian stocks track Wall Street lower, capping off a volatile week marked by conflicting views as investors balance tech optimism with concerns of inflated valuations. U.S. President Donald Trump hosts the leaders of Central Asian countries as he looks to diversify access to rare earth minerals. Plus, first ever potential trillionaire. Tesla's shareholders vote in favor of Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay packet. Well, it's just gone 9 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Jumana Versace in Dubai. Well, these global equity markets are on track for a weekly loss. It feels strange to say that, but the handover from Wall Street yesterday, we saw quite the pullback for both the S&P and NASDAQ. Similar theme playing out with the Asia Pacific Index this morning. You are seeing S&P futures stabilize here, but the handover from Asia Pacific quite negative, down 1.2%. The likes of Nikkei down more than 2.5%. The Kospi also getting hit quite aggressively this morning. So anything to do with AI tangential, chip makers, SoftBank even also getting very substantially sold down in the overnight. But also in the U.S., attention being paid to some of the jobs data that came through, those challenger job cuts. I'll get to them in a moment, but that sort of set the tone for risk-off as well and was a catalyst for 10-year yields to rally more than 6 basis points throughout the course of the day. Yesterday, at one point, we were at 415. We're down now to 409. And then the USD, interesting, in an environment of so much risk off, actually what we saw was the USD also got sold. So everything, all of these correlations being tested. When you had the pullback in equities, you had rates rally, but you also had the USD weaker as well. But now, I mentioned the challenger job cuts. Let's just switch over because I want to show for you pictorially how weak these numbers were. So the Challenger data shows the third highest level of job cuts since 2020. And actually, I was reading this morning, for the month of October, the worst month in over 2 decades. And why is that happening? Well, what you are seeing is a lot of job cuts related to, again, the advent and the rollout of artificial intelligence. And you hear it more and more. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about Amazon removing some middle manager or manager jobs, other companies coming out with similar stances overnight as well. And so this really is going to be a big focus for the market, especially because we still aren't getting the official data in light of the shutdown. So there's a lot more emphasis on these types of private figures that are being released. So yesterday, Challenger data was a bit of a shock to the market. All right, let's move on. President Trump says he is looking to diversify critical minerals purchases during a meeting with 5 Central Asian countries as the U.S. seeks to address China's dominance in the sector. Bloomberg managing editor Jill Deesas joins us from Hong Kong. First of all, Jill, talk to us about this meeting, what came out of it. And clearly, President Trump has one thing on his mind, and that is rare earths.
Yes, that's right, Shimana. So this is ultimately a meeting with these 5 Central Asian countries that do possess pretty vast resources when it comes to those critical minerals, rare earth substances. What Trump is ultimately looking to do here is try to forge these other ties, particularly in light of this evolving U.S.-China relationship. So, I mean, these are all nations that, have these critical minerals. They were really central to the Soviet Union's formation of its nuclear program. So, there's some opportunities there that Trump sees in terms of fostering some of those ties. Because remember, when it comes to the U.S.-China truce, I mean, you did have those threats from Beijing earlier this year and actually quite recently as October to essentially install some pretty severe curbs on the export of rare minerals, of which China has significant control. We now have this year-long trade truce in place after the Trump-Xi meeting that took place quite recently. Trump said that, that China had agreed to roll back some of those curbs. But when you're looking at a truce that maybe is only going to last a year, in light of how strategically important these minerals are for the development of everything from fighter planes to electric vehicles and such, it does make sense that the U.S. would be trying to sort of bolster its other options and try to foster those relationships so that it can expand the sources from which it gets this kind of supply.
Yeah, one of the other data points I was watching out for this morning is the fact that Chinese exports actually fell for the month. An interesting development there. And obviously, this was before that reconciliation, the meeting took place between President Xi and President Trump. One of the overarching questions for the market here is how long really, or how likely is it that this year-long truce between U.S. and China is going to hold?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Jumana. I mean, remember that before this truce was ultimately reached, the U.S. and China had been extending these sort of mini truces by a period of 90 days or so. Now, we're looking at really revisiting all of this in a year. That, being said, maybe, tensions between the U.S. and China are lifting a little bit now. You're seeing some of those tariffs, particularly the ones that Trump had slapped on China because of fentanyl, decreasing to 10%. So you're reaching sort of, a modest, sort of pitch there that these two countries are continuing to relate to each other at. But that doesn't mean that all of these tensions go away. And there's still some pretty significant national security concerns from both the U.S. and from China when it comes to how to manage each other's relationships. A lot of questions over sort of chip exports in particular, types of chips that can be, sent to each market and such. I think that these are all issues that we're going to revisit certainly next year, if not sooner, just because, there's a lot at stake. Both of these countries have a lot to lose, a lot to gain, and so it would make sense that they'd continue to try to massage that relationship as we go forward.
Jill, thank you so much. Jill Deesas, managing editor at Bloomberg. Now, Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack says monetary policy should continue putting downward pressure on inflation, which she says remains a bigger risk for the U.S. central bank than labor market weakness.
I remain concerned about high inflation and believe policy should be leaning against it. After last week's meeting, I see monetary policy as barely restrictive, if at all, and it's not obvious to me that monetary policy should do more at this time.
Well, joining us now is Omar Chowdhury, lead manager for multi-assets and advisor at Addison Investment Management. It's interesting to see those comments come through from Beth Hammack. I mean, obviously, she's emerging as one of the more hawkish voices on the Fed committee, but at the same time, placing a lot more weight on the potential upside risks to inflation versus the downside risks that are coming through in the labor market. And then this is coming on the heels, obviously, of that very weak challenger data that I was just describing at the top of the show. How do you see things?
Yeah, it's interesting. We've seen a lot more dissent at the Federal Reserve than we've seen in a while, and there's a lot of divide. Some are leaning more on potentially higher inflation coming through from tariffs. That's if tariffs actually go through. We still have a Supreme Court ruling that has to come out. And some are leaning more on the potential weakening labor market, and Powell's playing the neutral stance in the middle. We've been calling for, a gradual but maybe even slightly accelerated weakening in the labor market for a while, and our positioning has reflected that. We've been adding duration in our portfolios in summer. Of course, rates volatility hasn't helped, but it's tough. It's tough. I think the odds of a rate cut in December are going up for a coin toss at this point. The lack of data doesn't really help.
Yeah.
The Fed might err on the side of caution and hold, and that presents the risk that the labor market weakens even more, and then they have to scramble to cover ground.
Yeah, which means it probably leads to an accelerated rate cutting cycle eventually when the shutdown ends. Yeah, too many questions up in there. What do you make of the price action this week and the fact that equities are on track for a weekly loss?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an incredible run from the April lows, right? Especially in the AI and tech sector. It's good to have a pause. I don't think there's a fundamental shift in the narrative behind AI and tech. I think that continues for a while. It's just a valuation rethink, maybe a slight reset in valuations as well. Equity prices tend to get ahead of themselves sometimes, especially when you have a major trend going on like AI. And so we're not really worried. The Nasdaq 100 is down about 3% from peak. Nothing major. A bit of a hose down is good after things get overheated. So we're actually looking at it as an opportunity to maybe even add to positions if it gets to a level that we like.
Yeah. Does this open up an opportunity for other parts of the market to lead? So much of the leadership has been centered around those handful of stocks. There isn't a lot of breadth in this S&P rally. Do you think that this perhaps opens the opportunity for other parts of the market to step in?
Could be. So narrow breadth has been a concern for a while, and it's gotten even narrower in the last 6 weeks. We've seen a couple of days where the whole S&P and most of the stocks were down. Other days where tech was down and other sectors are up. That kind of shows that diversity is good in a portfolio as well, and not having it concentrated in tech and AI alone. I think if investors think that we're heading towards a slower economy, a weakening jobs market, they might add some defensive plays into portfolio. That's not a bad idea. So yeah, it does warrant having a bit of allocation to other sectors as well.
Do you think that these fears of an AI bubble are overblown at this point, given your proclivity to buy into the weakness that you just spoke about?
Yeah, I think, look, the AI adoption generally is going to be a multi-year trend. It's going to take over, lives in every sphere. The players will change, and it goes in stages. We're in the infrastructure setup stage right now. I think that still has room to run. And the leaders of the market will change hands at some point. I think fears of a bubble, it's hard to tell. That's more of a hindsight thing. Major bubbles don't happen very often. This could end up being one, and they burst very rarely as well. We saw when the dot-com bubble burst and global financial crisis. So I think a lot of people that call for a bubble might be people that either missed the run or aren't involved, maybe, or just having a bit of a rethink. So fears of a bubble bursting are probably overblown, but valuations getting ahead of themselves, I think that's a concern.
Okay, so geographically, are you predominantly invested in the U.S. right now, or are you looking at other geographies too?
Well, our strategy is kind of benchmarked, so yeah, U.S. tends to have the bigger piece, but we do look at other regions as well. Again, tech and AI is a favorite, and China has a big sector in tech and AI. That's woken up in the summer, especially when the government has kind of stepped back from scrutinizing these big tech companies and said, off to the races we go. We have to play catch up to the U.S. So those stocks have been ripping and roaring. Japan has an AI tech sector as well, some semiconductor names as well. That's pretty strong. So Japan and China are two regions that we're looking at. Japan has a pretty strong economic backdrop as well, and the political noise might be behind us. So we're looking as a bullish case for Japan.
Given how much of a pullback that we've got, also specifically in some of these Asian stocks, you mentioned Japan, SoftBank, some of those chip makers in South Korea. Do you worry that perhaps retail are going to take flight and that this could lead to to a broader capitulation in risk sentiment?
Could be. Look, things get carried away to the upside. They can always get carried away in a correction to the downside as well. And that's the time when you really have to believe in the narrative and buy into it. In terms of retail, yeah, I mean, it could happen that they could carry this further down. But, you know, we haven't really seen the kind of melt-up that would lead to concerns that this is going to be a deeper correction. Things haven't really gone parabolic. So I think that, you know, a correction that's more than like 5 to 7, 8% may start posing some concerns. We're up to that level, I think, is still pretty healthy.
Yeah. Omar, thank you so much. Really good to chat to you.
Thank you.
Omar Chowdhury, Additum Investment Management Lead Manager for Multi-Assets and Advisory. Now, for a look at some of the other stories we're following, the Bank of England held interest rates at 4% in a tight vote that laid the groundwork for a December cut. The meeting minutes show Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey was the most dovish of the officials who voted to hold rates. He told us monetary policy still remains restrictive for the moment.
Now, in August, I would say I was concerned more on the upside risk, but I think the news that we've had subsequent to that has left me in a more balanced position, so that was very much my view. But as I've said a number of times, we do need to see more evidence, because so far we've had one inflation number that's come in, you know, under what we thought, which is obviously good. We need to see some more. Now, I think the conditions at the moment suggest that policy remains restrictive. We've passed peak restriction, I think, but that's not surprising. We've been cutting rates, and no surprise there. That's what we intended. But I think it remains restrictive for the moment.
Nancy Pelosi says she'll retire from Congress at the end of her term, capping nearly 4 decades in Washington. The 85-year-old California Democrat was the first woman to serve as House Speaker and led her party for almost 20 years, helping pass major laws under Presidents Obama and Biden. Her retirement leaves a vacancy in her San Francisco district and marks the end of an era for Democratic leadership. And coming up, the world's first ever potential trillionaire. Tesla shareholders overwhelmingly back Elon Musk's unprecedented $1 trillion pay packet. More details next. This is Bloomberg.
When we first started, cyber threats were more limited in scale and severity. They were a bit like digital graffiti. Today, cyber threats are more sophisticated, persistent, and difficult to detect.
SICW unites public and private sectors to tackle today's cyber threats as one.
We have to work together to build a global cyberspace we can trust.
Join us in shaping the next era of global cybersecurity.
A lot of our inspirations for new features comes from experiences in our own daily life.
The other day, I needed to double check an important meeting schedule by finding a specific call recording. Thankfully, with call summarization feature on my Galaxy, I could quickly find it.
Our users ask complex questions, and our model has to be able to speak multiple languages. What seems impossible now can quickly become possible.
Why do over 100 countries buy products and services from Northern Ireland? Because our companies are innovative and forward-thinking, with a proven track record of working across a range of industries, including advanced manufacturing and engineering, food and drink, and life and health sciences. Northern Ireland is also the only place with seamless tariff-free access to GB and EU markets. That means buying goods from us is easy. Find out more at investni.com/buy from NI. Treatment.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jumana Bersetchi in Dubai. Tesla rose in late trading after shareholders approved a $1 trillion compensation deal for the CEO, Elon Musk. It's the largest such corporate pay packet ever awarded.
Sixth and finally, on the 2025 CEO Performance Award to our founder and CEO, Elon Musk, with over 75% voting in favor. Approved.
For more, we're joined by Rachel Chang, Bloomberg's managing editor for Asia Global Business. Rachel, well, over 75% of shareholders voted in favor. What other details do we know about this new pay package, apart from the eye-watering sum?
Right, indeed. I mean, the main thing to know about it is that it's not at all a guaranteed amount. It's not like Elon Musk becomes a trillionaire overnight. The pay package is tied to very significant milestones and performance milestones for Tesla, the core vehicles and also its future plans like the Optimus robot. So, for example, the full pay package envisions Tesla as an $8.5 trillion company. Its current market cap is under $2 trillion. So, that's a long way to go. And really, the electric vehicle industry right now is very different from when Tesla first came onto the scene. It's very competitive. The Chinese makers especially are really flooding the markets outside of the US and becoming very competitive to Tesla's initial dominance. So there are a lot of questions around whether Tesla is going to be able to achieve these milestones at all. One thing is certain is that they really believe, and most of the shareholders do now, that only Elon Musk can get them there.
Yeah, I guess it's a positive as far as the, Tesla believers take it. Look, I want to just change tack a little bit because the backdrop to all of this is the U.S. shutdown. It's still ongoing. And in the last 24 hours, I thought it was really interesting to know that U.S. airlines have started to cut flights. So we're actually seeing a real tangible impact now of the shutdown that it's having on transportation activity, not just transportation, across all areas of the U.S. economy. What do we know about the airlines, how the schedules have been impacted, and the likely impact that that's going to have on flights in the coming days?
Right. The situation is getting worse and worse. We do know that the government has advised airlines to essentially cut flights by 10% over the next week. So by next Friday, that overall capacity should be down by 10%. Airlines are moving ahead of the government guidance. We already see around 700 flights being announced by the top 4 airlines in the U.S. that have been canceled from their schedules. This is, of course, creating a lot of chaos at airports. They do say that the biggest urban destinations, New York, California, these are unaffected, and they're also saying that international routes are not affected. But we do know that that chaos is going to keep having consequences throughout the entire aviation system. For example, international flights cannot land or take off during certain times where they don't have enough air traffic controllers as well. The situation will keep getting worse because it all comes back to the fact that around 13,000 air traffic controllers are working without pay right now. And while in theory they will get that back pay when the shutdown is finally over, you do see a lot of people who are calling in sick, who cannot come to work because of the situation, and that is what the U.S. government is saying underpins, what they have to do right now. Yeah, wow. Pretty shocking statistics there. And also a reminder that we're heading into holiday season too. So there will be a lot of unhappy travelers as the schedule starts to slow down. Rachel Chang, Bloomberg's managing editor for Asia Global Business in Hong Kong. Thank you. Now for a look at some of the other stories we're following. Boeing will avoid criminal charges over 2 deadly 737 MAX crashes after a federal judge approved a more than $1 billion settlement with the U.S. Justice Department. The deal includes fines, a fund for victims' families, and new investments to improve safety and compliance. In a written ruling, the judge said the agreement fails to secure the accountability needed to protect the public, but noted that the court doesn't have the authority to reject the settlement simply because it disagrees with the government's decision. Goldman Sachs is promoting the smallest proportion of women to managing directors since the CEO David Solomon took over in 2018. Women make up 27% of Goldman's new managing director class. That is down from 31% last year, breaking a years-long upward trend. Solomon has publicly pledged to improve diversity, but female representation has also fallen on the firm's top management committee. And coming up, world leaders are gathering in Brazil as the focus turns to climate action at COP30. This is Bloomberg.
When we first started, cyber threats were more limited in scale and severity. They were a bit like digital graffiti. Today, cyber threats are more sophisticated, persistent, and difficult to detect.
SICW unites public and private sectors to tackle today's cyber threats as one.
We have to work together to build a global cyberspace we can trust.
Join us in shaping the next era of global cybersecurity.
Why do over 100 countries buy products and services from Northern Ireland? Because our companies are innovative and forward-thinking, with a proven track record of working across a range of industries, including advanced manufacturing and engineering, food and drink, and life and health sciences. Northern Ireland is also the only place with seamless tariff-free access to GB and EU markets. That means buying goods from us is easy. Find out more at investni.com/buy from NI.
A lot of our inspirations for new features comes from experiences in our own daily life.
The other day, I needed to double check an important meeting schedule by finding a specific call recording. Thankfully, with call summarization feature on my Galaxy, I could quickly find it.
Our users ask complex questions, and our model has to be able to speak multiple languages. What seems impossible now can quickly become possible.
But tariffs, franchises, and IPOs. How much?
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai. World leaders are set to deliver a message of solidarity and renewed resolve to address global warming days before the start of the COP30 climate summit in Brazil on Monday. Bloomberg's Jennifer Delowy has more from Belém.
A world leaders summit on climate opened in the Amazonian city of Belém, Brazil, with world leaders exhorting other nations to move faster and harder in addressing global warming. The world is falling far behind in its fight to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, they said, warning that passing that critical tipping point would make conditions unlivable for billions of people. Brazil's finance minister announced the country's signature effort to protect the world's rainforests had secured at least $5 billion from other nations, even as Brazil works to line up more financial pledges. Soon, the focus will shift to negotiations over how the world can adapt to climate change and implement a past pledge to transition away from the oil, gas, and coal that is fueling it. Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva foreshadowed a potential effort by nations to map out a concrete plan for transitioning away from those fossil fuels. If delivered, it could become a headline achievement from the upcoming COP30 negotiations. I'm Jennifer Delowy, Bloomberg News, Belém, Brazil.
And now for a look at some of the other stories we're following. U.S. President Donald Trump says Kazakhstan is joining the Abraham Accords. It's a largely symbolic move as the U.S. looks to inject new momentum into the initiative following a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Following a call hosted by Trump with Kazakhstan President and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump hailed Kazakhstan's decision as a major step forward in what he described as building bridges across the world. The United Nations Security Council has voted to lift sanctions on Syria's President Ahmed al-Sharaa and his Interior Minister Anas Hassan Khatta. The two men were under terrorism-related sanctions for their affiliation with al-Qaeda and the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The move comes a few days before al-Sharaa is scheduled to visit the White House, where he is expected to announce Syria will formally join the 89-member global coalition to defeat ISIS. The U.S. is seeking United Nations support for a proposal to send foreign troops into Gaza. The proposed international stabilization force would work with Israel and Egypt to secure the territory and assist with rebuilding efforts after more than 2 years of war. The U.S. mission to the UN says it has received support from the 10 elected members of the Security Council. And a quick look at equity futures. Some stabilization coming through for U.S. markets after a down day yesterday. Things are looking up today, pointing towards the green, but the handover from Asia not pretty at all, with the Nikkei down around 2%. Very heavy losses for some of those Asia-Pacific indices, but in the U.S. there is green on the screen. Coming up, we're going to be speaking to Tice Lowe, EM Fixed Income Portfolio Manager at 91, on why EM remains resilient.
With 5 of the world's fastest growing economies, Africa is the next frontier for trade, investment, and innovation.
Foreign investment has grown tenfold since 2000, and by 2050, GDP could hit $29 trillion. Powered by the tech and data that bring global markets into focus, Bloomberg is putting Africa's story on the world stage.
The future is being shaped in Johannesburg at the Bloomberg Africa Business Summit.
When we first started, cyber threats were more limited in scale and severity. They were a bit like digital graffiti. Today, cyber threats are more sophisticated, persistent, and difficult to detect.
SICW unites public and private sectors to tackle today's cyber threats as one.
We have to work together to build a global cyberspace we can trust.
Join us in shaping the next era of global cybersecurity.
People feel deeply destabilized by inflation, by misinformation, by the potential for job loss. We have to be in service of the individual. Purpose, I think, for the last 15 years has been about we. It's been about societal progress. We actually have an Edelman Trust Barometer special report on the shift from we to me. It's moved from societal to personal. This is profound for brands. You can't buy people's loyalty anymore. We have to be about the individual benefit, giving them optimism. Brands need to live in culture. They have to earn their way forward by doing something. Trust is to do the right thing. That's the essential difference between success and failure.
In case you missed it on the opening trade.
Kit, I've got a present for you. I know you've mentioned it a couple of times. We've got a coffee for you.
Hang on a sec.
By the
Coffee
lovely
coming.
Tara.
There we go.
Thank you.
So my question now is, how much froth is in there?
See, you can't tell when you look at the top. That's okay. You've got to drink it to find out.
Absolute genius. You got to take the lid off before you even figure out what's going on.
Don't miss the opening trade, live every weekday.
Good morning. This is Horizon's Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. Asian stocks track Wall Street lower, capping off a volatile week marked by conflicting views as investors balance tech optimism with concerns of inflated valuations. U.S. President Donald Trump hosts the leaders of Central Asian countries as he looks to diversify access to rare earth minerals. Plus, first ever potential trillionaire. Tesla shareholders vote in favor of Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay packet. Well, it's just gone 9:30 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Jumana Versace in Dubai. What a week it has been. Quite a bumpy week for markets, as witnessed by the price action over the last couple of days. Negative for Wall Street, with the major indices S&P posting losses of more than 1.1% yesterday. The Nasdaq major pullback there too, of down almost 2% by the close yesterday, down 1.9%. There is some stabilization coming through, as you can see from those S&P futures, but the handover from Asia, not pretty at all. The Asia Pacific
Pacific index as a whole down 1%, but some bigger losses on the Kospi, now tracking 2.5%. The Nikkei down almost 2% as well. We'll speak shortly to our colleague in Asia for some of those, for some of the price action there. 10-year yields also in focus yesterday, down to 4.10. We rallied about 6 basis points after the Challenger job data came through. I'm going to mark that in just a moment. Bottom line is the numbers that came through were very weak, and there's more emphasis on this data right now because of the shutdown, because we're not getting the official data. So any signals that we're getting about the U.S. economy are being heavily parsed, and one of the data points yesterday was not supportive at all for the labor market. The USD also slipping yesterday in trade, today stabilizing somewhat, but a theme of risk off across the board yesterday, rates rallying, and also surprisingly the USD coming off. So let's talk about that Challenger jobs data, because this chart is going to show you it has been the weakest number since COVID. So we've had actually the third highest level. This is the third highest level since those COVID days. But I was reading earlier today on the terminal that it's actually the weakest October in over 2 decades. So signaling that there have been job cuts announced across various private companies, but then also specifically on back of the advent of artificial intelligence. We are beginning to see a real world impact of AI, its application, and the impact it's having on job cuts, with anything from entry-level jobs to manager jobs being shed. So this was a big focus for the market yesterday, and also is going to be relevant for the Fed as they weigh up their next decision, with some perhaps upward surprises to come through on inflation, but then these downward surprises coming through on the labor market. Okay, let's turn now and dig a little bit deeper into how some of these Asian markets are faring with Winnie Su in Hong Kong. So just recap for us the price action today in these Asian markets, what's been going on exactly, and why the Kospi is the major underperformer.
Yeah, morning, Jemima. It has been a very volatile session for Asia.
What's driving the markets this week? What's on investors' minds as they look ahead? Find out in 10 minutes or less on the Markets Podcast from Goldman Sachs. Listen now.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner. Tesla shareholders have approved a $1 trillion compensation package for CEO Elon Musk. More from Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet.
It is the largest payout ever awarded to a corporate leader. The unprecedented move at the electric vehicle maker's annual meeting culminates a weeks-long campaign by the board, the CEO, and prominent retail investors to build support. The pay agreement clears a path for Musk, the world's richest person, to become the first-ever trillionaire and expand his stake in Tesla to 25% or more over the next decade. In New York, Charlie Pellet, Bloomberg Radio.
President Trump says Kazakhstan has joined the Abraham Accords. The U.S. has been trying to inject new momentum into this initiative following the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Here's President Trump at the White House.
Essentially, we've really expanded the Abraham Accords, and one of the reasons is we are right now in negotiations or talks with many countries that really wanted to come in, but they couldn't because of the status of Iran. When Iran had a possibility of nuclear weapons, which they do not have now, when Iran was the bully of the Middle East, let's call it the bully of the Middle East, which it isn't anymore, they had a hard time going against that. I understand that.
That's President Trump speaking there. Now, the move by Kazakhstan to join the Abraham Accords is mostly symbolic since the country has had diplomatic relations with Israel for many years. It's the 37th day of the government shutdown, and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is saying Republicans need to work with Democrats to come to an agreement in order to reopen the government.
It's a clown show over in the Senate. 14, 15 times you bring the same partisan Republican spending bill to the Senate floor, expecting a different result. That's the classic definition of legislative insanity.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Meantime, the Department of Transportation is reducing the number of flights at some of the nation's busiest airports. The aim is to ease pressure on air traffic controllers working without pay during the shutdown. The FAA is planning to order airlines to reduce 10% of their flight capacity across 40 major airports on Friday. Today, airlines began to cancel flights nationwide. Here is Sam Graves, Missouri Republican congressman.
Well, as far as safety goes, are the skies safe? Absolutely. They are safe, and air traffic controllers are still doing a great job. They're showing up and they're doing a very, very good job. Are there going to be delays? Absolutely. There's going to be delays. And obviously, by cutting back on the number of flights to these airports, it's going to impact folks. It's going to have an impact on the holiday travel season.
Sam Graves there. He is Republican congressman from Missouri. Now, the shutdown has also affected the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and today a federal judge ordered the Trump administration to fully cover the cost of SNAP for the month of November. This will begin on Friday. This ruling came in response to a challenge from cities and nonprofits. They complained that the Trump administration was only covering 65% of the maximum benefit. Here is Vice President J.D. Vance.
It's an absurd ruling because you have a federal judge effectively telling us what we have to do in the midst of a Democrat government shutdown, which what we'd like to do is for the Democrats to open up the government. Of course, then we can fund SNAP, and we can also do a lot of other good things for the American people. But in the midst of a shutdown, we can't have a federal court telling the president how he has to triage the situation.
That is Vice President J.D. Vance. We move to company news next. Take-Two Interactive Software is delaying the release of Grand Theft Auto 6 until November 2026. Now, Take-Two said it's giving the Rockstar Games team some additional time to finish the game with a high level of polish players expect and deserve. Incidentally, this is the second public delay of Grand Theft Auto 6. And that is News When You Want It with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner, and this is Bloomberg.
What's driving the markets this week? What's on investors' minds as they look ahead? Find out on the Markets Podcast from Goldman Sachs. A breakdown of market moves and macro signals in 10 minutes or less. The Markets Podcast from Goldman Sachs. Listen now.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
Tesla shareholders have just approved a $1 trillion compensation package for CEO Elon Musk, the largest payout ever awarded to a corporate leader. We start our program there right now with Ed Ludlow, the co-host of Bloomberg Tech. Ed, shareholders have had their say, and there are strings attached for Musk to make this much money.
Shareholders have had their say, and in the end, more than 75% of the vote went in favour of the compensation package, which is notable given that Elon Musk's concern and last warning was that historically the index or passive funds voted in line with the recommendation of the advisory firms. Glass Lewis and ISS had recommended a no vote. But the data tells us that actually overwhelmingly institutional retail investors of all types voted in favour of this compensation package, which spans 10 years and is split into 12 tranches set against both operational and financial milestones. The slight grey area in the other vote we were watching for is that the majority of votes that were cast were in favour of the shareholder-initiated proposal for Tesla to invest in Elon Musk's AI company XAI. However, what Brandon Earhart, the General Counsel and Corporate Secretary, said was that because there were a number of abstentions and it was a non-binding vote anyway, the board would have to go away and look at it before committing to taking any action. But the level of vote in favour of the compensation, that's the story.
This is Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston, bringing you stories of capitalism. President Milei scored a big victory in Argentine elections on Sunday. What does that mean for his economy and for the U.S., given its support? And President Trump's charging $100,000 for an H-1B visa may put some money into the U.S. Treasury, but what does it mean for innovation in a tech industry that depends on highly skilled minds from abroad? Plus, many of those highly skilled minds are focused on developing artificial intelligence models. We sit down with Nobel laureate Geoffrey Hinton for an update on his story about where AI is taking us and whether he's as worried about the possibilities as he told us a year ago. But we start with the big story for the markets this week, the Federal Reserve's latest rate decision. Our special contributor Larry Summers of Harvard is here with his take.
Larry, we heard from the Federal Reserve this week, and they cut again, second time in a row. Were you surprised at how far Chair Powell went in saying don't expect it in December?
I was slightly surprised, but much more importantly, I was glad. This was the right thing to do. Inflation is much further from its reasonable target than unemployment is. The Fed can have much more of a durable impact on inflation than it can on unemployment. Given deficits, given AI spending, we're probably at or below the neutral rate of interest. There was no reason to be committed into further rate cutting in this environment. So Chair Powell signaled a return to data dependence, to agnosticism about what was going to happen next. That was exactly the right thing to do. Yes, there are risks of a slowdown, but if we get a slowdown and the Fed does a 50 basis point cut 6 weeks later, that is not going to be important. But if the Fed loses its credibility around inflation at a moment of massive deficits, massive political pressure from the administration, substantial international uncertainties, evidence of higher inflation expectations, and it's been a long time since inflation was near 2%. In the face of all of that, this was really the right thing to do.
The Fed may be data dependent, but it doesn't get the data that it once did out of the federal government. How much of a disadvantage is that for the Fed right now in figuring out where we are, particularly when it comes to inflation?
It's a disadvantage, but there are now so many indicators, so many real-time data sets, things like the Million Price Project at MIT, all sorts of sensitive indicators that are being followed by people in the markets on an almost weekly basis, that this is unfortunate, and it's not what a serious government country does to have such a long slowdown, but I don't think it's an immense problem in the grand scheme of things. It's certainly a much smaller problem than politicization. It's a much smaller problem than dealing with budget deficits. This is not the major challenge facing the Fed.
Chair Powell in the news conference talked certainly about inflation. He also talked about the role of tariffs. And at one point he said, look, if you take tariffs, the effect of tariffs out of the numbers, we're actually not that far away from our 2% goal. If that's right, which way does that cut? What do we do with tariffs, incorporating that into monetary policy?
Well, we're not that far away from 2%. After 5 years of being above 2%, isn't that great a place to be, even if you accept that that's true. You can always take some things out of the numbers and then say we're near normal. That kind of argument reminds me of what was Chair Powell's darkest moment in what I think has been a really very distinguished term of service, which was the transitory inflation idea in 2021. Yes, maybe it's true that if you take out tariffs, the numbers will look good, but because people are spending more money on tariffed goods, they're spending less money on other goods whose price is lower, and that should be taken out as well. So I don't think cherry picking the components that have risen is a particularly good way of doing the analysis. I also think it's not clear what's going to feed through into people's expectations of inflation.
One thing that was different about this Fed decision were the dissents. I mean, we went for a long time with no dissents. Last meeting we had some dissents saying we should cut more. This time we had them both ways. Don't cut it all and cut more. Is there a breakdown in the consensus on the Fed, or is it just a more confusing picture we're seeing?
I think it reflects two things. It reflects the confusion of the picture, and I think that the dissent from Kansas City in favor of raising rates reflects, or not cutting rates, reflects what is the genuine argument among serious economists in this moment. The dissent from Governor Miron reflects the bizarre spectacle of a government official, part of an administration that's at war with the Fed in its rhetoric, putting somebody on the Fed on a temporary basis while they're on their leave from their other Senate-confirmed job. I think that that's not to be taken seriously as anything but a politically aberrant moment.
The Fed also said that as of December 1, they'd stop the roll-off of the balance sheet. Is that reflecting a real concern about liquidity? Did you expect them to keep the balance sheet this large?
They signaled that this kind of thing was going to happen. I don't think particularly that the precise size of the Fed balance sheet in an era where we're paying interest on reserves is really that important a variable. In an earlier era, when the other side of the balance sheet was money that paid zero interest, the era of monetarism, you could get very excited by the size of the Fed balance sheet. But I don't find it that exciting a variable to worry about its precise size. I do think it's important for the country as a whole to be terming out its debt more than we have. And from that point of view, the Fed reducing the size of its balance sheet is probably a good thing because it means a little less short-term obligation of the federal government and a little more long-term obligation.
Shortly after we had the Fed meeting, we also had President Trump meet with President Xi Jinping of China over in South Korea. And there were a lot of things announced. President Trump said on a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 12. But there seemed to be a consensus that what we've done is basically just go back to where we were before, and this is going to be an ongoing period of negotiation. How significant, in terms of the economy, is what happened over in South Korea?
Look, I think the most important thing is what didn't happen. This situation didn't spiral out of control into massive confrontation and economic conflict. And it was managed in a way that avoided what potentially could have been very unfortunate and destabilizing outcomes. And that's the good news, and I think it genuinely is good news. I am glad for farmers that they are going to sell more soybeans in China, but ultimately, when one judges the prosperity of the United States in this period or the wisdom of economic policy in this period, it is not going to be about the level of soybean sales to China. So we're going to have to see what happens. The really big issues involve technology, involve competition in artificial intelligence, and it doesn't look to me like, on the read we have so far, that those have evolved a lot. But give credit where credit is due. I think there's a good chance that we elicited some real cooperation on fentanyl, which is not so much an economic issue, but is a hugely profound social issue. And give credit where credit is due. We're managing the situation towards the avoidance of what could otherwise be very substantial turbulence. But this is a book that's got many chapters, and we are still in the early chapters.
Larry, talk about that technology issue that you mentioned, and particularly when it comes to AI. One of the things that apparently was not discussed were some of the advanced microchips from NVIDIA. I mean, you are both a macroeconomist and also sit on the board of OpenAI, so you have a vantage point on this. How do you see the issue about export controls with respect to advanced microchips between the United States and China? On the one hand, there are national defense issues. On the other hand, we do want to have sort of a development of this new technology.
I think it's a very difficult set of issues, and I don't know what the right answers are. I'm pretty sure that the right thing to do is to make judgments based on what will protect American national security now and in the future. And so the approach that President Trump took a couple months ago of saying he would relax the export controls, but only if the company involved would share some of the revenue with the federal government, did not strike me as consistent with our traditions. It struck me as more pointing towards a kind of deals capitalism that is more characteristic, frankly, of lesser nations than ours, rather than a more rules-based capitalism.
Coming up, a victory for President Milei of Argentina and for President Trump in the United States. What lies ahead for both?
I think the biggest challenge over the past several years that we've seen in terms of brand purpose is that a lot of it's been performative. between COVID, between racial justice movement, social justice movement, there were brands all jumping on the bandwagon to be seen being purposeful. Now, you have a pendulum swing that's going very significantly in a different direction than it was a couple of years ago, and on things like DEI, things like ESG. In this environment, I think it's arguably more complicated and harder to be a brand that's leaning into issues than it's ever been. Consumers and brands care what type of value does this provide to me or to society. There's still courageous brands out there that are doing purpose right. I would argue that that's actually much more important to consumers, and that's where the future is headed.
President Milei's historic victory on Sunday in Argentine elections means he has a stronger position in his Congress and another opportunity to administer his medicine seeking economic health for a country that has been struggling for a long time. Hans Humes, CEO of Greylock Capital, is a longtime investor in Argentina.
I think the entire country understands what has held them back for decades now. And they're willing to take a certain amount of personal pain. Now we have to see how this transition goes and what the new messaging will come if Peronism is able to prevail in October.
Muchas gracias.
But in the end, Peronism, the populist legacy of Juan Perón, did not prevail, at least not last Sunday.
Los argentinos le dijeron, basta el populismo, populismo nunca más.
I think right now we've made a lot of money based on that election because the bonds have gone up, their whole debt rating has gone up. You know, that election made a lot of money for the United States.
What does Milei's latest victory mean for the country and for investors like Humes? This is how Humes saw the issues brought on by Milei's reforms before the midterm elections.
In general, at the beginning of a pro-market president, you're going to have a lot of enthusiasm. Unfortunately, depending on how this one goes, people might start sensing a pattern that there's, after the burst of enthusiasm and the rally in markets, that something happens where they run into some social resistance or whatever. The feedback I got from sort of my lower middle class friends who are Argentine was many of their friends who are really enthusiastic for change started looking at this and saying, oh, this is the same thing we normally have to do. They either give up or they start turning away from Milei, and they put up with a lot of pain.
Runaway inflation has been a burden for businesses as well. Businesses like the textile manufacturer that David Kim runs in Buenos Aires.
Inflation is a game we really know how to deal with, because inflation in Argentina started in, I think, 1970 or something like that. And we've had inflation, double-digit inflation for many years. It is very difficult because you need to calculate the costs every month, and sometimes you have to, when inflation is very, very high, you have to increase the prices maybe once, or there has been some times when they have to make increases more than one time a month. Everyone that comes to Argentina and we explain all these crises and what happens politically and economically and the taxes and the new regulations, they say we are crazy to stay here. We are used to this. We will be here working in the textile business for many, many years. I think the business owners in Argentina deserve a medal, because it's a very challenging country.
It wasn't just President Milei who had a lot at stake in the Argentine elections last weekend. President Trump had his Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, establish a $20 billion swap line for the country and spend something over $1 billion in the currency markets to support the peso. Fabio Nattalucci became CEO of the Anderson Institute for Finance and Economics after serving at the IMF as Deputy Director of the Monetary and Capital Markets Department.
At this point, there are 3 plans that have been discussed. One has been a swap line of about $20 billion established by the Treasury with the Argentina Central Bank. There's been reports in the press of FX intervention, so outright purchases of pesos and sales of dollars. And then there is a discussion of another about $20 billion that Treasury seems to be working on with the private sector, presumably to provide some more longer-term funding. This is that's what's in the press at this point.
How does a swap line work?
You can use the Fed as an example here. During the financial crisis, they established, or during COVID, they established swap line with the other central bank. The way it works is the Federal Reserve vis-a-vis central bank of another country, they swap, say, dollars for the currency of the other central bank at a specified exchange rate of some date. And those swap lines can go from 1 day to, say, 3 months maturity. And then at maturity, they swap back, the Fed receives dollars and provides back the foreign currency at the same exchange rate. The only report I've seen in the press has been outright purchases. Outright purchases by Treasury, that's a different exercise. Essentially, they go in the market, they sell dollar, they buy Argentinian pesos in this case. But then now, at this point, you own the Argentina peso. So you are completely facing the risk of devaluation of the pesos in terms of investment. Traditionally, there are a few examples in the past where some of this intervention has been done, traditionally with advanced economies. So, for example, in 1998, there were purchases of yen by the US authorities via the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, traditionally. In September 2000, there was a coordinated effort by the Federal Reserve and a few other advanced economy central banks to purchase euros. And then lastly, in 2011, March 2011, during the earthquake in Japan, when the US authorities, they sold yen. Those are all advanced economy central bank. And in the case of the euro, this was a coordinated effort among different central banks to intervene in the market.
President Trump did say that he thinks perhaps the U.S. made a lot of money. I guess it is conceivable it could have made a fair amount of money depending on when it got in and when it got out.
Yes, so if they, for example, got in and purchased right before the election, and then let's say that the appreciation of the peso post-election was like 8.5%. Again, if you apply to the 1 billion, that would be $80 million that you made right there. Now, again, that requires though to crystallize those gains, which means you go back into the market and sell the pesos. If you hold on those pesos for 2 days, where you are this morning, that was a paper gain because the exchange rate is back to where it was essentially pre-election. So if you bought pesos and you hold on to them, you went from gains to back to essentially flat at this point. This is on the outright exchange rate purchases. The swap line, again, because the exchange rate is fixed, there is no gain or loss.
Whether the United States made money or didn't, that was not apparently the purpose for the swap line or the currency acquisition. It was rather to support President Milei and the government in Argentina. Is it likely it could have supported? I've seen, for example, speculation. It relieves some pressure for a possible devaluation of the peso.
Right. So, I mean, maybe we can take a step back and trying to start from where the government of Argentina was trying to achieve. So as soon as President Milei went into power, they went into this shock therapy of cutting fiscal spending quite aggressively, and then a large devaluation of the nominal exchange rate. And then after that, they essentially established a ban, the crawling ban, as he said. So the depreciation of the pesos was very controlled and very slow, if you want. Of course, in last year, the economy went into a recession. Inflation was very high, doubled, north of 200%, at least quoting IMF numbers that were just released at the October annual meetings. Then the forecast was for this year to the economy to sharply rebound in positive growth territory and inflation to come down. The challenge with this intervention in the spot market and the outright purchases is unless you manage to address the fundamental forces that are driving the exchange rate, those tend to be very short relief, and historically that's how they have been. And so historically the people often talk about the tablita in Chile and Argentina. Those were exchange rate based stabilization plan devaluation, then slow devaluation of the currency in trying to bring inflation down, and the central bank at some point historically has run out of foreign currency. That was the driving and fundamental forces behind that, and what may have pushed the US to intervene, because the central bank, presumably Central Bank of Argentina, was running out of dollars. Now, the question that people have been asking is like, why the US intervene? How systemic is Argentina from a financial stability perspective? Argentina, the US imports trade with Argentina, it's a relatively small number. And so from a trade perspective, there are other countries in Latin America that are much larger trade partners. The other aspect that makes this different than previous rescue package, that was a loan from the US Treasury, was not outright FX intervention the way we're discussing today, but also was combined with IMF, World Bank, and other multilateral development banks intervention package. So the $20 billion of the US plus what was coming from the multilateral development banks went north of $40 billion. So it was not just one country, not just the US for obvious interest to intervene, it was the broader financial community that intervened there. And that was a very successful package. Mexico managed to repay very quickly, already in 1997, so 2 years after that, was able to start repaying and also having access back to capital market. So the crucial question here is going to be whether the intervention in the forms we discussed by the US authorities will be enough to revert some of these fundamental forces that were pushing the exchange rate of Argentine pesos to depreciate. And again, from what we've seen this morning, the exchange rate seems to be almost back to where it was pre-election day.
At least for now, it looks like President Milei will have the opportunity to continue his economic policies, policies that businessmen like David Kim hope will bring both stable prices and growth.
I think the president is doing a great job with inflation. Inflation has come down from maybe 150% a year to 40%. That's very good for everyone. But there are other issues that maybe you don't know about, maybe like the interest rates of banks. It's much higher than inflation. I hope there is a change here. I hope the politicians take into account that everyone is facing a difficult situation right now. The lowering of the inflation is great, but I think we need much more than that. Not only for textiles, but for every kind of industrial company.
Up next, a year after we first talked with him, we return to Professor Geoffrey Hinton to see whether his experience as a Nobel laureate has given him a different perspective on the risk that the artificial intelligence he helped create will destroy us all in the end. This is a story about preparing for the worst, maybe the worst thing any of us can imagine. A year ago, we talked with computer scientist Geoffrey Hinton, just days after he won the Nobel Prize for his work in machine learning. The so-called godfather of AI has been busy since then, not developing artificial intelligence, but warning people about it. He says we've all become more aware of the risks, but knowing about them isn't enough. We need to act.
Suppose that some telescope had seen an alien invasion fleet that was going to get here in about 10 years. We would be scared and we would be doing stuff about it. Well, that's what we have. We're constructing these aliens, but they're going to get here in about 10 years and they're going to be smarter than us. We should be thinking very, very hard, how are we going to coexist with these things?
Coexistence and control. Two things that Geoffrey Hinton himself has been thinking very hard about. As one of the computer scientists who helped make modern AI possible, he's uniquely well suited to consider its future and who, if anyone, can shape it.
Are there companies who are doing real work on safety? I mean, we hear about Anthropic, we hear about DeepMind. Are they helping on the safety front?
Yes, I think both Dario Modi and Demis Hassabis and also Jeff Dean, they all take safety fairly seriously. Obviously, they're involved in a big commercial competition too, so it's difficult, but they all understand the existential threat that when AI gets super intelligent, it might just replace us. So they worry about it a bit. I think that some companies are less responsible than others. So, for example, I think Meta isn't particularly responsible. OpenAI was founded to be responsible about this, but it gets less responsible every day, and their best safety researchers are all leaving or have left. Yeah, I think Anthropic and Google are somewhat concerned with safety, and the other companies less so.
As I talk to some of the people at some of the companies you're talking about and raise the question of safety, I often am told, don't worry your pretty little head about it. We have great computer scientists who are on top of this. We're far off from any real danger, and our computer scientists will know soon enough. So we're much more concerned about the race to become dominant.
Yes, that's the problem. They are much more concerned about the race. They should be much more concerned about whether humanity will survive it. Also whether society will survive it if we get massive unemployment. There's one piece of good news, which is all the different countries are aligned in not wanting AI to take over from people. They're anti-aligned for things like cyber attacks or autonomous weapons. They're somewhat aligned for creating viruses. None of them really wants other countries to create viruses. On AI taking over, they will collaborate because nobody wants that. The Chinese Communist Party doesn't want AI to take over. Trump doesn't want AI to take over. They can collaborate on that. That leaves the question of how do we prevent it taking over? Even if all the countries collaborate, what do you do? And I think at present, all the big companies and governments have the wrong model. So their basic model is, I'm the CEO, and this super intelligent AI is the extremely smart executive assistant. I'm the boss. I can fire the executive assistant if she doesn't do what I want. And I just sort of say, make it so, a bit like Star Trek. And the super intelligent AI makes it so, and I get the credit. Great. It's not going to be like that when it's smarter than us and more powerful than us. That's just the wrong model, I believe. We need to look around and say, is there any model where a less intelligent thing controls a more intelligent thing? And we have one model of that. And it's a model we all know, which is a baby controlling a mother. Evolution put lots of work into allowing the baby to control the mother. And the mother is actually often more concerned about the baby than about herself. It doesn't work like that with rabbits, but it does work like that with people. That seems a much more plausible model of how to coexist with a superintelligence. But we have to accept that we're the babies and they're the mothers. Hopefully they're not Jewish mothers, but you can't imagine these tech bros accepting that model. They just don't think of the world like that.
Is the United States behind China in developing generative AI right now?
Not yet. The United States is still a little bit ahead, but not as far ahead as they thought. And in China, you've got a very large number of very competitive, very smart people, very well educated in science and engineering and math. They're educating far more people than the US in those areas. The US has basically relied on immigrants to be smart at those things. China may well overtake the US, and if there's one thing you would do if you were Chinese to ensure that China overtakes the US, is you would stop the funding of basic research in the US, and you would attack the good research universities. Trump looks like he works for Putin, But actually, in attacking the universities and attacking the funding of basic science, he's acting as if he's working for Xi.
How deep is that damage? By the way, it's the immigrants you talked about as well. It's not just the direct funding for the research, it's also the brain power coming in from overseas. How deep is that damage and how immediate may we feel it?
The point about attacking basic research is you don't really feel it for 10, 15, 20 years. Because what you do is you ensure that the really big conceptual breakthroughs won't happen here. And then later on, the Chinese will be way ahead.
Regardless of who becomes the front runner in the AI race, Hinton says the risks to everyone have gone up over the past year, particularly for workers, as we saw just this week when Amazon announced it would be cutting 4% of its workforce, perhaps made both possible and necessary by unprecedented levels of AI investment.
There's been an enormous amount of money put into AI since you and I spoke a year ago. I mean, an amount that I could not have conceived of, actually.
I mean, of the order of $1 trillion if you add it up over all the companies.
So what is that money going for, and will it ultimately redound to anyone's benefit?
These are big companies run by serious people, and presumably they wouldn't be putting all that money in unless they thought they could get a return on it. There's some ego involved. They want to be the ones to do it first, even if it's going to kill us all. So there's ego involved. But presumably they think there's returns to be made. My worry is that the obvious way to make money out of it, apart from charging fees to use the chatbots, is by replacing jobs. The way you make a company more profitable is replace the workers with something cheaper. And I think that's a big part of what's driving it.
Is it a winner-take-all in the end? I mean, in terms of the basics?
I don't know. I mean, one thing I should say is that this is sort of uncharted territory. We've never had things almost as smart as us, which we have now, or things smarter than us, which we'll have soon. We've never been there. We've had things in the Industrial Revolution that got more powerful than us, but we were always in charge of them. You know, a steam engine is just a lot more powerful than a horse, but we control the steam engine. This isn't like that. Also, if you got unemployed because you used to do ditches, now you have to do something else, you could get a job in a call center. But now those jobs are all going to go. It's not clear where those people go. Some economists say these big changes always create new jobs. It's not clear to me that this will. And I think the big companies are betting on it causing massive job replacement by AI, because that's where the big money is going to be.
As you say, some economists say we go back in history and new technology destroys some jobs but creates other jobs.
Yes.
And net, you have as many or more jobs. You're saying this time is different. Can the investment, the $1 trillion or more investment, can it pay off without destroying jobs?
I believe that it can't. I believe that to make money, you're going to have to replace human labor.
Given the dire warnings about AI's risks to workers, economies, and humanity as a whole, one wonders whether Geoffrey Hinton has any regrets about his pivotal role in giving it life. We asked ChatGPT how it would describe its relation to the man many people call its godfather. Its answer? If I'm the mature rainforest, Hinton is one of the people who planted the first seeds and figured out how to water them. Still, the question of whether it was worth it is the one that gave him pause.
To ask an unfair question, you were sort of there at the birth. If you had it within your power, understanding it's not going to happen, would you stop AI altogether, given the risk?
I don't know, because there's also, you have to remember, it's not like nuclear weapons, which are only good for bad things. It's a difficult decision because it can do tremendous good too. In healthcare and education, it'll do tremendous good. And in fact, if you think about it increasing productivity in many, many industries, that should be good. The reason it's bad is because of the way society is organized, so that Musk will get richer and a lot of people get unemployed, and Musk won't care. I'm using Musk as a sort of stand-in. That's not on AI, that's on how we organize society.
I wonder if, over the last year, the economy and the markets haven't worked against you. In this sense, so much of the growth in the stock market, so much that's driving the economy is investment in AI right now. Even if the public were more concerned than they are about some of the risks you described, they're going to say, wait a second, that's what's driving our economy. We don't want to give that up. We don't want to go into a recession.
Some people say that our best hope is to have AI try to take over and fail. We need something to really scare the shit out of us. Something like Chernobyl for AI. I'm not sure I agree with that, but that's certainly a possibility.
Or the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Or the Cuban
nuclear.
Crisis.
Because one of the questions I had was, even if the governments sort of agree in general we should do this, is there a sense of urgency? I think the Cuban Missile Crisis probably gave a sense of urgency on nuclear disarmament.
Yes. We need something to make people pay more attention and put more resources. So at present, the big companies aren't going to put like a third of their resources into figuring out how to make it safe. But if it tried to take over and only just failed, maybe they would.
Coming up, looking for a better way of bringing highly skilled talent to the United States. Is charging $100,000 per visa really the way to go? What do Elon Musk...
As much as we are excited about the general groundswell about AI for good, there is AI for bad. Fighting AI takes AI. The news is rife with breaches and ransomware attacks, and there is this tug-of-war between what business needs to do, but also ensure that the business is protected. In a time where criminals now sell the technology, you could walk up and say, hey, I want to launch a ransomware attack, and I have no infrastructure, no tools, no knowledge. And they'll say, sure, there's a price for that. And so there is a need then to use AI to also protect organizations. We feel this battle between AI for good and AI for malicious use, and our goal is to champion the defenders.
Musk, Satya Nadella, Indra Nooyi, and Sundar Pichai all have in common. They all, at some point, were in the United States on an H-1B visa. This is a story about putting a price on opportunity, like a $100,000 price. Last month, President Trump responded to years of complaints about how the much sought-after H-1B visa for admission to the U.S. gets awarded.
The country would rather not have to pay $100,000. How do you do that? You hire an American.
A $100,000 fee is a huge, huge increase on that. This is very significant for these organizations. And just to sort of highlight how big this change is, the fees for an H-1B visa, they've never been cheap, right? So they have ranged from $3,000 to $10,000, which is not minor.
That $100,000 price tag is sure to hit the highly skilled people coming to the U.S. each year. People like Vijay Ravi.
I actually did my bachelor's in India. Then after that, I decided that, I really wanted to do more in life and have more opportunities. So that's when I decided, okay, let me go to the United States.
Ravi lived in the U.S. for 6 years on an H-1B visa. He came from India, the country that uses the visa more than any other, and earned his master's degree in data science at the University of Texas at Dallas.
I got my first job in Miami. It was a great achievement for me. It was my first real job. And I was really lucky because my H-1B got picked in the first attempt itself. I was so excited that, my stay in US was actually solid, it's like settled. And then I got another job in New York City. It was for an advertising company. And the H-1B transfer process also was very smooth.
But then things changed.
I did around 3 years at that company, and I was laid off, unfortunately. I must have applied for around 1,000 to 2,000 jobs in 3 months. I actually got a lot of interviews, but in the end, in the final round or in the second round, they're like, oh, we cannot sponsor the H-1B. After 2 months, I understood this is just going to get worse.
Ravi's H-1B visa was part of a program that began in 1990, designed to let highly skilled workers into the country from abroad.
They've been around since the Immigration Act of 1990, and actually, there's been almost no change to them since then.
Britta Glennon is an assistant professor at Penn's Wharton School of Business who has studied the effects of the H-1B visa program on business and the economy.
They're a skilled immigrant visa, so they're primarily used for those who have at least a bachelor's degree, if not, master's or PhD. They're really the primary skilled employment visa for immigrants. They are tied to a firm, right? So something that's sort of important to recognize is that you actually cannot get an H-1B visa without an employer sponsoring you. And the employer actually, they're the ones who submit the application, not the individual.
The U.S. limits H-1B visas to 65,000 each year, with 20,000 additional visas for those getting graduate degrees from U.S. institutions. But several times that number apply, which has led the U.S. to create a lottery to pick visa winners, and to criticism about the overall approach.
It's pretty clear that we need more than 85,000, and just the fact that demand is so much higher than supply every single year, I think exemplifies that. I mean, when it was first formed, demand was below the cap. They ended up raising the cap in the late 90s because demand started growing as you had kind of the internet boom, right? And Silicon Valley became much more significant. And then that expired in 2004, and basically since then, supply and demand have been on completely different trajectories.
The big mismatch between supply and demand has created large business opportunities for companies not looking for skilled employees themselves, but to getting visas for workers they can provide to the companies needing them. In 2023, nearly half of the H-1Bs went to outsourcing or staffing companies. Todd Schulte is the president of FWD.US, a company that focuses on reforming the U.S. immigration and criminal justice systems.
So there's been, over the years, efforts by companies, and I would say a lot of bad actors, to basically kind of game any particular system here. Really, it's a function of Congress has failed to update our immigration system in a lot of ways here.
Yuri Leskovic is a computer science professor at Stanford, but he's also the founder of AI tech startup Kumo.ai, the sort of company that the H-1B visa was supposed to help.
Lottery, I think, doesn't make sense, right? Lottery, maybe large organizations who are able to sponsor many visas and kind of play the numbers game, they can deal with that. But if you think of a small garage startup with 3 employees who want to sponsor 1 or 2 visas, and the probability of them getting that visa is maybe 10-20%, it puts a huge risk at this startup being able to grow, being able to hire, and being able to move fast.
As many problems as there may be with the old H-1B system, it's far from clear that imposing a $100,000 fee will make things better.
The problem with this is that it may have unintended consequences because small organizations, small startups won't be able to afford that large of a price. And this is going to, maybe in the short term, we won't see the negative effect of this, but in the long term, the most innovative companies of the drivers of today's economy started as small garage startups. And if we are killing these most innovative companies that are kind of just being able to be born and kind of slowing their progress, that is going to have tremendous effect on our economy.
How do you set up a recruitment process where you're picking and choosing on the front end who you think is worthy of an additional $100,000? How do you scale that? The answer is you can't. So there may be ways that they may be able to try to find ways to get some of these people to come here. But there's no consistency to that. It's not about getting, for big companies, 1 or 2 people. It's about how do you get the right number of people each year. What about small companies? I mean, if you're a 6-person startup and 2 people need a $100,000 H-1B visa fee, well, okay, like what if you only have $100,000? Are you picking and choosing? And the answer is, we're going to hurt small companies, we're going to hurt big companies. And then for research universities, there's no university in the United States, no matter how wealthy, who can sit around and say, we're going to pick and choose on the front end each year who's worthy of an additional $100,000 fee. So that means scientific innovation is going to happen, but it's going to happen in other countries. We're going to have less innovation, we're going to be a sicker country, and the things that we've talked about doing, bringing manufacturing back, creating jobs for everybody here, Just isn't going to happen.
It appears that the Trump administration's new $100,000 visa fee may already be having a chilling effect. Walmart, the largest H-1B retail user, has announced that it will no longer sponsor applicants. On the other hand, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang praised the announcement. And just last week, the DHS clarified that college graduates on student visas and certain foreign workers already living in the U.S. will not have to pay the hefty fee.
There's been some confusion, I think. So when it was first announced, it sounded like all H-1B visas would have to have a $100,000 fee, maybe annually. It's still not clear whether it's annual, whether it's one time, whether it applies to new, whether it applies to continuing, whether it applies to for-profits as well as nonprofits and universities.
An arbitrary lottery or charging $100,000 aren't the only two ways of allowing highly skilled workers into the United States. Several countries limit those admitted not by the numbers, but by the skills they bring with them.
Countries like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, to some degree the UK, all use a points-based system where they basically say, we're going to allocate points for different qualifications. So we're going to say, you know, if you have a PhD, you get a certain number of points. If you speak English, you get a certain number of points. If you're in a high-demand field, you get a certain number of points. So their view is clearly that, you know, you just allow in sort of as many high-skilled immigrants as possible.
Having employers bid in an auction for highly skilled workers is another possibility.
A market-driven mechanism would be something like an auction where firms could actually bid on H-1B visas, and then it would really be, you know, the firms and the market determining the right price. $100,000, that's arbitrarily chosen by the government. This is absolutely not a market mechanism.
There may be no perfect way to put a price on opportunity for highly skilled workers wanting to come to the United States, but getting it wrong could lead the workers we need to look for opportunity elsewhere.
One way to think about it is, if you make this like so expensive here, one, it's going to stop people from getting this way, but two, it's going to push back here, and now U.S. universities aren't nearly as attractive, right? So if these coming out are going to cost you an extra $100,000, trying really hard to make it so that, you know, the University of Texas in Austin is a top U.S. university is just a lot less appealing if you can't stay in the United States. So we're like pushing backwards in harmful ways, and we're pushing forward in harmful ways here.
Are you limited in your growth at your startup company by an insufficient supply of highly skilled people coming from abroad?
Definitely. You know, just a few years ago, about 60% of AI talent was based in the United States. Now that number has dropped to 40%. And I think having access to the top talent, being able to hire quickly and being able to grow and scale is the only way how US is going to remain competitive in this environment.
Which takes us back to the H-1B recipient Vijay Ravi, who came to the U.S. to get his graduate degree and become a part of the American workforce, but ran into stiff resistance and is now pursuing his opportunity in his native India.
You can live a really, really good life in the United States, but with the current administration, I don't recommend them to come to the United States right now. And I myself wouldn't think of coming to the United States because right now I feel like I have a very good lifestyle. I have a good work-life balance. I get to travel and I get to work at the same time, and trading that for the immigration stress I get in the United States, like, you know, I can't even think about it. Like, it's too much for me to handle.
Next, Jeffrey Hinton on two different threats from AI. Since
as a CMO managing AI transformation, the number one thing is how we help our teams. What we are witnessing right now is massive and cannot be understated. Unless we have the proper change management within our organizations, none of it matters. You have to help people understand where are we going, what are we trying to accomplish, and give them the skills that are necessary and help them see what the vision is and their roles in that transformation. there is a level of emotion that comes into it, and to understand where others are coming from so that we can solve problems better together. I think it's a real combination of vision setting, driving the agenda in terms of execution, but then making sure that you're being the leader that people need.
He received the Nobel Prize for his work helping to create AI as we know it. Jeffrey Hinton has used his platform to warn us about the risks of the thing he's partly responsible for. And those risks can easily be confused between its being used for bad purposes and its being bad in itself.
Okay, so I want to distinguish two completely different kinds of risk. There's a whole bunch of risks to do with bad actors exploiting the power of AI. So fake videos, cyber attacks, lethal autonomous weapons, people creating new viruses very easily using AI tools. The thing we already have, which is AI being used to decide which video to show you next and showing you something that'll make you indignant. So you get these echo chambers where you only see stuff that makes you indignant. I mean, if you offered me a video of Trump doing something really stupid, I'd immediately click on it. Those are all the risks that come from AI being powerful and being used by people and controlled by people. And then there's a completely separate risk, which is AI itself becomes the bad actor. This stuff gets smarter than us. We've created an alien being, or many alien beings. They can communicate with multiple copies of themselves much better than we can communicate. So people don't really understand this might just be a much better form of intelligence. If you take multiple copies of the same neural net running on different hardware, each copy can look at a different bit of the net, can figure out how it would like to change its connection strengths to absorb the information in that different bit of the net. And then they can all talk to each other and say, why doesn't everybody change by the average of that? And every copy will have now benefited from the experience that all the copies get. Now imagine if 10,000 of us can go to university, each person does one course, and every few seconds you communicate with your buddies, and everything you learned, they automatically learn. So you each do one course, and at the end you all know what's in all 10,000 courses. That's what these things are like. It's a better form of intelligence because it can share, and that just makes it very scary. People haven't really absorbed yet that we're creating alien beings that might just be a lot better than us.
Is it true that, in fact, the neurological, if I can call it that, approach was in disfavor at one point, but Canada was the place that people like you came to because it was much more popular here? Is that true?
There's some truth in it. So there's three researchers in particular, me and Yoshua Bengio and Rich Sutton, who all came to Canada because this research was funded in Canada. And Canada funded quite modest funding for the basic research, but sustained for a long time. And that got very good graduate students like Ilya Sutskever to do their research in Canada. That made a big difference. It wasn't just Canada, but Canada punched way above its weight in getting the basic research done because it funded basic research driven by intellectual curiosity. It didn't put huge amounts of money into things that were going to be immediately applied, which is what the politicians always want to do, because then they can say, look, we're doing this. Politicians don't get up and say, look, we're funding basic research, and in 20 years' time, this might have a big payoff. People aren't interested. But that's what Canada did. It did have a big payoff. The same thing happened with the pharmaceutical industry. The pharmaceutical industry is basically based on research done to understand the structure of DNA and proteins that was done out of intellectual curiosity in the 1950s. That led to this huge pharmaceutical industry. Similarly, the research, people studying neural networks and trying to understand how the brain computed, the research they did led to what we're seeing now, but it took a while.
And that neural network approach is dominant, is it not, in the field at this point?
It's more or less completely taken over, yes.
I have heard it suggested that recognizing that is the dominant model and will be, that bringing back in what I think of as the symbolic logic part of it could actually help govern the neural network approach.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. So I have an analogy for that. Suppose you believed in gasoline engines. And someone comes along and says, electric engines actually work better. Eventually you're going to say, okay, I believe you. electric motors are good. So what we're going to do is we're going to use electric motors to inject the gasoline into the engine. That's what that approach is. They're trying to save their old symbolic approach by sort of putting it on top of neural networks, which are doing the real work. That's not what we need. They've been saying for years, we need to make a hybrid. But if you look at all the progress, these chain of thought things where you can see what they're thinking, they don't think in some strange symbolic language, which is what AI people expected. They think in English. They have a string of English words, and you can see what they're thinking.
So as you've followed the discourse since you received the prize, what's been missing? I mean, you say that there is more talk about safety and things, but what are we all missing that you would love to get out?
There's a couple of things that are really missing. One thing that's missing is the general public doesn't understand the risks. And I think that's one of my missions, is to get them to understand. If you look at what happened with controlling the big energy companies, the public had to understand about climate change. You had to get scientific consensus, and then the public had to understand. And then the public provided pressure on politicians that opposes the pressure from big energy saying there shouldn't be any regulations. What we've got at present is big AI is saying there shouldn't be any regulations. I mean, they say they're in favour of regulations, but whenever you suggest a particular regulation, they're against it. We need the public pushing in the other direction, because politicians will go wherever the pressure pushes them. And if they're just hearing from the lobbyists of the big AI companies, they'll say, you know, regulations are terrible, they'll interfere with innovation, the Chinese will get ahead. The public has to understand what these risks are to provide pressure in the opposite direction, particularly all the shorter-term risks of people misusing AI. Then there's the appreciation of the longer-term threat of AI itself taking over. And people can't, very few people really understand that emotionally. Even I don't really understand it emotionally.
We've talked about the enormous investment being made right now in data centers and all the ancillary phenomena. Is it possible that the markets could end up being something of a brake on development of AI? If, in fact, this turns out to be something of a bubble, which some people are talking about right now, overinvestment, the return on investment doesn't come as quickly or as large as we thought, people become disillusioned, is it possible there could be some disinvestment that would slow it down?
The first thing to say is anything's possible, right? Nobody really knows what's going to happen. These are strange times. It might slow it down a bit, but you have to remember that you're already using lots of AI. AI based on neural nets actually works very well. It's useful for many, many good things, like reading medical images. It's been slower than I thought for it to completely take over, but it's very useful for that. Lots of radiologists now have AI assistants. It's not like it's speculative that people are hoping this stuff will work. People know this stuff already works very well and it's going to work better. So it's not a bubble in the sense that, hey, this isn't really going to work. It works very well, and that's why it's not going away.
You won the Nobel Prize in Physics for your work on generative AI. How has that changed your position, your ability to speak out on issues? Have you been able to influence the discourse because of that position?
It's made people listen to me more. I got to talk to Jon Stewart, probably because I got a Nobel Prize, and I've always wanted to talk to him. I actually even invented a new term. So you know what mansplaining is?
Yes.
So when you got a Nobel Prize, you can do knobsplaining.
That does it for us here at Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston. See you next week for more stories of capitalism.
As a CMO managing AI transformation, the number one thing is how we help our team.
Good morning from London. I'm Anna Edwards alongside Guy Johnson and Chrissy Gupta. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. In earnings news, Commerzbank raises guidance but misses profit estimates. Rheinmetall maintains its outlook. We will be speaking with a slew of companies throughout today's show. Uncertainty reigns as the US Supreme Court hints it could put significant limits on President Trump's sweeping global tariff agenda. Futures are lower following a day of gains on Wall Street as dip buyers swooped in to take advantage of the tech sector weakness. Traders look ahead to today's Bank of England rate decision.
Futures lower, of course, in the States. Not so much here in Europe, though. Virtually unchanged when you look at the picture right here on this side of the Atlantic. To me, what's interesting is the 10-year yield, 4.14 on the U.S. 10-year as we really digest those inflation questions. The shutdown on day 37. And, of course, cable, 130 on that currency pair. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Thursday morning, good morning. There is what can only be described this morning as an explosion of earnings. We have so many, we barely know what to do with them. And we have so many CEOs coming up, we're going to be packing the show with them. Let's start with Maersk. The numbers are just hitting the screen right now, and it looks like a beat and a raise from Maersk. As far as I can tell, the numbers look pretty good. The outlook looks pretty good. Does the outlook look, though, good, given the fact that actually we've got a bit of a capacity issue coming into this market, and we've got a Red Sea issue that we need to factor in? What is going on here? We're going to find out. We're going to talk to the CEO very shortly. Is China rescuing this quarter for Maersk, Chrissy?
It's a beat and a raise for AstraZeneca, too, except this time maybe it's not China that's rescuing their quarter, it's the United States. And that's really the focus that's going to be of our interview later today. But let's just go through some of these numbers. Their third quarter EPS, $2.38. The estimate was $2.30. Their revenue is higher. Their EPS is higher. Their guidance is higher. Pretty strong numbers across the board from Astra.
OK, so that's the earnings agenda. That is certainly front and centre for us this morning. But there are other big picture stories that we need to keep track of. And for many of the corporates we speak to, trade and tariffs will be a feature. So let's get to the agenda. And the first topic on the agenda is what we've learned so far, or the clues we can pick up from the Supreme Court. This was close to cameras, audio only. You do get some insight by the questioning that the justices give of the various parties here, the businesses and the government, as to what they're thinking about whether the President Trump's tariff agenda, specifically the April one, has overstepped when he used these emergency powers. Our take on it, the team's take on it, seems to be that there perhaps has been some overstepping, but it is worth reiterating that it is very difficult to really draw firm conclusions. A lot of the justices were asking tough questions of both sides, and a lot of this seems to come down to whether you think this is a tax or not. And a lot of the conversation was about that. If this is a tax on the American people, then surely the power to do that rests with Congress. We will see later on this year, perhaps as early as that, whether that's the view that the justices take.
Great. More uncertainty around trade. That's basically what we've got here.
What you need.
Just what you need. Let's talk about the impact that the US shutdown is having when it comes to air travel in the United States. I'm told we've got a very nice shot of Philadelphia Airport. I think it's about 2 o'clock in the morning there. We'll bring that up for you. There's a number of things you need to know here. Being an ATC controller is very stressful. Not being paid makes it even worse, as a result of which we do have many problems when it comes to staffing air traffic control towers in the United States, as a result of which we've now got Sean Duffy, the Transport Secretary, effectively saying that we are going to see a staggered 10% reduction in capacity in the United States. Domestic capacity is going to be reduced. This is going to come in over the next few days. It's going to be staggered up to around 10%, 40 of the busiest markets. We're going to start to see this effect coming through. But basically, if you're not going to pay these guys, then maybe they're not going to show up to work quite as much because it is quite a stressful job. So you're not going to see international affected, but you are going to see domestic being affected in the United States. A couple of other things to say, one of which is Thanksgiving's coming, and the other thing to say is Christmas is coming. Let's hope it doesn't last that long.
You really paint a rosy picture. I'll add a couple more. You have the airline story, you have food aid that isn't going out, you have military pay that isn't going out, and now there's a question here that even there's a secret stash of cash that governments can use when these do have these prolonged shutdowns, 37 days into that shutdown. And now it looks like the Supreme Court has also ruled, I should say federal court has also ruled, that the Trump administration can't actually access that cash either that would have been used for things like food aid. It's something we talked to Ahl Delhaize about in yesterday's program as well. In the meantime, all is well in the tech earnings space, in some parts, I should say, because you are seeing some good news and some bad news. Let's walk through some of the numbers from yesterday in the U.S. session. Qualcomm did come out. Their forecast wasn't so hot. It looks like a lot of the worries that you saw in AMD and a lot of the worries you saw in the broader chip sector definitely overshadowed the Qualcomm story. ARM, on the other hand, a very different take. Now, I should mention they are in different parts of the supply chain, but ARM really talking about a bullish forecast, more order demand, more excitement around AI. So two very different companies, both kind of in the chip space, two very different takes.
Yeah, two very different takes. And do any of them give us real direction around the AI trade? We've had some really interesting commentary coming through. I'm thinking of Sarah Freer over at OpenAI with interesting commentary about whether we've got too much exuberance in the AI narrative. Well, she thinks we should have more. I mean, this is a business, of course, that is firmly rooted in the AI story, so I guess you might expect it. But she thinks that it's so transformative that we haven't seen enough frenzy.
OK, so let's talk about this and also put it together with the story that we're getting in the FT this morning from Jensen Huang, talking about the fact that China is ahead and China is winning because China has the electrons and the capacity to be able to fire up all these power stations that are going to deliver for OpenAI. I think it's fascinating that the CFO of OpenAI is talking about the fact that maybe we need government aid. There's a government backstop here. Is that a conversation that's about to start?
Yeah. For the sector, she reiterates.
Yeah, OK,
rather
for the
than
sector.
For them, but still relevant.
Fine, they are the sector. Let's kind of, they're at the centre of the sector. It's interesting, so I did some digging. The Pacific Railroad Act of 1862 is what comes to mind. Comes straight to mind.
Naturally.
Basically, the government provided backstops for the railroad build-out at the end of that century. And you do wonder whether something similar is going to be required.
This is the kind of industrial revolution that we're talking about, perhaps.
And maybe the similarities are there, and maybe that is what we are going to start to see hints at. Let's talk about some of the numbers that are coming through. Rheinmetall, the big German defence giant, is out with numbers this morning. As far as I can tell, nobody cares, OK? And here's the reason why. Everybody is looking forward to November the 18th, which is when this company has a big capital markets day. They're also really looking forward to 2026, and they're really looking forward to what is going to happen, say, around 2030. This is a story of anticipation. Rheinmetall is an anticipation story, and we have the CEO joining us now. Armin Perpeger joins us from Dusseldorf to talk about these figures. Armin, great to have you on the programme. Everybody's looking forward. Everybody's excited about what you are going to be delivering in terms of the rearming of Europe. Is there anything within the current numbers that you've just delivered, which look pretty good, that tells us about what happens next year and what happens the year beyond? What should I read into today's figures?
Yeah, first of all, good morning from Germany. And yes, I think we should go into the different divisions. So if you see what happens at the moment on our ammunition side, we are on a very good way with new production lines. As you know, we want to start now to build up the production lines in Bulgaria, in Romania, in Lithuania, in Latvia. So the ammunition line is absolutely, and the ammunition story is absolutely in line. So this is a very positive signal. The second thing, what we do now in the next year is we do the automation of the vehicle systems, because we have to deliver only on the European side and mostly for Germany 40,000 vehicles. And so we have to automize our production lines. This is what we do at the moment. We invest in that area so that we can ramp up the vehicles a lot. Number three is that we start now next year the production of satellites. So the first 40 satellites will be under contract, I think, end of the year. And but Germany needs much more. We speak about 200, 300 satellites that we are able then to produce here in Germany. So the next thing is on the digitization. From the digitization side, connectivity, etc., we build up the factories. Okay. So we are in good shape.
I mean, you're building out, you're getting ready, you're going to be producing an awful lot of kit for the European defence ramp-up that we are going to be seeing. You are at the centre of that story. Does it matter if the German budget kicks in this quarter, next quarter, the quarter after that? Kind of, what do you think 2026 is going to actually end up looking like? And when that kind of process starts, when that budget sort of money starts to flow through, how quickly does it kind of feed down to you? How instantly is that process going to unfold?
Yeah, so first of all, we ramp up at the moment on the German side the budget, and they do what they say. This is a very positive signal for us. 5 years ago, there was a lot of chats, but nothing happened. Now we are on the way to sign the contracts. So next year, our expectation is there is a potential on the German side, which is really on a level of up to 50 billion. As you know, this year the order intake we expect is on a level of 80. And so we fill up the pipeline, and that's the reason that we have to make these investments. And at the moment, we are on a way to make everything happen.
Armin, good morning. You say that the German government is doing what it says, which is interesting to hear. I note from your statement today, you say nothing less than our democracy and the independence of Europe are at stake, such as the anticipation around the sector that you operate in. Would you say that everywhere in Europe is taking this as seriously as it needs to? Is the money as forthcoming as you want it to be?
I think that not all European countries have the ability to invest such a lot of money like Germany is doing at the moment. But if you see what happens in Italy, the Italians are signing now contracts. The first contracts are signed also on the infantry fighting vehicles. The budgets are going north, which is positive also. The same is for smaller countries like the Netherlands. Look to the Baltics, look to Poland, look to Romania and a lot of other European countries. I see at the moment a really good opportunity that everything what the Europeans say that they do. Not as much as Germany is doing, but yes, they will go forward.
Well, Armin, let's broaden that picture even further, if we can, and talk about the NATO spend that we're looking to capture. You mentioned the rearming efforts that are coming from Europeans. We know the United States is still contributing to NATO as well. You have a few partnerships with the likes of Lockheed Martin and a few other defense companies. Can you give us an update on, one, what those partnerships look like, and two, the percentage of the NATO rearmament effort that Rheinmetall looks to capture?
The relationship that we have with the American big companies is a really good one. It's a very trustful relationship that we have, especially also with Lockheed, but not only with Lockheed. So as you know, we have cooperation agreements with Anduril. We are on the way to speak with Raytheon. Because we step in now also into the naval side, so it's excellent, it's fast, and it's very, very trustful. So we are able to pick up usually from the German side 40 to 50% of the budget of the German budget, and I always calculate that there should be a possibility that between 25 and 30% of the European NATO budget, Rheinmetall is able to pick up. So it's a lot.
Armin, can I ask you what is standing in the way of your business expanding faster? I appreciate that you are expanding very quickly, but is there anything blocking your ability to step up as quickly as you want to?
At the moment, not. We get the permissions, and I get the permissions in weeks at the moment to build up everything. For sure, we need production lines. As I told before, we have to go to automation. Otherwise, it will be not possible to produce as much. In some areas, we are ready. I see at the moment no obstacles.
All right. Rheinmetall CEO Armin Paperger, we thank you so much for joining the program this morning, giving us a take, of course, of those earnings numbers and the rearmament story across Europe. We're going to continue the earnings conversation in just a moment. But before we do, a couple of things to add to your agenda this morning. The Nordea bank rate decision happening in just under 2 hours, which is, of course, the precursor to the BOE rate decision at 12 p.m. UK time. The earnings story continues on both sides of the Atlantic. Plenty of them on our show, but plenty in the States as well. Warner Brothers, Moderna, Ralph Lauren, and, of course, News Corp, all comboed with a very fun combination of Fed speak. We'll have Waller, Williams, and Barr speaking, but I feel like the highlight for a lot of folks in the States is going to be that Tesla AGM, a massive vote when it comes to Elon Musk's pay package.
We should tell you that we have special coverage coming up at the Bank of England, the BOE rate decision, of course, at 12:15 London time. Governor Bailey's press conference later in the hour, of course, as well. So lots of BOE focus later in the programme, later in the day. But it's a very busy day for earnings interviews. We'll be talking to the chief executives of Vestas, AstraZeneca and Watches of Switzerland, along with Continental's CFO. Up next, though, Vincent Clerc will be with us, the Maersk CEO. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back, everybody. This is the opening trade. It is Thursday, the 6th of November. A lot going on, a lot of earnings coming through. The European futures picture, trying to reflect some of those, perhaps, looks a little bit mixed as we digest these numbers. Let's get to the numbers of Maersk, the global shipping giant. And the story seems to centre around the guidance here for the full year. Full year underlying EBITDA, the guidance is being lifted perhaps a little versus expectations that pre-existed in the market. Let's get to the Maersk CEO, Vincent Clerc, who joins us now. Vincent, very nice to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. Just how positive are you about the full year, then, given that you seem to be upgrading your expectations a little bit, or raising the bottom end of guidance at least?
Yeah, I think for us, really, the key message of this quarter is a message of resilience. Resilience of the global economy, which continues to fuel a very strong demand across the different businesses that we're in, and resilience also of our operation. We face a lot of inflationary pressure, bottlenecks in different places. We still have to sail around the Cape of Good Hope to get a lot of the goods to their final destination. But despite all of these inflationary pressure, we've been able to trim our cost base. We've been able to focus on margin, and across all the different businesses that we have, we've delivered strong volumes and improved margins. And that really helps us actually lift the bottom of the margin and say, as we stand today, we're probably going to do towards the better end of what we were expecting, and some of the more difficult scenarios where higher impacts from inflation or from lower demand were built in, they're not going to happen.
OK. And Vincent, you're talking about Chinese growth and the way that weighs in on the global container market, and that's one of the drivers maybe of some of the positivity we're seeing here. Is China doing better than you would have anticipated, given the tariff environment? We've seen the Chinese leadership talking about 4% growth per year out to 2030. Is this a better outlook than previously you'd expected from China?
I think clearly China, when I look at the demand perspective, China is the engine of this strong and resilient demand. A lot of it is coming from the manufacturing capacity that there is in China that devotes a lot of its focus on export-led growth to maybe deal with some of the domestic sluggish demands that they have. And we see that across the different geographies, whether it is into emerging markets or mature markets like Europe, even into North America. We continue to see positive growth from China volumes, and China is continuing to fuel this strong demand. So definitely from our perspective, the resilience of production in China, the resilience also of the importing markets to actually consume the goods that China is exporting to them is one of the core foundation for the strong results that we have had this year.
Vincent, it's Creedy in London. Let's zero in on the other side of the Pacific, if we can. You mentioned the volumes going into North America, and specifically the United States, especially. Looking at earnings, that seems to be where perhaps a little bit of the pain point is, as so much of the kind of front-running of the tariffs has already been baked in. Going into the holiday season, what does that actually look like? Paint us a picture of the next 6 months of volumes going into the United States.
Yeah, so what we have seen is obviously following Liberation Day, we've seen a softening of demand. There has been certainly a pull forward before. It's very difficult for us so far to decipher whether this more soft demand that we have seen into North America was more an inventory correction following the pull forward that there had been before, or was more a reflection of lower demand. What we've seen actually over the past few weeks is the seasonal demand is starting to pick up quite strongly. It started a little bit before the summit between President Trump and President Xi, and it seems to continue now. So I think for as far as the next 6 months are concerned, we expect still quite a resilient demand into North America, with goods starting now to pick up pace compared to what we have seen in the last couple of quarters.
Well, expanding on that point, Vincent, just anecdotally, how are you seeing clients respond to the policy changes out of the White House, whether it's tariffs, whether it's shipping regulation, whether it's other kind of forces that are starting to come out of the policy? Is this a wait-and-see kind of game, or are you starting to see your clients front-run some of these policy decisions?
Yeah, I think for one of the core, risk that we see is the uncertainty that there is. I think there has been a couple of really good outcomes recently, especially coming out of the Trump-Xi meeting earlier this month. But what there is a lot of these measures are still timed. So it's reprieve for a year on chip fees. It's a different situation on tariff also, where they are still being adjusted, and where the long-term playing field is still unclear. So there is still, from a lot of our customers, a bit of a wait-and-see approach. Stick to your guns, stick to what you have today, because it's very difficult, given the current climate, to know exactly where the situation is going to settle on a more permanent basis.
Vincent, just picking up on that, good morning, it's Guy. If the Supreme Court in the United States were to toss out the IEEPA tariffs, which is kind of circa 60% of the current tariffs that are being applied, what do you think will happen? Will there be suddenly a huge rush to try and get stuff into the United States? Are you preparing for anything? Do you see anything around that could be material for the business?
So I think our read of the situation is that most of our customers in the U.S. have actually are not trying to game the system, because it's a very dangerous thing, given the unpredictability that there is in the tariff regime, and given the time that it takes for them to order goods and the cost that there would be to store them if they were to be on the wrong end of policies. So I think we'll have to see how the discussions in the Supreme Court ends up. I also want to say that from a political perspective, there is bipartisan support for the fact that the trade deficit needs to be addressed in the U.S. So even if there was a discussion at the Supreme Court and there was a decision that went in a way that is not supporting what the administration has implemented so far, you would probably land into a legislative process where at least some of the tariffs would be maintained. And so I think this gaming of the tariff is not something that we see as very, very likely. What is really important to follow is the underlying demand from the U.S. consumer. That's what is really going to determine, beyond the small waves of policies, this is what is really going to determine the strength of the demand for us. And so far, I think it's been surprisingly resilient compared to what a lot of analysts had predicted.
Final quick question from me on the Red Sea. You've highlighted within the numbers this morning that it's likely to continue as not being an option for shippers until probably at least through the full year. This kind of takes me towards a capacity question. There is a lot of capacity coming onto the water at the moment, and I'm wondering whether or not you end up in a situation where suddenly the Red Sea opens and that kind of capacity issue becomes a problem very quickly. Is that kind of, again, what you're preparing for? What do you see the lie of the land or the lie of the water looking like when it comes to that and the relationship to that capacity question?
So first of all, I think it's really fantastic that we have had a ceasefire in Gaza and that the situation seems to be headed in the right direction. We hope that this will continue and that we will soon be able to relook at the decision and see whether Baal Mandeb can be safely reopened, and not only reopened for a week or two, but reopened for the foreseeable future. I think, when you have a high fixed cost business like you have in shipping, you will consistently have some issues in adjusting demand and supply. And in this case here, this is exactly what is going to happen. So we will see some, probably some time of oversupply, but this will be corrected over time. And I don't think it's going to be a factor in the long run.
Okay, we've got to go. Nice to see you. Thanks for the time. This is Bloomberg.
If you are a marketer today, you are not competing with AI. You're competing with a marketer who's using AI better than you are. Consumer behavior is changing dramatically. They're scrolling, they're streaming, they're searching, they're shopping, they're making 35,000 decisions every day. AI is really what's going to enable someone to keep up with that pace of change. The future of advertising is here. I think generative AI is making a difference across the entire advertising journey, whether it is coming up with research briefs or insights or helping you generate creative. It's going to require us all to be leaning in, and I think we're going to see much better work as a result. What animates me today is this unmet opportunity and how the businesses can take advantage of what is going to be the most transformative technology shift of our lifetimes.
Minutes away from the start of the opening trade. If you were looking for some excitement, look elsewhere. Futures are virtually unchanged over in the States. A similar story on this side of the Atlantic. Marginal underperformance by the CAC. I'm not even going to call it that. Down about 0.1%. Anna, maybe something will shake out in 30 minutes' time.
Yes, trying to factor in all these divergent earnings stories, perhaps. I've seen a lot of companies sticking to guidance, a few looking more interesting than that this morning. But that's the earnings story. This is where the bond market picture leaves us then. Chrissy, I mean, you have to go a lot of decimal places to find any movement, don't you, in those? So we won't linger on the European bond market story. It doesn't seem to be where the action is this morning.
You guys have got no action. I got some action. Let's talk about where the action is. Okay. Let's talk about Vestas. Big day yesterday. Huge day yesterday. Take a look at this. Stock up by nearly 15%. The Danish turbine maker detailing a strong order book. It's announced a €150 million share buyback program. The company's CEO is Henrik Andersen, and he's sitting around the table with us this morning. Good morning. Can I just see the smile?
Yeah.
There it is. Fine.
Absolutely.
We've been waiting for this smile for quite some time. This is a turnaround plan that has been ongoing really since the pandemic, and I kind of finally felt yesterday, tick, job done. Is that the case?
Yes, it is. And as I said, I think yesterday was with a bit of not mixed feeling, but a huge feeling, because there was a bit of goosebumps internally and among colleagues and other stuff, because as we have said, it's coming. I think already now 3-4 quarters ago, we said we turn a corner. You can now start seeing it. I think there's still a split in the world saying, nah, we don't believe in it. Probably quite a lot also hanging on to wind is not for the future. But now everyone can see sign of confidence. We have cash. We have had a good first 9 months. We can see ourselves through to the year end. 55 days to go today, so therefore it's a good plan. It's been executed, and so
just in terms of context, the 52-week low on the stock is 81. The 52-week high on the stock, which was hit yesterday, is 150. It's been quite a run in to this. There's been some anticipation that this turnaround story is gaining traction. You're returning money to share. You're buying back shares.
Yes.
Okay, 150 million. Is that just an appetizer?
We have more cash, at least, so we also hinted that yesterday. We only have a 6 weeks window until 17th of December, so it starts today and finishes 17th of December, and we fully appreciate you got to be in that market under the safe harbor rule, and you buy every day. So that's more a structure, but we also said, as we always done, we return net profit as part of that when we complete the full year. But secondly, I would say probably more importantly is we can now see we have a cash balance. We are well through the most heavy investments of our offshore. We have the first offshore turbines out there of our 15 megawatt. So in reality there, much more clarity on the two and the biggest strategic investment we have. So when you then see our multiples of the share, then it's only fair to say to shareholders we can also see that. So there's no need to invest in other things when we can invest in our own share.
Okay, Henrik, good morning. I'm picking up on the theme that Guy has started us off on there, and that's the strong share price performance. And clearly a lot of this is attached to the actions of your team, to the specifics around your business at Vestas. But there does seem to be something going on with the sector as well. And I wonder if there is, because a lot of companies in this sector have seen some strong performance, if you look over the last 12 months in their shares. Is this a case of a European narrative around the future of renewables outweighing US reservations about renewables? What's the sort of big picture conversation when you have those dialogues with shareholders?
Yeah, I still think we are unbalanced. And why do I say that? Because if I look at where we are, people are still distancing themselves a bit from the climate discussion. They're distancing themselves from the energy transition. And it's still real. I mean, if we take Europe, we're still 50% non-self-supplied in energy. So we are a net importer of 50% of what we are consuming in energy every day. So whatever we are doing, we are going to build more of every possible energy source we can get to, one. Number two is also, when you then look at it, I think for at least the last 2 years, and it was accelerated last year with sort of the new administration in the US, that there was a bashing. And if you take offshore, I mean, our communication department probably repeated to a media that, yeah, we're not going to build in Poland. And suddenly there was showed across the world. I even got out of bed next day. And in the Australian industry media, it was saying, Vestas is stopping the offshore factory in Poland, and showed a half-finished factory where I was saying, listen, guys, it's a plot of land. We've had an exclusivity on it. And 18 months ago, we told we're not going to build because we want to control the capacity when we look towards 2030. And I think this is where I get sort of a little bit, you know how it is, it goes in waves.
Yes.
But the cycle in 21 was well above any of our performances. You could see it in the share price. But now we are probably also at a point where everyone just thinks they can badmouth offshore. And that's not right either. Technology is working, it's good business. And if we put AR7 in perspective, do you know what? Society here is going to get a lower electricity bill if that AR7 is successful.
Okay, so there's some frustration perhaps with the way that this narrative plays out, certainly around offshore. And Europe is in theory more enthusiastic. But what's happening, though, Henrik, when it comes to the offshore wind auctions is that we're seeing some of them fail and we're getting zero bidders for some of them. What's happening there? How does that play out?
Yeah, I'm tempted here on live, but I will sort of say the famous Einstein quote is keep doing the same and expect a different outcome has a definition from Einstein. And I think I don't understand why we repeatedly try to do the same thing across 27 EU countries and then hope for a different outcome.
What should change?
You know, offshore, onshore, renewable energy is not going to be for free. It has a price. But it is also daunting for me that when you look at most of the European countries, you have a taxation on something we want more of. The price we are putting it out, the cost of installing it, is often a fraction, a third, 40% of what the consumer is paying. That means the consumer gets a wrong picture of what we need to build more of. And that, I think, is the major point. So if I should give praise, and I do that because I like the person, Ed Miliband, he knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. He is addressing it with AR7. There is a longer CFD, there is a price cap in it, so there's a guidance to the market. That's the way to treat the market. Now the auction goes on, and it will be fully subscribed, and I'm pretty sure he will also have offers he could carry through and saying, I can do a little bit more.
Okay, so praise for the current approach from the UK government, it would seem.
Well, let's stick with that story, because you have a competitor, Ming Yang, that is talking about investing £1.5 billion in Scotland. What does that entry of that competitor mean for the offshore wind sector, in your view?
There are many announcements out there. And as I said, I've seen that over the years, many of those announcements. I think 5 years ago it would have meant something different than it is today. I think we all appreciate we probably do live in a different world. And therefore, I don't necessarily see that whatever is announced is also what gets built, because we have a difference in what we also see of what is actually our critical infrastructure. And some of that critical infrastructure is, I will say here, prohibited for touching. If we see there's an ongoing debate in Europe around what is defense, what is telecom, what is energy and the grid, and therefore I think we are around the time where we're also saying it's absolutely perfect. Worlds should trade more with each other. Absolutely don't limit that. But there are certain things we shouldn't trade with each other, and that's just part of it.
So do you think that the government will block the Chinese infrastructure bid in this? Is this a national security question?
If you don't put it on your grid, then there is also another thing. If there's no demand for the output from a factory, then it probably gives itself, right? So if you can't sell the output from a factory, then there's no need to have a factory. And that's the same thing. You could flip that around to us. We have talked about Scotland factory for now some years, and we've said as long as there isn't an order book, then there's no need to build a factory, because that's actually just to keep your workers and your good colleagues in the factory unemployed.
Henrik, a final question to you. Your peer, Ørsted, has recently engaged with Apollo on a pretty substantial deal in renewable infrastructure. Are you having conversations at all with some of the biggest private capital players looking for exposure in your sector?
Yes and no. There will be always for us, we are different than Ørsted because we don't own it. So Ørsted is the developer that owns the wind parks and therefore also ultimate our assets in the end. So for us on infrastructure is two things. Either we do it when we see new factory investments, so that's an opportunity, or simply they from time to time also show up in our share price.
Nice to see you. Thanks
nice
for
to
stopping by
see
to
you.
see us.
Good
Look
to see you.
Here we go. The CEO of Vestas, Henrik Andersen. Thank you very much indeed. 20 minutes to see how Vestas opens this morning. It is a big week for earnings. We've been talking to executives about the results that we've seen out of Europe. Take a listen.
If you look on our results, it has been a record operating result for the first 9 months and very much driven by growth and then leading to a higher profitability. And growth stems from two factors. One is our lending growth, 13% in corporates, but also the net commission income growth.
Stina Orlop, the CEO of Commerzbank. Up next, the CEO of AstraZeneca, Pascal Soriot from Dubai. This is Bloomberg.
In a world where we're moving so fast and we have all this digital technology, I do think we have to slow down to speed up a bit and reflect. AI is the accelerator of your strategy. It is not your strategy. You can make content 65 times faster than you did yesterday, where you've got AI-generated content, you've got things that are created purely for the algorithms to index. I think people are looking to cut through that to make sure they're really getting the information that they need. People still want trust, they still want brand, they still want a promise delivered by that particular organisation. I'd much rather we have our creative directors really making work that's in the popular culture, that's for people, and not worrying about making 50 different variants of an ad. You have to take time to slow down, sharpen things up, focus on the things that really make a difference.
About 16 minutes away from the opening trade. Futures are starting to sell off with a little bit more momentum than perhaps we thought earlier. You are seeing the Eurostoxx 50 futures down about 0.2%. Look elsewhere on the indices, and you aren't seeing much action to the upside or, frankly, to the downside. CAC futures, of course, down about 0.3 as well. Let's continue with the earnings conversations. We have a slew of them this morning, and of course, we want to go to one that is top of mind for us, especially here in the UK, and that, of course, is AstraZeneca. Their profit rising more than analysts anticipated last quarter. The sales of their blockbuster cancer and diabetes drugs seem to be, of course, pushing the beat higher. The CEO of AstraZeneca, Pascal Soriot, joins us now from our Dubai studios. Pascal, pleasure to have you on the program. Thank you so much for your time. Let's start off with these earnings pictures. I mean, this profit beat is pretty substantial. Just walk us through the numbers and how sustainable this profit beat is.
Well, thank you so much for having me, first of all. And you're right, we had a tremendous quarter, both from a revenue growth viewpoint, but also a profitability viewpoint. We grew 11% on the top line, and the bottom line is growing 15%. And, you know, we're making enormous progress across the world, actually. Every region is driving growth. The fastest growing region is the international region. We're growing by more than 20% at constant rate. The US is growing a lot. Europe is growing. So we're experiencing really very substantial momentum driven by our pipeline of new products and, of course, the excellent work our teams are doing everywhere. We are managing our SG&A costs that are not growing very much, but we are increasing our investment in R&D, and we will soon reach an annual R&D budget of $15 billion, which gives you a sense of the momentum we have and the ability we have to develop products at scale.
Pascal, you mentioned the United States. I want to go to the other pieces of your earnings. We'll start there. About 40% approximately of this quarter's revenue comes from the States. We know, of course, you've been in conversations with the White House, one that's been a real success story. We also know the Trump administration is trying to push drug costs lower and really put pressure on the entire pharmaceutical industry to do so. Just walk us through your conversations there. Is pushing pricing lower in the States something on the agenda for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what is happening is something that, to be honest, was long coming. Over the last 15, 20 years, many wealthy countries around the world, in Europe in particular, have been shrinking the share of healthcare costs that is allocated to innovative pharmaceuticals. Used to be 13, 14, 15% of healthcare costs, and it's down now to 7, 8%, 7% in the UK, for instance. And the problem with this is that patients cannot access the medicines that could save their lives. The other problem is that it doesn't create an environment that attracts investment from large pharma companies. And finally, the US have been really covering the risk and the cost associated to pharmaceutical innovation. So that had to come, and then this administration, led by President Trump, decided we needed a rebalancing and equalization of healthcare, of the funding of innovative pharmaceuticals. A little bit like defense budgets need to be reinforced in Europe.
It's interesting. We had the US ambassador to the United Kingdom yesterday talking about this very issue, talking about the idea that if investment does not come to the UK or investment leaves the UK, it won't come back. That's a permanent state of affairs. Do you agree with that view?
Well, first of all, let me say it's not a specific UK issue. I mean, it's true across many countries in Europe. But if you look at the UK specifically, which of course is our home market, and we care very much about the UK's, you have a fantastic academic science in the UK across Cambridge, Oxford, London. And then basically you could leverage that science to turn it into products, reality for patients, but also economic value. But it can only work if the UK attracts investments from biotechs, but also large companies to create what is called this ecosystem, this life sciences ecosystem that you see in Boston or San Francisco, and that drives economic growth. But to do this, the UK needs to create an environment that attracts this investment. And right now, the opposite is true. Companies are reducing investment and have been doing this for many years.
I was talking to Mike Dusar yesterday, the Novo Nordisk CEO in Copenhagen. He was saying, you know what, we're actually more American than a lot of American companies out there. Everybody in the pharma space seems to want to be American, but you're actually doing something about it at the moment. You've just converted your ADRs into ordinary shares in the United States, that process going through over the last couple of days. Pascal, is that the end of that process, or is that the beginning of that process? Do you take it further, or are you finished?
So first of all, you know, companies tend to follow science technologies, and also they tend to follow, in our case, pharmaceutical industry where patients are, where you can actually deliver your medicines to patients. And the US is an environment where science flourishes. You have lots of innovation, and of course access is much easier. Patients benefit almost immediately from our new medicines when they are launched. So everybody tends to, of course, follow this and invest in the US. In our case, what we also want to do is tap into the large capital markets that exist in the US, and we wanted to have this so-called harmonized listing and have a share listed in New York, because we want to be able to access this liquidity. But, you know, we are very happy with our head office in the UK. We have historical presence in the UK and Sweden, and there's no reason to change this.
Okay. But there's no reason to change it. But You're not telling me that that's the end of it. You're leaving that risk out there. Could you ever see, is it possible that AstraZeneca could be a US-listed company with a primary listing in the United States?
Well, the only thing I can tell you, Guy, today is really what we are doing. We are accessing the capital markets in the US. We have our domicile, our tax domicile, but also our headquarters are in the UK, and we are very satisfied with this. Now, what happens in 10 years, I don't know. I probably won't be the CEO anyway. I think it's really hard to make definitive statements. The world evolves, things change. But I can tell you for today, we are very, very happy having our domicile, our headquarters in the UK, which is a good base. But we also need to partner with the government to create an environment that attracts investment not only from AstraZeneca or GSK, but also from global pharmaceutical companies. And it's not happening today. And it's a pity because we have so much great academic science in the country.
Pascal, OK, so you're happy for today with the arrangements as they are. Let me linger on the UK for just a moment. You've suggested there that there is perhaps more that the government could do. We have a budget coming up in the UK at the end of this month. You've paused your expansion in Cambridge. Is there anything that could be in that budget that would persuade you to do otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and again, we are focusing on the UK because it's our home country and because you focus on the UK. But the question is also true for many other European wealthy countries is how do you create an environment that attracts investment? How do you create an environment that helps build a flourishing life sciences sector that will then create economic growth through life sciences? To do this, you need to really make sure that the share of healthcare costs that goes to pharmaceutical innovation is at a reasonable level. As I said, it used to be 12, 13, 15%. Today in the UK, it's 7%. So it needs to change. More funding needs to go to innovation so patients can benefit from these medicines that save their lives, but also we invest in the UK as an industry.
OK, and to try and fix that then, Pascal, would it be enough if in the UK example there was an increase to the threshold of cost effectiveness, which would mean that more of those more expensive drugs perhaps get funded?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's fundamental so-called cost effectiveness number, the cost per quality number that is used in valuing innovation, and it has to change. You've got to realize this cost per quality, and it's a bit technical, but let's call it cost per quality, hasn't changed for 20, 25 years. There's been a lot of inflation in the last 20 years, as we all know, but this number hasn't changed. So we are using a 20, 25-year-old number to value innovation today. That has to change. And if it doesn't change, it's going to be almost impossible to give the appropriate cost-effectiveness evaluation to those innovative pharmaceuticals.
Pascal, thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Pascal Soriot, the AstraZeneca CEO. We thank you very much for joining us. So lots of corporates in focus this morning. We've talked to many of them.
I was going to say, I'm trying to decide what my favorite one is, and I think I have to go to Maersk because I feel like we really got a good worldview of where things are going here. There's so much exposure from all these European companies, not just to the United States and the policy there, but China. And I think the real story that was, I think, surprising to me from Vincent Clerc was that he was saying that most of that growth and outperformance isn't coming from the States, it's coming from China.
Yeah, China's ability to send the stuff it would have sent to the United States elsewhere if it needs to.
Actually, my vote is for Astra, and that conversation we've just had. And here's the reason why. Europe needs to figure out how to grow. UK is a great example of that. Huge pharmaceutical base here, lots of knowledge, huge amounts of research being done. Why don't we focus on the things that we're good at and grow those businesses? How do you grow this economy? And I think that's the question that in some ways the pharmaceutical space is right at the centre of, and what Pascal is talking about there. We've got a budget coming up. Is it a budget that's going to deliver tax rises and very few cost cuts? Is it a budget that's going to deliver growth? I think that's the question that the UK has got to answer. And judging by the tone of the conversation we've just had, I'm not sure it is.
And we forced Pascal to focus on the UK, but he was keen to widen it and talk about the challenges facing a lot of Western countries around pricing outside the United States, which in his view has been funding R&D for the rest of the world for quite some time. Right, lots of earnings. We'll be back with the market open. Futures have been quite uninspiring, but we could see some interesting volatility in individual names. This is Bloomberg.
Thursday morning, busy morning. As you probably guessed already, there's a lot of earnings coming through, which are going to need to fold into the narrative here in Europe. Is it going to be a day where the single stocks determine what the index level looks like? Are the single stocks going to counter out sort of each other? Is that going to be a factor? We also need to fold in what happened yesterday in the States. I read a lot overnight about dip buying. I have to say, I slightly struggle to see it in terms of the index levels. Yes, we were up yesterday, and yes, the prior few days had been pretty bad, but we definitely rolled off into the close. Is that a negative signal? I don't know, but you can take away from that what you will. We did rise, we were up. Europe went out about here. Actually, to be honest, that's kind of where we closed as well. I'm not sure there's that much of a read-through out of the US into Europe this morning, Chrissy.
Yeah, no dip buying here, and you can really see that in the futures picture. In fact, it might just be the opposite. Eurostat 50 futures down about 0.3%, virtually unchanged on the FTSE. But for me, the detective work here, Anna, is what is going on in France? This is your biggest underperformer on the index perspective, where it feels like nothing else is moving. France certainly is down about 0.4% on those futures.
Yeah, we're certainly keeping on the French market. At the individual stock level then, Critty, let's have a look at some of the names that are in focus. We have talked to the management of all of these businesses this morning, and all of them could be on the move. Rheinmetall maintaining its full-year outlook, but the story goes longer than the full year, of course. A lot of anticipation and waiting, really, for delivery of the German budget towards the defence sector and what that means for these businesses. We'll also talk about AstraZeneca, that company very much in focus this morning. Profits beating, cancer doing well for them, diabetes drugs doing well for them. A lot of focus on what governments can do around this particular sector. We talked about that with Pascal Soriot. And Maersk certainly will be in focus, Guy, boosting its global shipping outlook as China exports surge.
I feel today's going to be a bottom-up rather than a top-down kind of a day. We start off with the indexes and kind of go from there. Maybe you're looking at this market the wrong way. That's what we're going to do, though. So we'll start off with the indexes, then we'll peel the onion and figure out what is happening. As you can see, the FTSE 100 is down a touch. I think that probably is all you're going to get. We'll see whether or not we get a little bit more traction, but I think you're probably going to open fairly flat for the FTSE 100 once you get all of the kind of main stocks opening. It's going to be interesting to see how Astra trades this morning. It is a huge component of the FTSE 100. Stock 600, flat as a pancake. I think it's going to take a while to get the DAX open this morning. There's some big names that maybe are going to move there. You've got the CAC 40, which is going to be on the move. The Danish market is going to be one you're going to continue to want to focus on and see what is happening there. But honestly, I think we're starting at the wrong end of the telescope this morning. We want to start at the other end, i.e. the bottom-up picture, what is happening with single stocks and therefore by extension, what is happening with the sector story. And Kriti Gupta has all of the details there.
All the answers, always. Let's start with the healthcare sector because that is your biggest upside mover. You have Novo Nordisk right off the bat, to your point, Guy, moving this market to the upside, higher by 2.2% from a percentage basis. It is your biggest index contributor and is followed right on its heels by the likes of AstraZeneca. We just had that conversation with Pascal Soriot as well. And then a series of banks and miners. This looks like a cyclical move to me right off the bat. But to the downside, and this is where some of that detective work on the French market comes in, the French market as a whole still closed. But you are seeing the likes of Schneider Electric, Total, and a lot of French names really taking a beating when it comes to moving this index to the downside. But Anna, from a sector perspective, we will have both red and green on our screen.
Yeah, we do. We're quite evenly divided, aren't we, in the early part of trade, slightly more in the red than the green, but really not by much. To your point, Critty, basic resources by far and away the best performer, and after that, it is the bank sector. So there does seem to be some kind of cyclicality to what's happening here. I was looking at underlying commodity prices. We're not getting a push higher in any of those copper or iron ore prices. Iron ore slightly higher, but really not by much. It's not as if that story perhaps is the driver there, but basic resources is the best performer. ArcelorMittal, Antofagasta, those are the names moving us higher, sort of away from the earnings story, in fact. And some of those earnings companies that have been speaking to us this morning have not yet opened. Maersk, for example, is one of those. That company not yet trading, waiting for that one.
HSBC's got ex-dividend this morning.
Yes.
And it's up. It's going to flag that as being quite significant. The banks are doing fairly well this morning. So NatWest, HSBC, Lloyds Banking Group, all on the upside today. I wonder whether that's a kind of pre-move before the Bank of England, whether there's a factor that we need to fold into our thinking there. I don't know. Could be wrong. Going to be interesting to see how sterling trades around all of that as well. But it's interesting. It's definitely the AI trade that is on the back foot this morning. Schneider, SAP, ASML, tech names are where the weakness does definitely lie.
We should mention we got Air France earnings earlier today as well. The stock's only down by about 0.3%, but they were worried about their strikes and taxes not helping out with their bottom line. So we'll see how that's received as we start to get a little bit more volume throughout these markets. Lots of earnings to go through. Let's get a little bit more of a big picture view. Obi Ijikimi, Global Equities Fund Manager over at Carmignac, joins us around the table. We have a mixed picture on the earnings front. We have a mixed picture on the index front. I'm not sure how much we can glean from that, but Just from your perspective, are earnings still driving this market? Is that where we're looking for some direction here?
I think, over the medium term and the long term, earnings typically will always drive the market. So I think there is an element of that at the moment. But I also think there's an element of, is the market a little bit fatigued? And we just talked about the AI trade and how some of those stocks are trading a bit weak this morning. There seems to be a little bit of a sign of let's call it an early sign of a rotation out of some of the highest performers or the best performing parts of the market this year, and some sort of, let's call it bottom fishing or some selective looking at some of the stocks in the market that have not really participated in this upside to the market this year. And it's a bit like, let's call it the tortoise and the hare race. The hare's raced away, and that's the AI trade, and people are looking for sort of the tortoise-like trades, the really good long-term stocks that just have not participated to the upside.
What would that look like? I mean, if we're talking about a rotation away from the favorites of this year, specifically in Europe, to me, right off the bat, that sounds like a pull out of defense. That sounds like a pull out of some of the AI, some of the infrastructure names as well. Does that mean we lean into the consumer staples, the luxury, the ones that have been maybe a little bit more battered?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a bit of that. I mean, rotation is sort of that kind of vague term that we use for like something new is leading the market. I think it's more that profit-taking out of some of the selective winners. They're quite big stocks, and as a result, if you take parts of that money out and you put it into some of these names that have lagged, I think it's interesting. And also, there is a reasonable narrative. I mean, central banks are cutting interest rates around the world. There's discussions about the Bank of England cutting interest rates as well. You mentioned the consumer. That's a sector that's been very, very, very weak this year. So there's elements of, potentially, if interest rates get cut, then who's going to benefit? There's some of the laggard names, so maybe that's an opportunity. Yeah,
we'll see if interest rates continue to be cut or if that's something we have to rethink. But sure, that seems to be an expectation in some places, isn't it, Obi? Let me ask you about the title of your recent research is Staying Sane in a Narrow Market. So how do we stay sane?
Look, I think we stay sane by trying to stay long term. I'm a big fan, and we've got a big chunk of the portfolio in some of these AI themes. And I think by staying sane, you have to accept that it is a theme, it's a mega trend, and I think it will play out over the next 5 to 10 years. There's no doubt about that. But staying sane is not putting all your eggs in that basket and being a bit more balanced about the risk. And, and if we look at the way the market's behaved, especially since Liberation Day, it's not been what I would call particularly sane. It's been all the money moved into not just some of the real long-term leaders, but into some of the more speculative parts of the AI trade.
Is it possible to protect yourself from the bursting of an AI bubble, if we get one, whenever that is to happen? Or is this just such an all-pervasive theme that it's very difficult to do? I noticed that you talk about getting into some defensive stocks. We heard from Michael Burry earlier this week. I mean, he's outright short NVIDIA and Palantir. I mean, what are you looking at when it comes to protecting your exposure to the AI theme?
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, I think protecting, diversification, some of the themes like the consumer staples have been almost the inverse opposite trade. We call it low vol or low volatility or less risky in terms of the stock profile. Those names have been some of the worst performing stocks this year. And so they're a reasonable natural hedge against some of the speculative behaviour that we're maybe seeing in the AI trade. So I think some of those stocks are a good way of protecting yourself. You don't want a full portfolio of them, but you certainly want a few names. And we saw that with the recent pullback, that those were the names that did quite well in the market.
But why do I believe... So you think if AI rolls over, those will go up? Or does the whole market come down?
Well, I think I'm an optimist, right? So naturally, as an optimist, I think there's a catch-up trade to be done here, rather than to worry about the broader market. But obviously, if you're investing at the market level, you won't see that. So for us as portfolio managers, we're looking at the internals, and I think that's where there's an opportunity. It's just taking a bit of the froth out of the big mega-cap names that have done really well. If some of that money goes into some of these laggards, I think they can go up, yeah.
You think, okay, they can outperform. But is this a moment... And a lot of people are asking this question about sort of, should I be thinking about my portfolio as in capital appreciation mode or capital protection mode? Is there a mindset shift that we need to go through right now in terms of the way we think about these markets?
Look, I still think we're in capital appreciation mode. The challenge and the reason people are...
indexes can go higher?
Well, I mean, one of the challenges is just a valuation of the market, and that's what's caused some of the anxiety over the last few days. But that is quite focused in a very specific part of the market. Now, there are other parts, which I would say, we just talked about the consumer, which are actually a little bit cheaper. And so they're not suffering from the same risk profile as some of the more expensive names. So I think those stocks could actually do quite well.
Give me an order of magnitude. They've underperformed. Can they... what does outperformance look like here? Does it just mean marking time and not going down? Does it mean actually... What's upside?
Well, I mean, look, one of my favourite indicators at the moment is actually the equal-weighted S&P versus the S&P, which just made the lowest level since we've seen in 2003. So that for me as a proxy just tells me that on a relative basis we could see a significant outperformance of just the broader market versus the big cap names. That's the starting point. Whether or not it's an absolute gain, we'll have to see.
Yeah. When it comes to the buyback story, that feels like it's such a major theme, not just in the banking sector, but across the sectors in Europe. Does that sustain throughout the end of the year and into 2026, or is that a 2025 treat?
I think it will sustain. I mean, look, we've had, this year, especially in Europe, profits have been okay. I mean, the growth rate is relatively subdued relative to other parts of the world. So I think we'll be okay in terms of some of those buybacks. It's whether at the point where we've just discussed, where we've got to these excessive valuations, companies can continue to do that, because that will be ultimately a key driver of the performance as we go into 2026. But at the moment, it seems like that's pretty okay.
We haven't talked about defence. That's a bit of a theme of the morning. We've had numbers out of Rheinmetall, but the focus not necessarily on their numbers, but there's a lot of focus on how much of a build-up we're going to see in European defence. Is that a theme that you're leaning into?
Okay, for our funds, it's not a theme that we focus on. In fact, we're actually outside of those themes, and I think investors who want to play those themes should do that, but in a selective way. But I think it has had an impact in terms of how other stocks have worked. So as people have moved into defence and also into the domestic story in Europe, which is the banks as well, it's been at the expense of everything else. And so I think if there's some froth in Europe, with the similar froth that we've seen in the AI trade, then it could be in those sectors. And as a result, other things like themes such as China, the consumer, the exporters, which have been the weaker part of Europe, could become quite interesting. So that's that rotation theme, or the catch-up trade that I think is the one to come.
Obi, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for stopping by to see us this morning. Obi Ejikeme, Global Equities Fund Manager, joining us from Carmagnac. Let's take a look at the Core 6 this morning and see what is happening there. It's interesting. So Novo is up this morning. Pfizer has matched its bid for Metsera overnight. So that's the news there. It's interesting to see that actually Novo is reacting positively to that news. Are we going to get a bidding war? Does Novo respond? We're going to wait and see. Luxury's up a little bit. Defence is up a little bit as well. Rheinmetall rising on the back of its numbers this morning. I'm not sure how useful the numbers are in terms of what it tells us about what happens next with this company next year. And the year after, and the year after that are the big stories there. But the real takeaway maybe this morning is also some softening in the AI trade. Technology and technology-related stocks are certainly seeing some weakness. Chloe Melly has many more things that we should be watching because it's a busy morning. Haven't even talked about Zalando. So what's going on there?
Good morning, guys. So Zalando is up quite strongly this morning. We're up 7.6%. It reported a profit that sales that beat estimates. Actually, there was no beat on profit and there was no upgrade to guidance, but it was received still really well by the market. Analysts have noted that the really strong sales was enough to make investors happy, and we can see that reflected in those shares today. Moving on to Commerzbank, it's a little bit of a mixed bag there for the German bank. It actually upgraded its net interest income guidance, but the third quarter results came in below expectation, and it seems that that is what the market is reacting to today, and we are down 1.8% for Commerzbank. Moving on to Legrand, and we also have a downward move there for the equipment, the data center equipment company. We're down 10.8%, a massive drop there for Legrand. It seems that the boost from demand for data center infrastructure is slowing down a little bit there, and we had the third quarter sales missing estimates as a result, and it's really taking quite the beating on the back of that. We also have some downward moves for Teleperformance, which is a French operator of data centers. It cut its outlook, and we are down 4.7% on the back of that. And Diasorin, the healthcare company from Italy, is also in the red this morning, also after cutting its outlook and the earnings coming in below estimates. We are down quite a lot. We're down almost 13% for Diasorin this morning.
Chloe, thank you very much. Chloe Melly with the latest on what's happening around some of these individual movers. We're not necessarily getting the stocks play out in the way that you might anticipate this morning. And, I mean, the FTSE 100 is flat. The CAC 40, the critic you've been pointing out, the futures were a lot weaker. And we are seeing that being delivered on, actually. The market is weaker over in Paris, down by 0.6%. But some high-profile names reporting good numbers and not going all that far. I mean, AstraZeneca feels like one of those.
It's definitely one of those, higher by 0.3%. I guess we maybe thought there was a little bit more of an attaboy coming from the market here. They had a trade deal with the United States. They're talking about increasing profits. Two of their drugs are doing really well in terms of driving some of those earnings. And yet, it actually looks like some of those initial gains are getting paired quite literally as we speak. Another big surprise is Maersk as well. We thought those were good numbers. Those shares are down pretty big.
Not as much as they were, but yes, they were down 7%. They're down 4% now, 4%. Yes, and they upgraded their guidance and they talk really positively about China, talking positively about the US consumers.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that one plays out. We'll look for further clues.
But today's a market, 274 stocks up in the stock 600, 309 down.
Yeah.
So basically you've got kind of a one, I know that doesn't take weighting into account, but you've basically got a kind of one-for-one match. This is a market that is offsetting itself. Therefore, index level, not the story. Single stock story, sector story, definitely the story. And it's interesting to see just how differentiated some of these numbers are and how the kind of the reactions, we're not getting maybe the reactions you would have anticipated. But the market in total, not going anywhere.
Yeah. We will keep an eye on what's happening on these markets. Feels like one of those days. Coming up on the programme, we'll bring you the latest on Rheinmetall after the German defence firm maintained its outlook as investors look ahead to an investor day. A lot of focus on that German spending push. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
On the other side of every screen is a person looking to make a decision, how to spend their money, how to spend their time. And I think we want to be really respectful of that. If you think about who is on the other side of receiving this messaging, empathy is really critical. You have to think about that human experience and not just a transactional relationship. So how do you make advertising feel less disruptive? It's our responsibility to create those human connections, but do it in a seamless way that makes people feel that it's in service of what they're looking for. Context really matters, and depending on what your brand message is, it really can be powerful when you align your messaging with the content. It gives consumers a better perception of the brand to say, they met me in the moment, and that felt good.
Welcome back. What are we looking at? A market 17 minutes into the session that, to be honest, is not going anywhere in a hurry, but below the surface there are exciting things that are happening. Single shares are moving, sectors are certainly on the move as well, but you've basically got the same number of stocks up as you've got down, so the market's not actually moving very far at the moment in terms of the index story, but single stocks are fascinating. Let's talk about one of them that we've been watching. Rheinmetall is up by 0.8%. That's not a big move. The numbers this morning actually looked okay, slightly lower operating margin in the last 9 months. The market is looking forward here, though. The German defence giants, the German defence sector, is preparing for major orders to come through from Germany and other EU states as the EU rearms. We spoke to the CEO. This is where he sees growth in this company going.
We start now next year the production of satellites. So the first 40 satellites will be under contract, I think, end of the year. And but Germany needs not much more. We speak about 200, 300 satellites that we are able then to produce here in Germany.
They're building satellites. They're building drones. They've just got a drone contract. They're automating the armoured personnel carriers, the APCs that they've got to produce, and the trucks that they've got to produce for the German military. All of this is coming through. It is a process that is going to unfold over many years. There's a Capital Markets Day coming up on the 18th. Ollie, the question that I'm trying to get to with today's... Sorry, Oliver Crook joins us now. I've kind of got ahead of myself. Our Europe correspondent. Ollie, what we are looking at here is a company that is gearing up for a massive spend coming through from governments. Was there any clues within today's numbers that tell us about kind of how that process is unfolding and what it's going to look like?
Yeah, Guy, I mean, looking into the future is going to be, I think, the more interesting conversation we have. You're looking into the numbers today. I think it was, sort of a soft earnings number, frankly, and kind of surprising when you look at kind of what the margins delivered. You look at their margins, they came in at 11.3%. That's basically flat from what it was last year, and that's well under what the estimates were from the market at about 13.2%. And also their sort of range for this year, they're expecting the margins to come in about 15.5%, which is below the estimate of 16%. But again, this is a business that is growing at a 25 to 30% rate every single year. They've kept their outlook more or less stable. And again, even with those sort of kind of soft numbers, as you can see on the screen there, that's not really phasing Rheinmetall. I think the more interesting conversation is about the future of this business, Guy, and that is where there's a lot of density to unpack.
Yeah, and let's talk about the short-term future then, Ollie, about how quickly the spending from the German government can come through and what that does for the short-term future of this business.
Yeah, what I think is really almost surprising and really shocking from Rheinmetall is the scale of ambition and the metamorphosis for this business and what they are trying to achieve is, I think, unlike basically almost any other business within Europe, and certainly unlike many of the others in the defense space. You see other defense players that we speak to frequently on the program who are much more cautious about ramping things up. I mean, you talked to him this morning. He's talking about building ammunition factories. It broke ground just this week in one of the countries, one in Lithuania, one in Latvia, there's going to be in Romania, there's going to be Bulgaria, there have production facilities within Ukraine, within Poland. This is a business that is not daunted by the scale of ambition that they're trying to get to. And I think that part of that is because he's probably having conversations with the German government that we are not privy to and giving him the kinds of assurances that he needs in order to make those kinds of business expansions. But let's not forget, they don't just make ammunition and the gunpowder, all that sort of thing. They make the tanks, they make the armored vehicles, they do cybersecurity, they do digitalization, they have to build some of the network infrastructure that goes into defense, but they also build consumer goods. They deal with exhausts on cars, die casting for these automobiles. So there is a huge amount of ambition within this business as they try to scale up. And I think that despite the fact that we're not getting all of the spending immediately, this is a CEO who has the confidence to say, listen, we are going to go aggressively, and others in the industry are just not doing that.
Well, Ollie, you said it there. I mean, he was talking about capturing 25 to 30% of the upcoming NATO spend when speaking on our show earlier. What are the long-term risks to executing that plan, given the short-term optimism you just laid out?
Yeah, Crudy, just a moment on that because I thought that was really interesting. He says that they'll capture about 25 to 30% of the NATO spend within Europe. I did a back-of-the-envelope calculation of what that would be. If we assume that EU plus UK GDP is about 21 trillion, more or less, you take about 3.5% of that goes to defense, you take about 25% of that, that's an annual rate of revenue for Rheinmetall of almost $200 billion every single year once you get those defense spending going up to that level. But again, as you're talking about, this is a business that is trying to capture as much of that revenue as possible because of the vast panoply of businesses that Rheinmetall is invested in. I mean, in the conversation you were just speaking about, they're expanding even further. They're going into satellites. But I think the real crucial conversation for investors, and if this is a business that can continue on the massive run it's had, I mean, the stock is up 17,000% since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, is about execution. Can they execute? Do they have the personnel to deliver the kind of hardware to create the production facilities and get all of this stuff out? And there's also a major question, I think, about M&A. Is this a business that is in acquisition mode? Is this a business that might have to spin off some of its units? I think that is going to be the major question on November the 18th when you get that Capital Markets Day for Rheinmetall, where really this is the moment for the CEO to sketch out not Rheinmetall of 1 year from now, but the Rheinmetall of 5 years from now, from 10 years from now. And again, a European business with ambition that is bigger than probably any other of the ones across the sector or anywhere else, really.
Bloomberg's Oliver Crook painting us a gloomy picture for Rheinmetall despite the stopping up. We thank you so much, of course, for walking us through some of those numbers. Let's go to another major mover this morning, and that, of course, is Maersk. We had a conversation with the Maersk CEO as well. This comes, of course, as their share price is collapsing, down about 4.6%, despite the fact that they improved their full-year profit guidance this morning. They're talking about global container market expansion. They're actually very positive on the Chinese growth story. They're saying that's where the surge and the benefit to their bottom line is coming from. Take a listen to what the CEO told us earlier about his view on demand.
What we've seen actually over the past few weeks is the seasonal demand is starting to pick up quite strongly. It started a little bit before the summit between President Trump and President Xi, and it seems to continue now. So I think for as far as the next 6 months are concerned, we expect still quite a resilient demand into North America, with goods starting now to pick up pace compared to what we have seen in the last couple of quarters.
We'll say a little bit more on this. Brendan Murray, who leads our global trade coverage, joins us around the table. Brendan, I thought was really interesting from that conversation we had with Vincent Clerc, as he says the gains and the resilience, it's not the states that they've got their eye on, it's China. And that, I think, was a really surprising answer for me.
Yeah, exactly. There were two positive takeaways from the conversation with the CEO of Maersk. One was the strength of China. I think he called it the engine of the global economy at the moment. So the one message from that comment was that despite all of the pressure that China is facing with its export to the U.S., it's finding other markets in Latin America, in South Asia, in Africa, and other places. The global economy is absorbing that redirected trade. The other issue, and he said, I believe he said more recently, he's seeing that the U.S. consumer is strong despite the headwinds that they're facing.
What is interesting, he also said that U.S. importers are not trying to game the system around tariffs, that it's too volatile, too confusing to try and do that. That takes me on to what is happening at the Supreme Court, or what happened yesterday. The take overnight seems to be that actually the EPA tariffs may go, that the Supreme Court may strike them down. Is that the correct interpretation? And what, if that's the case, what happens next?
Yeah, I was watching that hearing for almost 3 hours yesterday, and you could see the betting markets just kind of gradually go down as the arguments were laid out. Particularly surprising were the conservative justices who went after the administration's arguments. Now, this is just a debate. You can't really draw any conclusions other than some of the conservative justices seemed like they were leaning against ruling for Trump and the tariffs. So yes, and the CEO of Maersk said that creates this cloud of uncertainty into 2026 that our customers are going to have to deal with, and I think his word was in a wait and see mode. So that you can interpret as a sort of economic headwind that's holding back companies as they figure out what are the tariffs going to be and on what products.
Yes, and do we end up just putting Section 232 in place? But in the meantime, is there a refund process? All gets pretty complicated. Brendan, thank you very much. We're glad you're here to watch those hearings and to talk it through for us. Brendan Murray. Coming up on the programme, we'll be speaking to the Continental CFO after the German tyre and parts maker reported a swing to a third quarter in its third quarter numbers. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
You have a responsibility to do more than just advance your own outcomes, to help change the odds for other people. That was a constant theme from both of my parents and something I try to live by today. When you have a set of opportunities and privilege, you've got access that other people can't even imagine. We believe in this concept of economic mobility. How do we create ecosystems that foster good paying jobs? How do we ensure people have the skills needed to fill those jobs? How do you allow them to think boldly about what they could become for themselves and their family? If we invest upstream to improve outcomes for people, that will pay off for society over time. And so encouraging the private sector, the social sector, the public sector to make the necessary investments, I think we'll all be in a better place if we can accomplish that.
This is the opening trade about 30 minutes into today's session, red across the screen, and you are seeing the sell-off intensify in some places of the market, starting to pare back in other places. Net, it doesn't feel like we're seeing that big of a move, except for in the French market, and this is really a weightings question here. You are starting to see the likes of Schneider Electric, for example, among a few others, start to weigh that market down, but that is your underperformer across the continent, Guy.
Okay, let me show you the numbers internally. So 288 up, 293 down. The market's a little softer this morning, so actually maybe the weightings is to the downside, which I think probably is what Crudy's alluding to as well. Volume's up, that's no surprise. You've got so many corporate numbers coming through. You are going to see more churn, therefore, around what we are going to get on all those stories. In terms of the leaders, Novo is up. Pfizer has raised its bid for Metsera over in the United States. What happens next? Watch this space. But the Novo seems to be rewarded this morning because Pfizer has raised its offer. Are we getting to the ends of this? Is Novo going to come back? The market maybe is pricing this morning that it won't. Numbers yesterday, but it does seem as though that Metsera story is the real driver. HSBC's up quite nicely, which is interesting considering I think it's gone ex-dividend today. Could be, I just want to check that. Deutsche Post is also up on a beat this morning, so that stock is rising quite nicely. That's providing a lift to the German market. Let's talk about the downside. Where are we seeing the weakness? And what does it tell us about what is going on? So this is all connected. Legrand, this is... Take a look at a light switch, take a look at all kinds of kit that you probably have in your house. These are the makers of that kind of kit, but they also make stuff for data centers. And this morning, the Legrand story is very weak, which I think is feeding through into Schneider, which is also weak. And I think broadly technology is weak, which is feeding through into SAP, which is the heavyweight, which is down by 0.7%. So tech, associated AI, associated data center trades are all a little weaker this morning, Anna.
Guy, let's get an update on some of the other stories that we are covering this morning. The US is to cut flight capacity by 10% at 40 high-volume markets across the United States, though international routes will be spared. The FAA said the cuts to the number of flights being made alleviate pressure on air traffic controllers during the longest government shutdown in history. The FT reports the UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves is set to spare banks from a punitive budget tax raid. Sources say in a briefing, Reeves made clear she wants the sector to remain competitive and able to support the country's growth. She is expected to raise tens of billions of pounds in taxes in her November 26th budget to stay on track for her fiscal targets. And Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang has also told the Financial Times that China is going to win the AI race. He says that's based on lower energy costs and fewer regulations. His remarks come after President Trump maintained a ban on Nvidia selling its most advanced chips to Chinese customers. Huang also accused the US and UK of cynicism over AI, calling instead for more optimism. Those comments were reflected by the OpenAI CFO Sarah Freer yesterday, who told the Wall Street Journal tech conference, quote, "I don't think there's enough exuberance about AI when I think about the actual practical implications and what it can do for individuals." So, Guy, some very positive takes from within the industry, as you might expect from the Nvidia CFO, the OpenAI CFO, both talking either about the need to support the sector more or about more exuberance needed and more confidence and optimism around what the sector can deliver.
See, I read it the other way and took this quite negatively. And
of course you did.
Yeah, of course I did. That goes without saying. But she's basically saying you're not exuberant enough. You're not seeing the true picture here.
Yeah.
She seems to be implying that the recent kind of bubble fears are not where we should focus. But she's clearly focused on them. She clearly recognises the fact that everybody's talking about the fact that maybe there is a bubble.
Yeah.
Because that bubble, if people do get concerned about it, is going to impact the funding that there is available for this sector to deliver all the compute, all the data centers that people like OpenAI would like to see. And it's interesting that Jensen Huang is also pointing to the fact that China is winning. I think these two conversations are related.
Yeah.
The FT reporting this, that China's winning, i.e. telling the US government this is a strategic imperative that you need to back this. And the OpenAI CFO was also talking about the fact that there could be a need for government guarantees, which implies that the market is not going to be there for them. Maybe the government needs to be there for and backstop some of this debt, which is going to be enormous. Now, we've seen this in the past. But is the US government really willing to be there to backstop the debt of the AI trade?
They bought some Intel shares.
I was about to say,
they've got some skin in the game. But yeah, that's a different question.
It's a big step forward, though, isn't it? But we have seen it in the past. They did it with the railroads. They've done it with various other big kind of infrastructure build-outs. Post the Second World War, there was obviously the big kind of roads build-out. So all of that was there. Are we at the beginning of that conversation now where the AI trade is saying to Washington, this is a strategic imperative. You need to back us.
I mean, the White House is also saying that. Jensen Huang is also saying that, right? But to your point about Sarah Freer, maybe she is saying that maybe the growth that we aren't seeing or that isn't captured in the U.S. stock market, the start or the expansion, to your point, maybe that is in China. So those two stories are potentially related as well. I don't know. I think it's fascinating. I think there's a lot of private capital that's invested in this. There's a lot of credit markets that are invested in this. The hyperscalers is now broadening out. There's a lot of places you can go that if there is some sort of drawdown in the stock market, there's other places that you can find the money.
Let's talk about what we're having here in Europe this morning, and that is a deluge of corporate reports. One of the stocks we haven't mentioned thus far is Continental, the German automotive company, which is out with numbers. As you can see, the stock is down a little bit. Actually, one of the more mild reactions that we're getting, pretty much in line with what we are seeing. Third quarter net loss has been delivered. Now, you've got to remember, this is a company that's been through quite a lot of turbulence. We've got cost cuts coming through. You've also had the Aumovio spin-off as well, which is another factor in terms of your thinking. Maybe the comparisons over the last few years aren't useful in terms of the corporate numbers we're getting this morning. The company's CFO is Roland Weisbacher and joins us now. Weisbacher, good morning, Roland. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Given the change that we've seen in this business, just walk me through what today's numbers tell us about where the company is right now, after the cost cutting, after the spin-off. How should I read these figures?
Yes, good morning. So operationally, we achieved a good result in the third quarter. adjusted EBIT is substantially improved versus the second quarter, both at ContiTech and at Tires. Free cash flow is up 8% versus prior year, and we achieved two major milestones you already touched upon. With the listing of Aumovio at the Frankfurt Stock Exchange September 18, we completed our spin-off of the automotive business. And in the first 7 weeks of trading, Aumovio and Continental combined created additional market cap of $2 billion, so we're very satisfied. And we already made the second step in our transformation. We signed an agreement to sell the automotive part of ContiTech. So operationally, we're doing good in the third quarter, and we're making progress towards executing our strategy roadmap.
Okay, cool. So that's where we are now. Let's talk about where we go next. And I'm trying to understand the guidance picture here at the moment, because I'm a little confused as to maybe what the message has been over the last few weeks. You had a pre-earnings call where you pointed to actually tyre margins being at the bottom half of the range. But a couple of weeks earlier, you talked about them being okay, and I'm wondering what the picture is now. What is the guidance that we should be taking away from these numbers about what comes next? Because the last few weeks have provided a little bit of volatility in maybe what you're anticipating, and I don't really understand kind of how the story is evolving at the moment. So maybe you can clear that up for me as well and tell me where guidance is pointing the business to as we report these numbers.
Yes, I will. So thanks to our good replacement business, specifically in the North America region and in Asia and the tires business, Q3 return on sales for tires came in at 14.3%, and we won several prestigious awards for our business and for our products. And at ContiTech, due to the weak market environment, we started to initiate cost-saving measures early on this year, and this is now paying off in the third quarter. So also at ContiTech, year on year, our EBIT improved. Now, in the third quarter, July and August came in pretty weak, but we had a fantastic September, and this pretty much saved the day. So a lot of things were on green in the last moment. We had a good price mix in the tire business. Cost-saving measures paid off, and we also had a relief from the tariff side, and that led to the good third quarter results.
Roland, good morning. Can I ask you more about those tariffs? You talk about relief on the tariff side, but we have had 25% tariffs on heavy-duty trucks imposed, a business that's slightly related to yours, I suppose, from November the 1st. How are you seeing the tyre replacement play out in the United States with regard to the tariff environment and all the rest?
So tariffs created quite a big headwind this year. So it already started in May. First, we had to pay an additional 29% tariffs on all the imports of passenger car tires we're importing from our big European plants in the US. And this has come down now, beginning of August, to 15%. But the entire cost burden cross for the full year 2025 for the tires business alone is a low triple-digit million euro amount, so quite substantial. We initiated a lot of measures in order to compensate for this burden, and we have been successful in the third quarter in the tires business and at ContiTech.
Yes, let me ask you about ContiTech. You've mentioned how plans for ContiTech are moving forward. Have you got enough interest to expect a sale in the first half of 2026, Roland? What's your level of confidence in that?
So, in general, we are expecting markets to continue on the improvement track. So we have seen that industrial markets coming back, though we hope that will continue into 2026. You know that we announced plans earlier on that we want to sell the industrial portion of our ContiTech business in 2026, and we want to complete the transaction in the second half of this year. We are now in the final stages of preparing for the sales process. There's a lot of indication from potential buyers that they're interested in the sales process, want to take part, and we will start soon to approach the market, and we're confident we can complete next year.
Roland, it's Creedy in London. I feel like we need to continue our tour around the world. We talked about the United States. We talked about Europe. Let's talk about China, if we can, for a moment. Are you seeing the same trends in China that you're seeing in Europe and the United States, especially anecdotally, now that we do have some sort of trade truce between the world's two largest economies?
What we're seeing in China right now, if you look at the vehicle production, China is up on the PLT side, whereas in North America and in Europe, we're still down. So obviously the stimulus in the taken by the Chinese government is now paying off. So we have a tailwind on the Chinese side of the market. Also in the replacement business, we're doing good in the Chinese market, on the tire side, and also at ContiTech. So China is actually right now a plus for us.
All right, Roland Welsbacher, Continental's CFO, joining us around, joining the program, I should say. Next time we'll have you around the table. We thank you so much for your time. Coming up, the earnings conversations does indeed continue. Brian Duffy, the CEO of Watches of Switzerland, will join us next. Of course, the top seller of Rolex watches in the UK, issuing a trading update. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
Advertising as we know it is dead. Consumers don't want brands to come and keep on bombarding them with advertisements. We need to keep the experiences frictionless and seamless. We keep saying, oh, attention is the new currency. No, it's trust which is the new currency. So we need to reinvent marketing with a new set of laws and theories. How consumers will actually make their choice is based on trust and the purpose of your company. Yes, we are here to make profits, but we're also here to make a difference. And this difference is not for political correctness, a sincere, genuine purpose. You have to connect the dots between your purpose, your passion, and your profitability and make it an integral part of your business model. And when you do that, there is a profound sense of fulfillment.
Welcome back to the opening trade, 8:45 here in London. And we have a European session that is showing quite considerable downside in some of these markets. In particular, the French market down by 0.8% right now. A bit more resilience or a lack of movement in London. Some doubts around technology continue to persist and all the related things to that sector. Nasdaq futures down by 0.4% now. Let's keep our focus on some of these earnings stories this morning. Now, Watches of Switzerland has reported revenue for the first half year that beat the average analyst estimate. The shares are doing well today. They're up by 6%. The year-to-date story is still lower by 26%, but still the shares are bouncing. This morning, Brian Duffy joins us, the CEO of Watches of Switzerland. Brian, really nice to have you with us. So a nice pop in the shares this morning on the back of these numbers. And it seems like the strength is, in large part, coming from the United States. You're describing the US market as a standout performer. How sustainable do you see that performance in the US as being?
Well, you know, we'll see. We've been growing in the US every year since we've been there. We're $1 billion business in the US, and we only entered the market 7 years ago. And we've had growth every year, and you know, we plan to continue growing. Obviously, I think our 20% for the first half year was very good and strong across everything, across all of our brands, across the geography, the entire geography of the US. Across watches and jewellery, strong e-com, strong pre-owned business. So a lot, from my standpoint, to be very positive about in the US. And I do think we'll continue to grow and outperform.
OK. And so can I ask you about the tariff story and how that relates to your business? Because there might be a need to manage inventory ahead of changes in tariffs. We know that Switzerland is up against some pretty tough tariffs as far as some of those Swiss watchmakers are concerned. How is the tariff story playing out for you? Where is it evident in your numbers?
I mean, so far in our numbers, it's not particularly evident, but not everything that might be tariff related has happened yet. Negotiations are continuing on tariffs that we're aware of. It's a 39% tariff rate at the moment, which is obviously very high, and it was a bit of a surprise when that happened. But discussions are ongoing. You might have seen this morning there was a very senior group of business people, including representations of the watch industry, met with President Trump yesterday. So that's an encouraging sign that was reported this morning. So our expectations, and I think the general market expectations, is that the situation will improve. In the meantime, some brands have taken action on pricing. Not every brand has. So far, we haven't seen any negative impact from that with the consumers. But it's still a bit of uncertainty as we get into our second half year. That's true.
Brian, it's Creedy in London. Let's just expand a little bit on that margin story there. You mentioned pricing. I mean, some of your competitors have actually raised pricing by quite a bit. So just walk us through, are you seeing that, or are you seeing more cushion to be able to pass on some of that pricing to your customers? Or is that margin that, should negotiations not go well, something that the Watches of Switzerland is able to absorb?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'll just remind everybody, a little more than half of what we sell to clients have been waiting very patiently for their products on a registration of interest lists, and they may well have experienced, more than 2 or 3 price increases while they've been waiting. But the desire is such, and the supply and the demand dynamics are such that people will wait. And we write to every client when they're waiting for a product and tell them the prices are going up and ask them to confirm their interest. And almost inevitably the interest is confirmed. So we're unusual in that sense. And we have, if you like, a strength against the potential of price increase because of the desirability of the product. It's a category that over the years has had natural inflation. It's Swiss franc denominated. It's precious materials. You've got the price of gold that has an impact in diamonds and gemstones. So as a category, and it's one of the strengths of the category because you're preserving value over a long, long period. And if you look even over 30, 40 years, most of the growth that's been in this category has been on price and value rather than volume.
Yep.
So we're not complacent about it. And obviously, there's been the other thing I should mention. Product introductions from the brands have had a bit more of a value consideration, particularly here in the UK market. As has been the case historically, this industry, I think, will manage this situation positively.
Brian, good morning. It's Guy. The US stock market, crypto, everything's done really well for a long time. And that's obviously provided quite a lot of demand. How tied are your fortunes, do you think, to what happens with the Mag 7, NVIDIA, all these kinds of stock names, and what happens with the crypto story? How key is that as a source of wealth in the United States, as a driver for your business?
But I think it's a fair point, and I do think that the financial asset valuations affect the mood of our consumer in the US without any doubt. Again, I'd say our 7 years experience in the US has been ups and downs in the economy, but we have always grown and always grown well. We've never really experienced the kind of new money from crypto, and again in our business, we really develop long-term client relations. We don't, no matter how much money somebody has, you don't jump the queue when they're looking for key products. So we don't really register any particular impact from crypto. Well, specifically, but yeah, financial assets affect the moods here in the UK. The value of homes and so on affects. So it's a relevant point.
And is your sense at the moment is that the US consumer is solid? People talk about this kind of case that the upper end of the US consumer continues to be something that feels just like it's on rails at the moment in terms of its ability, that consumer's ability to go out and spend money. You don't see any kind of hint at this stage of caution.
No, honestly, we don't. Plus 20% with no significant incremental element, no acquisition or anything year on year that we're looking at. So 20% is a real measure of the growth that we're experiencing. But again, I just repeat, we've ups and downs in the economy. We've seen consistent growth throughout. The other thing I would say too is the biggest market for luxury watches in the world is the US. The fastest growing market in the world is the US. Structurally, it was underinvested, and that was our observation. And I think we've been proven to be correct. So there's an underlying structural demand increase that's happening. There's investment going into retail. From us and others, so the investment going into marketing and client service and so on. And the American consumer is responding very well. We also have a younger consumer in the US that I think is very interesting, very influenced by digital and social media communications and so on. But there's a real great interest, there's great expertise in watches in America that was never been fully exploited, is our take on it. So we're delighted to be there. And our business today is 50-50 US and UK. We love the UK market, of course. It's our home market. We've been here for over 100 years as a Watches of Switzerland. And the UK market has done well too, and comparably plus 5%. And we expect growth to come in the UK, a lot of good activity, a lot of great new product coming into the market. And again, a lot of clients that are patiently waiting for their products. So it's a special, I think, pretty much unique category within the world of luxury that we're very lucky to be in.
All right. Brian Duffy, the CEO of Watches of Switzerland, joining the program this morning. We thank you so much for your time and your commentary, of course. Let's talk about what's happening in the day ahead. We've gotten through a lot of earnings this morning. It feels like it's now time for some central bank decisions. Why not? Add it to the pile. 9 a.m. UK time, Norges Bank rate decision. Just 3 hours later, we, of course, have the big one, the BOE rate decision coming up later. Some earnings in the States, some Fed speak, and, of course, the Tesla AGM as well, Anna.
Yes, indeed. Let's get to the Bank of England. Sorry, I'm so blown away by all the earnings stories. This shift of pace to monetary policy has thrown me. But I'm here. I'm present. Right, the Bank of England will likely keep interest rates on hold today at 4%, ending a run of quarterly reductions. Lizzie Burden, she is not thrown by this switch to monetary policy. She's all over it. Let's get to her. She's got a preview for us of what to expect. Set us up for the decision, Lizzie.
Yeah, Anna, a hold expected at 4%, but don't hit snooze. At 12 p.m, we could get a surprise rate cut. That's what's expected by Barclays, Goldman and Nomura. And even if it isn't a cut, it could be a really tight vote split. Some saying it could hinge on the governor today, even if the consensus is for a 6-3 vote split. The reason it's so tight, well, of course, they are inching towards neutral rates, wherever that may be. Most economists think 3%. But also, of course, there's that budget on 26th of November. And yes, the Chancellor on Tuesday promised it's going to be disinflationary, but I'm sure that the Monetary Policy Committee is going to want to see for themselves and be cautious about making monetary policy around that fiscal policy. That means, of course, that the updated forecasts today are somewhat moot because we don't know what's in the budget yet, although the expectation is that they're going to downgrade the inflation forecast for this year and next, but keep the forecasts for growth and unemployment unchanged. I'm interested to hear what the governor has to say, though, about the Chancellor and her budget after she blamed those 4% interest rates for constraining business borrowing.
All right, Lizzie Burden, outside the Bank of England, we thank you so much. We are, of course, seeing FTSE 100 really flat right now. It's not really getting in some of the moves in either direction you're seeing in the broader indices. You're also seeing cable at about 130, just shy of 131. Our special coverage of the BOE rate decision will begin at 12:15 p.m. UK time. Governor Bailey's press conference later in the hour. And, of course, an interview with none other than the governor himself at 4 p.m. UK time. Lots to digest. I don't even know where to start.
Is that it? Is it over? I think probably is my take on this morning. That was a manic Thursday in terms of the corporate reporting that we've seen. I think it's the last one of the reporting season, so this is the kind of high watermark in terms of the numbers that we are going to see. I just think it's fascinating that you're getting basically an offsetting within the market, like ups and downs. I just think this is a market that is struggling for direction. There's been some big moves this morning, and we are continuing to see kind of an offsetting factor. For every good one, there's a bad one.
Yeah, and there's the Fed narrative and central bank narrative to feed into that. We'll leave that to the US team and the Pulse. That is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Exchanges on navigating macro uncertainty. Exchanges on the forces shaping global markets. For the sharpest analysis on finance, business, and the economy, count on Exchanges, the Goldman Sachs podcast. Listen now.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll.
And I'm Caroline Hepker.
Tesla's shareholders have approved a $1 trillion compensation package for CEO Elon Musk. More than 75% of votes were cast in favour of the payout. It clears a path for Musk to expand his stake in Tesla to 25% over the next decade. Here's Bloomberg Tech's Ed Ludlow.
For Elon Musk, this was about having more voting power and voting control. And for those institutional investors that voted no, they were worried about concentration of voting power that he had and dilution for them. In the end, voters have overwhelmingly come out, 75% of them or more, and said, we're happy to hand over more control to Elon Musk and keep him in the driver's seat to realise these longer-term goals in robotics and autonomous driving.
Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow there. To achieve the full payout, Musk will have to significantly grow Tesla's market value. The company's shares were little changed in Thursday's post-market trading.
Now, the Netherlands is prepared to suspend a ministerial order that gave it veto powers over the Chinese-owned chipmaker Nexperia. Bloomberg has learnt that the Dutch government will shelve the order if China eases export curbs on critical chips and resumes their supply. It's a move that could de-escalate a fight with Beijing that threatens to disrupt automotive production around the world.
OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman says he doesn't want a government bailout if the company's plans to spend $1.4 trillion on artificial intelligence go wrong. Writing on social media, the boss of the world's most valuable startup said he doesn't want government guarantees for its spending on data centres. It comes after OpenAI's CFO Sarah Fryer hinted at a role for the US government to backstop financing for AI in an interview on Wednesday. The comments come as investors grow increasingly concerned over stretched AI valuations. Ven Ram is Bloomberg's cross-asset strategist.
By now, it's kind of almost universally acknowledged that we are marching steadily towards an equity bubble. The S&P 500 is trading at 26 times prospective earnings. The NASDAQ 100 are staggering 32 times. And those are levels that are punitive and have seldom proved sustainable in the past. The thing with this rally, the rally this year, is that, almost every investor knows it's all going to turn into pumpkins and mice at midnight. Only, as Buffett would say, no one in the room has a clock.
Ven Ram speaking there as the tech-heavy Nasdaq fell almost 4% from its record at the end of last month, but it's still up nearly 20% so far this year.
Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban visits the White House later today, hoping that his friendship with Donald Trump can spare his country from US sanctions on Russian oil. Bloomberg's Michal Kubala has more.
A year after cheering Donald Trump's re-election, Viktor Orban is coming to Washington with a raft of offers and a request. The Hungarian Prime Minister wants a reprieve from US sanctions on Russian oil. They threaten to raise fuel prices back home and deepen troubles ahead of next year's election. In exchange, sources told Bloomberg he is coming to the White House with pledges to purchase American LNG and nuclear fuel. The scramble for a deal marks an ironic turn for Orban. He once counted on his ties to Trump for political gain, but is now in damage control mode as the US president tightens penalties on Moscow. In Brussels, Michal Kubala, Bloomberg Radio.
The Bank of England has warned that Chancellor Rachel Reeves will deliver her budget amid weak investment, rising unemployment and slowing growth. The central bank held interest rates at 4% in a 5-4 vote that laid the groundwork for a December cut. The bank's governor, Andrew Bailey, told Bloomberg the UK's monetary policy still remains restrictive for the moment.
Now, in August, I would say I was concerned more on the upside risk. But I think the news that we've had subsequent to that has left me in a more balanced position. So that was very much my view. But as I've said a number of times, we do need to see more evidence, because so far we've had one inflation number that's come in, under what we thought, which is obviously good. We need to see some more.
Bailey went on to say he's committed to serving out his full 8-year term as Governor of the Bank of England. His comments came after Reform UK leader Nigel Farage told Bloomberg's Michelle Hussain that the Governor had a good run.
Now, ITV has confirmed that Comcast is in talks to buy its media and entertainment unit for an enterprise value of £1.6 billion. The conglomerate already owns rival broadcaster Sky's pay TV business in Europe. Bloomberg understands that the same advisors who worked on that deal 7 years ago, Morgan Stanley and Roby Warshaw, are currently advising ITV. If a sale is agreed, the acquisition would dramatically shake up the UK broadcasting landscape.
And those are your top stories on the markets. The Stock 600 up by 0.2%. The FTSE 100 is down 0.2. The CAC 40 is up by 0.2. Interesting to see ITV shares, though, up 15% on that news that we've just been discussing as well. And we are watching car makers as well. Volkswagen shares up 1.4%. BMW shares 0.7 higher after that news coming out of the Netherlands.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Caroline Hepker.
I'm Stephen Carroll, and this is Bloomberg.
Exchanges, the Goldman Sachs podcast featuring exchanges on navigating macro uncertainty, exchanges on the forces shaping global markets. For the sharpest analysis on finance, business, and the economy, count on exchanges between leading minds at Goldman Sachs. New episodes every week. Listen now.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
Tesla shareholders have just approved a $1 trillion compensation package for CEO Elon Musk, the largest payout ever awarded to a corporate leader. We start our program there right now with Ed Ludlow, the co-host of Bloomberg Tech. Ed, shareholders have had their say, and there are strings attached for Musk to make this much money.
Shareholders have had their say, and in the end, more than 75% of the vote went in favour of the compensation package, which is notable given that Elon Musk's concern and last warning was that historically the index or passive funds voted in line with the recommendation of the advisory firms. Glass Lewis and ISS had recommended a no vote. But the data tells us that actually overwhelmingly institutional retail investors of all types voted in favour of this compensation package, which spans 10 years and is split into 12 tranches set against both operational and financial milestones. The slight grey area in the other vote we were watching for is that the majority of votes that were cast were in favour of the shareholder-initiated proposal for Tesla to invest in Elon Musk's AI company XAI. However, what Brandon Earhart, the General Counsel and Corporate Secretary, said was that because there were a number of abstentions and it was a non-binding vote anyway, the board would have to go away and look at it before committing to taking any action. But the level of vote in favour of the compensation, that's the story.
but most are still wrestling with the technology. That's according to the CEO Radar podcast.
You've got about 5.
Bloomberg Tech is live from coast to coast with Caroline Hyde in New York and Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
This is Bloomberg Tech. Coming up, Qualcomm gives an upbeat forecast, but it fell short of investor expectations. We'll discuss why with the CEO.
Plus, the earnings don't stop there. Executives from Figma, Robinhood, Chime and Lyft, they join us after reporting results.
And all eyes on Tesla as we await the outcome of a shareholder vote on a $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk.
And Tesla, it weighs on the broader market, said. Let's get to those broader markets on the day because, well, overall, we've got a lot of macro data to be digesting, and that feeds in the angst that we've been seeing in tech stocks more broadly. We're off by 1.7% on the Nasdaq 100. We're still questioning valuations. It's interesting that the AI play moves into the macro in terms of jobs data, not coming from the federal departments, but it is coming from Challenger Gray and Christmas, and they're saying we've never seen an October as bad as this in 20 years in terms of 153,000 jobs losses, AI automation being blamed, Bitcoin off by 1.7%. We've got some risk aversion, Ed.
Yeah, in the chip sector, we have two very similar stories with two very different reactions. ARM has given us a bullish outlook for the current period, which basically suggests they're making traction in AI. The shares had opened a lot higher. We're now down 2%. Qualcomm, again, giving a pretty bullish outlook for the current period. Traction in traditional markets, diversifying revenue. But that stock is down 4% at the high end of estimates. They didn't quite get there. Then there's in the media and entertainment space. Warner Brothers Discovery actually missed estimates on revenue in the quarter, but amid plans for a sale or some kind of transaction, that's really all the street really cared about.
It is, and let's dig into that street reaction, the stock reaction. Hannah Miller's here to covering all things media. And really, almost these numbers vindicated the decision by David Zaslav to be separating out the businesses. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so this morning we heard David Zaslav really play up the strength of the studio segment. They had some big blockbuster hits this summer with Superman and Weapons. He wants buyers to look at the movie business, not the street.
Okay, guys, major news from a journal of NATO नेशन जर्मनी के एक जर्नल है मिलिट्री ऑफिसर उन्होंने कहा है कि रसिया किसी भी वक्त नेटो के किसी भी कंट्री पर एक लिमिटेड स्ट्राइक कर सकता है मेजर न्यूज़ लेट्स सी कितना रियल है कितना झूठ स्टेटमेंट ही है वैसे तो बट अ वेरी बिग स्टेटमेंट small quick regional limited nothing because Russia is too tired down in President Vladimir Putin denies aggressive intention, saying Moscow's 2022 full-scale invasion of Ukraine was defense against NATO's own expansionist ambitions against Russia. इंडियन मार्केट भी क्लोज होने वाला है क्रूड ऑयल देखोगे तो अच्छा चल रहा है कल एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे था उसके बाद थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग आई क्लोज हुआ एंड अभी कंटिन्यू है ऊपर जाता है तो एक सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा बहुत रुका था फिर नीचे आया बाइंग एरिया से थोड़ा सा वहाँ से बाइंग कंटिन्यू हुई वापस रेजिस्टेंस पे हिट हो गया ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है 15 मिनट में ओनली 10 मिनट में ही है तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग एक बार नीचे आ जाता नेचुरल गैस फिर से बाइंग के लिए ना 380 से लेकर 382 के आसपास तो वहाँ वापस बाई कर लेते हैं इसको ऊपर मुझे 30 मिनट में कोई रेजिस्टेंस दिख तो नहीं रहा है ठीक है बाकी निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी को भी देखोगे तो आज तो स्पेशली थोड़ा बहुत सेल ऑफ आया जरूर था बट ओवरऑल बुलिश ही है गैप डाउन के बाद काफ़ी अच्छा रिकवर किया बैंक निफ्टी एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट से निफ्टी में नहीं आया एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे बाकी एक थोड़ा करेक्शन पेंडिंग है निफ्टी में देखते हैं पहले ब्रेकआउट करता है ऑल टाइम हाई का फिर से या फिर थोड़ा करेक्शन देके आता है ऊपर 23,800 के आसपास से 23,000 के आसपास एक पेंडिंग है अभी भी लेवल देखो कब आता है इस लेवल पे. ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा अब सीधा 5:30 पे. लंदन सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन ही है. 5 PM, सॉरी 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग. 8 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन और 8:30 पे कंज्यूमर सेंटिमेंट का डेटा गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है वैसे तो. यहाँ पर देखो एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड प्लान है क्रूड ऑयल में। इसका मैं लेवल ना दोनों के थोड़ा सा रिफ्रेश कर देता हूँ, बहुत दूर दूर लग रहे होंगे क्योंकि वो कल ही का ट्रेड है। इसमें जो बाइंग वाले हैं वो निकलना चाहें तो निकल सकते हैं, थोड़ा सा और है स्पेस क्रूड ऑयल में जो कल से बने हुए हैं। एक छोटा सा सेलिंग का ट्रेड यहाँ पर रहेगा प्लान। बीच में कोई एंट्री मत करना अभी बीच में। बायर वाले हैं जो निकलना चाहें निकल सकते हैं, होल्ड कर रहे हैं तो ट्रेल कर लेना। थोड़ा सा रह गया, रेजिस्टेंस पे पहुंच ही गया ऑलमोस्ट। ठीक है, श्योर। हाँ, नेचुरल गैस का भी देख रहा हूँ। एक सेकंड में क्रूड ऑयल में ना एक बार लेवल लेवल फ्रेश लेवल मेंशन कर देता हूँ, एक सेकंड। हाँ, उसको तो बुक कर लो, कोई ऐसा नहीं है। वो लोग थोड़ा सा ही रहेगा ऊपर। और 15 मिनट के चार्ट में ही है ना वो। एक और देख लेते हैं, एक ही लेवल है ये। व्हाट अबाउट द सेकंड? नेचुरल गैस का देख रहे हैं, एक सेकंड। वो तो काफी दूर है वो लेवल, एंड दैट इज ऑलरेडी टेस्टेड। यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखते हैं दोनों ही जगह से, दोनों ही जगह अच्छी ही हैं। देखा जाएगा। तो वैसे भी 2 बार आया ना, लोअर लो तो बनेगा नहीं। नीचे वाला सपोर्ट है। कोई ऐसा नहीं है, ले लेंगे अच्छा से, इजी है वो लेवल। ठीक है, ये केस थोड़ा सा सेलिंग का ट्रेड प्लान रहेगा। क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम कम हो गया क्रूड में। लेट्स सी 3:30 के बाद थोड़ा वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज हो। इसमें तो नहीं है। और नीचे ही हो ना उस लेवल पे, काफी दूर है। रेजिस्टेंस ले रहा था, मतलब था वो एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे, फिर ऊपर गया लिक्विड लेने के लिए, देन मूव डाउन साइड। नेचुरल गैस के लेवल को भी अपडेट कर देता हूँ थोड़ा सा। ठीक है, चलेगा। ठीक है, थोड़ा सा एक्सपेक्टेड तो है नीचे आना चाहिए एक नेचुरल गैस, एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे पहुंचा नहीं है अभी पुल बैक के लिए। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस वही 30 हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे में ही है, क्योंकि 15 मिनट पे उतना पीछे वहां पर लेवल ही नहीं शो कर रहे हैं। सो अननेसेसरी 15 मिनट में मत देखना, पीछे चार्ट में दिख नहीं रहा है। यूज द हायर टाइम फ्रेम लाइक 30 मिनट, 45 मिनट और 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम। पर ना 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पर ही रेजिस्टेंस दिख रहा है मुझे, वो भी टेस्ट तो हो गया है, लेट्स सी अभी भी बना तो है। ठीक है, सेलिंग में ही है, रेजिस्टेंस जोन से कर सकते हैं वापस, 394 392 से कर सकते हैं जब तक ब्रेकआउट नहीं होता, क्योंकि मैंने हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी देखा है, इसमें सेम ही टाइम फ्रेम है वो आपका 15 मिनट, 30 मिनट, 45 मिनट, वहां पर कोई लेवल अब नया है नहीं। अब थोड़ा और टाइम फ्रेम इंक्रीज करना पड़ेगा, विच इज 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम। ऊपर तो 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी नहीं है, सीधा 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का ही रेजिस्टेंस है। वैसे ये लेवल भी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है, बट जब तक ब्रेकआउट नहीं होता 400 का तो इट इज स्टिल ऑन रेजिस्टेंस जोन कह सकते हो। वही सेम ही लेवल है जो बनाया हुआ है, ठीक है, क्योंकि उसमें आप कुछ नया लगा नहीं पाएंगे। एक बार यहाँ से सेलिंग आ चुकी है ऑलरेडी। फिर से उसी लेवल पे है वापस। लेट्स सी कितना सेल ऑफ और आता है यहाँ से। इजी है तो ठीक है, तो रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है। एक बार थोड़ा सा हायर टाइम फ्रेम 4 भी देख लेंगे। नहीं, थोड़ा सा एसएल बड़ा होगा, ध्यान रखना। रेजिस्टेंस जोन बड़ा है बिकॉज ऑफ द टाइम फ्रेम। टाइम फ्रेम ही बड़ा बन रहा है, उतना ही है जितना कल का है, सेम, कुछ चेंज नहीं है कह सकते हो। ठीक है, बाकी एक्सपेक्टेड है थोड़ा नीचे आएगा। जोन भी पूरा सपोर्ट कर गया 15 मिनट। थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर ना कोई नए रेजिस्टेंस बनाते हुए जाता तो बेटर था, बिकॉज फिर 15 मिनट में लेवल ही बन जाते हैं। अभी तो हमें ये टाइम फ्रेम 1 आवर का ही लेना पड़ेगा। तो रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, मॉर्निंग पे हिट कर गया था। सेलिंग में बने रहो अगर हो तो, नहीं तो वापस ऊपर जाता है वापस सेल कर सकते हो। नीचे आपका 380 383 के बीच में टारगेट रख सकते हो। गाना चाहिए इसको नीचे अब एटलीस्ट, अभी तो यहीं तक आएगा ही आएगा। उसके नीचे निकलता है तब थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा बेरिश हो जाएगा, अदरवाइज दिस अ रेंज आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग। यहाँ तक गिरेगा पक्का, डायरेक्टली गिरेगा फिर रुक के, फिर यहाँ पर बाइंग का वापस प्लान करेंगे। तो 15 मिनट की लेवल है तो इनमें कोई इशू नहीं है। ऊपर के लेवल क्योंकि उतना पीछे चार्ट शो नहीं कर रहा है, तो हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे ही देखना है उसको। ठीक है, लेवल एक तो टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग, टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग बड़ा छोटा हो जाता है। अब मैं ये 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम 1 मिनट में लगाऊंगा तो और छोटे हो जाएंगे, तो उस हिसाब से एसएल भी बड़े छोटे हो जाएंगे थोड़े बहुत। तो कहीं पर अगर लेवल बड़ा लग रहा है, आपको लग रहा है एसएल बड़ा हो रहा है, तो वहाँ पर दो चीज़ कर सकते हैं, या तो क्वांटिटी कम रख सकते हैं, या फिर उसके हाई लेवल तक, हाफ लेवल तक कहीं आने का वेट कर सकते हैं। बट वो जरूरी नहीं है हाफ लेवल तक आएगा ही आएगा, ठीक है, ये कोई थंब रूल नहीं है कि वहाँ तक आएगा ही आएगा। हो सकता है यहीं से रिटर्न कर जाए, हो सकता है यहाँ तक चला जाए बिल्कुल टॉप तक। इन द सेंस वो पूरा ही एक सप्लाई जोन या फिर डिमांड जोन है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग वो मूव करेगा। अभी के लिए 380 के आसपास से 382 तक लग रहा है आना चाहिए, गुड लेवल। नो ये 15 मिनट में भी नहीं है, सेम ही ओल्ड रेजिस्टेंस। उसके पीछे 1 आवर में भी नहीं दिख रहा शायद। 400 बाकी इस लेवल के ऊपर जाएगा तो फिर थोड़ा सा और हायर टाइम फ्रेम यूज़ करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इसके बाद सीधा जैसा मैंने बताया फिर 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का ही जोन है ऊपर, इसको प्ले कर सकते हैं या लगा सकते हैं। कुछ न्यूज़ थी। सपोर्ट पे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनाएगी एंटर, ब्रेक डाउन करके गिरता ही चला गया था। ठीक है, फिर इसके ऊपर निकलता है तो फिर सीधा 420 का रेजिस्टेंस है उसके ऊपर, 420 422। पूरा टाइम फ्रेम पे मूव हिट किया था आई थिंक, ये ना ये पूरा टाइम फ्रेम का भी रेजिस्टेंस है, नीचे वाले लेवल पे होल्ड किया था, ऊपर वाले पे आया नहीं। अब कोशिश कर रहा है ऊपर वाले पे जाए। हाँ मैं समझा। नहीं तो लिक्विडिटी कहाँ से मिलेगी ना उसे। तो ले ली इसने सारी लिक्विडिटी, यहाँ पर ले ली है, यहाँ से भी ले ली, यहाँ से भी ले लिया। एक बड़ा क्रैश करके यहाँ से भी लिक्विडिटी उठा के ले जाता। लाइक करते रहो गाइस, इन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को। इंडियन मार्केट भी हो गया क्लोज ऑलरेडी। कल देखते हैं ओपनिंग कहाँ होती है, मंडे को ना। ठीक है, रेजिस्टेंस को हिट कर चुका है, नेचुरल गैस भी ध्यान रखना ओवरऑल। वैसे वो थोड़ा रेजिस्टेंस बड़ा है तो उतना ही है, उसको मैं भी छोटा नहीं कर सकता। क्वांटिटी कम रखना बिकॉज वो थोड़ा सा लेवल के अकॉर्डिंग उतना ही बन रहा है। वापस ऊपर जाता है, ऊपर से वापस सेल कर सकते हैं, बट इतना ही है रेजिस्टेंस, इससे कम नहीं है। वन में देखना ही पर फट से नीचे आ जाए ना ये। कितना है? ऐसा लगता तो होगा, इससे छोटा तो लग ही नहीं सकता। मिनिमम और क्या हासिल करोगे, वो लेवल ही उतना बड़ा है वो। नेचुरल गैस में ऐसे नीचे भी बहुत सारे सपोर्ट हैं, वो सब टेस्ट हो गए हैं कल परसों में। मेन अभी यही है नीचे वाला, 380 वाला, ये नहीं ब्रेक नहीं होना चाहिए। ब्रेक हो गया तो थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी वापस, क्योंकि नीचे के सारे लेवल लिक्विडिटी ले चुके हैं, तो प्राइस एक बड़ा स्विंग देके बिल्कुल बॉटम पे जा सकता है 360 के आसपास। फिर वहां से ऊपर आने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा। तो अभी मोमेंटम चल रहा है, ट्रेंड लाइन भी चल रही है नेचुरल गैस में काफ़ी अच्छी। तो एक बहुत अच्छी पॉसिबिलिटी यही है कि प्राइस यहाँ से नीचे ना गिरे 380 के नीचे, यू नो। यहाँ से देखोगे कंटिन्यूसली ये हायर हाई ही फॉर्म कर रहा है। अब ये सब जगह पे लिक्विडिटी उठा चुका है ये। अगर ये होल्ड नहीं किया, ब्रेक करता है, तो फिर थोड़ा सा ही नीचे तक, यहाँ तक लिक्विडिटी लेना आ जाएगा। और फिर यहाँ से वापस ऊपर जाएगा तो फिर एम बनाने के ज़्यादा चांसेस रहते हैं रेदर देन डब्ल्यू। अभी बेस्ट है मोमेंटम, यहीं पर थोड़ा बहुत सेल ऑफ आए और फिर यहीं से निकल जाए ऊपर की ओर, फिर कंसोलिडेशन करके ब्रेकआउट। डायरेक्टली भी ना करे, डायरेक्टली तो कर भी नहीं पाएगा, करेगा तो फिर वो सस्टेन नहीं होगा ब्रेकआउट। तो सिनेरियो काफ़ी अच्छा है क्रूड ऑयल के लिए, ब्रेकआउट करके वो 420 का एक बार लेवल टेस्ट करने चला जाए, वहाँ से फिर सेलिंग अच्छी है वापस से, एज पर द 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम। बाकी स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे तो बने ही होंगे सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस। 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम इज द बेस्ट लेवल ओवर देयर। पर आप कह सकते हो बिल्कुल हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे रेजिस्टेंस जोन है इस पर्टिकुलर प्राइस एंड के आसपास। सीधा फिर मंडे को मार्केट ओपन होगा तो ध्यान रखना, अननेसेसरी ज़्यादा रिस्क भी नहीं लेना है। पहले नीचे ही आ जाए तो भी बढ़िया। इसको 5 मिनट में डाल दो, फिर उसको देखते हैं। बाकी यूएस में नजर रखना, वहाँ पर वहाँ के सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो ट्रम्प ने टैरिफ लगा रहे हैं उसके लगाए हुए हैं उसके रिगार्डिंग, वहाँ पर हियरिंग होने वाली है। अगर वहाँ की सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने वो सारे के सारे जो टैरिफ यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट ने लगाए हुए हैं उनको अगर इनवैलिड दे देती है, तो आप मान के चलो अपना इंडियन मार्केट तो पॉजिटिवली रिएक्ट करेगा काफ़ी हद तक। बिकॉज उस केस में जो भी टैरिफ इंडिया पे लगे हुए हैं वो रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर रहे हैं अभी के लिए इंडियन इकोनॉमी को। वो रिस्ट्रिक्ट होते ही बहुत अच्छा एक एक्सपोर्ट जो इंडिया करता है वो पुराने लेवल पे बढ़ सकता है या जा सकता है। तो अभी इंडिया की जो ग्रोथ थोड़ी बहुत रुक रही है बिकॉज ऑफ दिस सम टैरिफ फ्रॉम यूएसए 50% है, सडनली बूस्ट आएगा फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर में और जो इंडिया की जो आईटी कंपनीज हैं उन पे। तो उस पे भी ध्यान रखना सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, वहाँ के सुप्रीम कोर्ट क्या कहता है टैरिफ के रिगार्डिंग। स्कार्ट का भी आईपीओ आने वाला है। ब्लैक मार्केट में अगर उसका देखोगे ना प्रीमियम, अच्छा ठीक है। लेंस कार्ड का जो आईपीओ था 10 तारीख को लिस्टिंग होगी, मंडे को। सब्सक्राइब तो काफ़ी अच्छा हुआ है, ऑलमोस्ट 28 टाइम्स। लेकिन जैसा मैंने बताया मंडे को होगा, उससे पहले जो उसका जीएमपी है वो ऑलरेडी काफ़ी फॉल कर चुका है, तो थोड़ा सा नज़र रखना किसी को मिलता है तो। ग्रे मार्केट में मेरे को लग रहा है शायद इन लोगों ने जानबूझ के पहले ऊपर चढ़ाया ताकि सब्सक्रिप्शन ज़्यादा मिल जाए, लिस्टिंग नीचे ना हो जाए, क्योंकि ग्रे मार्केट में जहाँ तक एक गया था हाईएस्ट पॉइंट पे, वहां से ऑलमोस्ट 70% फॉल कर गया है। अब देखो मंडे को कहाँ पर लिस्ट होता है। तो मुझे कम्प्लीटली मैनिपुलेटिव लगा ये आईपीओ। एक तो वैल्यूएशन इतनी ज़्यादा हाई स्टार्टिंग में ही, स्टार्टिंग में तो ट्रैप कर लिया लग रहा है रिटेल इन्वेस्टर को, और बाकी के जो इन्वेस्टर हैं, क्वालिफाइड इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायर हो, नॉन इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टर हो, रिटेल हो या फिर एम्प्लॉय जिन्होंने खुद सब्सक्राइब किया होगा, सब देखोगे तो इतने ज़्यादा टाइम्स सब्सक्राइब हुए हैं। तो ओवरऑल तो 28 टाइम्स सब्सक्राइब हुआ है, बट ग्रे मार्केट में ऑलरेडी 70% फॉल कर गया, और अपने जहाँ तक हाई मारा था इसने। से कुछ प्रॉफिट मिलता भी है, अगर मिलता है तो, जिन लोगों को मिला है आईपीओ। अगर नहीं मिला है तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा वेट करना, ये नहीं कि सीधा इन्वेस्ट कर दिया। वैल्यूएशन बहुत हाई है, कंपनी तो ठीक ही है बट वैल्यूएशन राइट नाउ इज़ वेरी हाई, जस्ट लाइक जोमेटो इटर्नल जो कंपनी है, स्टार्टिंग में उसके साथ भी वही हुआ था, वैल्यूएशन काफ़ी ज़्यादा मार दे दी थी, उसके बाद प्राइस ऑल टाइम हाई से ऑलमोस्ट लिस्टिंग के बाद लगभग 70 से 80% गिरा था मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, और फिर वहां से रैली आई थी। ठीक है, तो एक करेक्ट वैल्यूएशन होनी जरूरी है। हाँ, ओपनिंग के बाद गया तो था वैसे 30-40% ऊपर, बट वहां से फिर देखोगे करेक्शन बहुत बड़ा आ गया था एक्चुअली में, ऑल टाइम हाई से 80% का करेक्शन था, 70 to 80%। देन मार्केट मूव सम प्राइस एक्शन ऑन बॉटम, एंड देन उसके बाद से जो रैली आई है स्टिल कंटिन्यू है, ऑल टाइम हाई लास्ट मंथ ही मारा था इसने, 700% की रैली थी कंप्लीट 2022 से लेकर अब तक।
Tesla shareholders have just approved a $1 trillion compensation package for CEO Elon Musk, the largest payout ever awarded to a corporate leader. We start our program there right now with Ed Ludlow, the co-host of Bloomberg Tech. Ed, shareholders have had their say, and there are strings attached for Musk to make this much money.
Shareholders have had their say, and in the end, more than 75% of the vote went in favour of the compensation package, which is notable given that Elon Musk's concern and last warning was that historically the index or passive funds voted in line with the recommendation of the advisory firms. Glass Lewis and ISS had recommended a no vote. But the data tells us that actually overwhelmingly institutional retail investors of all types voted in favour of this compensation package, which spans 10 years and is split into 12 tranches set against both operational and financial milestones. The slight grey area in the other vote we were watching for is that the majority of votes that were cast were in favour of the shareholder-initiated proposal for Tesla to invest in Elon Musk's AI company XAI. However, what Brandon Earhart, the General Counsel and Corporate Secretary, said was that because there were a number of abstentions and it was a non-binding vote anyway, the board would have to go away and look at it before committing to taking any action. But the level of vote in favour of the compensation, that's the story.
Bihar is one election where the opposition thinks it has a chance, and of course, therefore, it is going to be watched keenly. Does this upset the momentum for the BJP, and does it then augur for the elections coming next year, or does the BJP sort of continue with its juggernaut-like progress?
Former RBI Governor Raghuram Rajan speaking to us earlier about the election in Bihar. The referendum in India's poorest state takes center stage in our India Focus segment this week. Millions took part in the first phase of voting on Thursday in a contest seen as a barometer of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's popularity after a tumultuous year in office. Modi's BJP rules Bihar in coalition with regional parties, and it's looking to retain its power in a 243-member legislature. For more on this, Bloomberg's Maneka Doshi joins us now from Mumbai. And Maneka, put this in perspective for us, right? Why should the world be paying attention to this election?
Well, morning, Has. Bihar is India's most populous state. It's in the northeast part of India, and it has over 100 million people, almost the size of, say, Vietnam. It is unfortunately also India's most poorest state by per capita GDP and amongst the most illiterate states in India. So if India wants to become a developed nation, and if that's the core goal over the next few decades, then raising incomes nationally, most importantly in states like Bihar, becomes critical to that task. Now, politically, Bihar sends 40 members of parliament to parliament. That's to the central government. So that's an important number and a significant influence the state has. A majority of those in last year's general election were won by BJP and its alliance partner. And that combination is in power at the state level as well, as you mentioned. So they want to maintain that strength, and they want to maintain it enough to offer over $1 billion in freebies ahead of this election to woo women and young voters. This is a three-cornered contest, or maybe I should say a 2.5-cornered contest. So, like you pointed out, you've got the BJP and its alliance partner, which is a very strong regional party called the JDU, the leader of which has been the chief minister of Bihar for almost 2 decades or more. And then on the other side, you've got another strong regional party called the RJD, supported by the Congress in alliance. And then there is a third new player, Prashant Kishore, who used to be a political strategist, who's now thrown his hat into the political ring, and his party is expected to take away votes from both sides and potentially play kingmaker.
Maneka, great stuff. Stick around, please. Joining us now are Michael Kugelman, non-resident senior fellow at the Asia Pacific Foundation. He's an expert specializing in South Asia and its relations with the U.S. We also have Amitabh Tiwari, founder, partner of Ascendia Strategies and Vote Vibe. Amitabh is a political strategist and policy advisor. Amitabh, let's start with you. We know Maneka has laid out the foundation saying that, it is a significant election for Prime Minister Modi. I mean, how much is at stake when it comes to maintaining power at the federal level?
No, essentially, if the BJP is able to win Bihar because of a series of victories in Maharashtra, Delhi and Haryana, it can press home the narrative that the setback in 2024 general elections were largely an aberration. So it could help NDA and the BJP to erase some of those losses from people's memory if they do better. If they do not, then it could put the pressure back on Prime Minister Modi and give a momentum to the opposition led by leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, who, according to many surveys, is closing the gap with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the popularity ratings. In fact, the popularity ratings or the gap between Modi and Rahul is now fallen to just 9% as per a C voter survey.
Amitabh, hi, this is Menaka here in the Mumbai studio. That gap may be narrowing between Modi and Gandhi, but when it comes to the state level, do you see the Congress alliance, and the Congress is the junior partner in the alliance, making significant headway? What do you think are the critical factors at play? Because when I read your surveys, I don't see Rahul Gandhi's voter list manipulation issues dominate amongst Bihar's voting issues.
Yeah, essentially the bread and butter issues dominate, which is unemployment, migration, poverty, price rise and corruption. These are the 5 top issues in Bihar. Somehow the voter adhikar yatra or the voter manipulation charges is not resonating with the opposition voters, as in the voters of the NDA and the floating voters, is largely resonating with the core vote bloc of the Congress and its allies, which means that it may not have significant electoral impact, because for that you need to win the support of NDA or BJP and voters from other parties. See, the performance of the Congress is likely to decide the fate of this election, because it is fighting on around 61 seats. On 9 seats there are friendly fights, and on 50 of these 61 seats it is pitted against stronger players, you can say, in the Bihar Premier League, which is the JDU and the BJP. So the performance of the Congress party will decide the fate of the India bloc in Bihar. And if for any matter it is not able to perform well, or its strike rate is just like in 2020, then question marks would arise about the fact that the Congress perhaps is the weak link amongst the regional parties, and also there could be a question mark, or there could be voices as to who should lead the India bloc, whether it should be the Congress party or whether it should leave it to the regional parties to do the slogging with the BJP.
Michael, let's get you in this conversation. This election is happening at a time that is pretty fragile for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We have concerns about the election. We have US-India trade negotiations also front and center. How might this be, playing out in terms of the psyche of the voters?
Well, you're right. It is an important moment. And for Modi in particular, I'd argue that he's still trying to shake the criticism that he's become vulnerable to the anti-incumbency factor, someone who served multiple terms and indeed did not perform as well as many had expected in the general elections last year. And in that sense, this is an opportunity to show that his party is still strong. And the BJP has won a number of state elections since those general elections last year. But, the Bihar election comes in the midst of a very busy state election cycle in India. After the Bihar election, there's going to be several other key elections for the BJP, including one in West Bengal, which is the 4th most populous state in India, Bihar being number 3. So I think that for Modi and the BJP, this is an opportunity to show that he and his party can maintain momentum from the last few months, and that would be very would be good. That would be strong to take the party and the leader and Modi into these next cycle of elections in the coming months. But yes, there's a lot going on in India and geopolitically that has certainly put some pressure on Modi, though I would argue that, when it comes to the trade talks with the U.S. and the 50% tariffs that, have certainly raised concerns, economic concerns for India, I would argue that Modi has not necessarily lost popularity for that. I think that many in India actually applaud how the Indian negotiating team refused to give in and make the concessions that the U.S. side wanted it to make. I think that was appreciated as showing strength, particularly given that a number of other countries that did make deals with the U.S. made many more concessions. But bottom line is, there are issues happening in India, such as unemployment, for example, that have put a lot of pressure on Modi. And Bihar is one of the poorest states in India. Unemployment is a major issue. So being able to win this election despite that significant obstacle, that'll definitely be something for the BJP to have to focus on. If it does prevail, that'll be a big achievement for the BJP in that regard.
Do you expect unemployment to, tip it over for Modi? I mean, his track record hasn't been good. And as you said, this is, the poorest state out there. And it's not looking good.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are a number of issues at play in this election. Certainly jobs is one of them. And we've seen that Modi has announced a series of new welfare measures, particularly those that target women. I believe that women comprise about 50% of the voter base in Bihar. And the BJP is promising to create jobs, but, the economy in Bihar is fragile. So it may not be that easy just to suddenly generate so many jobs over in so little time. But clearly, one talks about the identity politics and Hindu nationalism in the BJP agenda. I do think that for the most part, that the issues that are going to really play out and be most resonant in this election, the ones that are going to matter the most, are bread and butter issues when it comes to jobs, concerns about the economy. Those are the issues that have really been very prominent on the campaign trail for BJP.
Amitabh, I want to pick up some of the issues Michael touched upon with you. First, anti-incumbency. Your surveys seem to suggest that whilst there is significant anti-incumbency against local representatives, it isn't playing out in as much measure against the state's Chief Minister, Nitish Kumar, who, some might say could become Chief Minister all over again. What's your take on that?
Yeah, because it's often said that Prime Minister Modi enjoys a Teflon coating, but it also applies to Nitish Kumar, who is the Chief Minister of Bihar. Bihar has been one of the states which records the poorest or the lowest per capita income and is very poor on the HDI indicators. But despite that, he has been winning election after election. And despite the fact that he has been changing partners also in some of the elections. So he still continues to be popular. Largely among women and also a section of the EBCs and the non-Yadav OBCs. And the schemes which he has implemented for women, including the improved law and order situation like the cycle distribution, scholarships for girls, reservations for women in police and other local panchayats, and now this rupees 10,000, you can say a seed capital for encouraging them to start a business. All of this has developed a core vote base of the women folk. He has been able to do that. And the anti-incumbency is largely against the government. When I say government includes the chief minister, but it also includes the other ministers, the bureaucracy, officials, and the MLAs. So there seems to be some
Amitabh,
anger.
let me ask you this. Let me interrupt and ask you this. If there is, if they believe they have a strong chance, the BJP and Nitish Kumar's party, then why this significant giveaway through freebies? Do you see that as desperation or just simply insurance to make sure that they return to power?
No, see, the level of anti-incumbency, if you see our trackers at VoteVibe, was very high. It continues to remain high at 48%. People said that the level of anti-incumbency is high or there is strong anti-incumbency. Only 18% people or respondents said that the anti-incumbency or there is pro-incumbency, and 22% were neutral in July. So through a series of steps like this rupees 10,000 cash income support, what has happened is that the government has been able to turn some of the people who were saying that they are neutral about the anti-incumbency into pro-incumbency. So now in the last tracker in September, October, the pro-incumbency levels increased to 32% from 18%. So they realized that there was a discontent, perhaps because of agri-distress, unemployment, rural distress, and took these steps to improve their position in the upcoming elections.
So, Amitabh, do you think that the BJP, JDU combined will return to power in Bihar, in many ways endorsing Prime Minister Modi's popularity in India, allowing Nitish Kumar to return as Chief Minister? Is that the most likely scenario at this point, according to you?
So see, yesterday in phase one, the turnout has been one of the highest in Bihar's history. So a number which is keenly awaited is what is the female turnout versus male turnout. The female turnout historically in Bihar after Nitish has come to power is more than 3 to 5% of the male turnout. So if the same trend continues, what we have also seen is that JDU particularly has a very high strike rate in seats where the women outvote men. It ranges from 70% to 90% of the seats. So we'll have to wait for the final figures of the ECI with respect to gender turnout. If the gender turnout is fairly high compared to males, then it is advantage NDA. Otherwise, it is advantage the India bloc or the Mahagathbandhan, because youth, and primarily male youth, because the worker participation rate amongst females is low in Bihar. It is youth which is disenchanted with the government and suffering from unemployment and migration. And the male youth.
Michael, let's get your perspective on the turnout, whether it's youth, whether it's women. What assumptions are you making?
Yeah, I mean, this turnout factor is really significant. As Amitabh said, some of the highest turnout we've seen in Bihar in recent years and perhaps ever. I mean, the government figure, as I recall, is about 65%. That's significant. And I think that that's something that the opposition might latch on to and say, okay, with so many people worried about poverty, unemployment, that, the high turnout must suggest some type of protest vote against the government and in favor of the opposition. But, those that are in power now may conclude or hope that this is just a case of people coming out enthusiastically to show support for the current government. But yeah, absolutely, there's still things that we need to determine, such as the number of women voters and so on. But basically, at this point, the governing coalition and the opposition can both point to the high turnout as something that will benefit them. We'll just have to see what happens in the second round of voting next week, and then wait for the results later next week.
I'll go back to Amitabh with this question on, Prashant Kishore, who is the third corner in this challenge. Amitabh, do you think he has the potential opportunity to play kingmaker? Do you think this becomes a model of a government? Will it go all the way down to the wire, or will it be a decisive sort of victory for either side?
So if the Jan Swaraj party does well, then it is likely to be a closer election. The worse the Jan Swaraj party or Prashant Kishore does, then it is likely to be a comfortable majority for either of the alliances. See, it's just been 3 years and Bihar is dominated by caste politics. So he does not have a base on which he can add on vote share. Like when he advises political parties, there is already a base of that political party and you add 2%, 3% to enable them to win. So he has, you can say, that set the agenda in terms of raising issues. Some could even argue that he has raised more valid points than the opposition has raised perhaps in Bihar. And he has traction amongst youth and also amongst a large section of migrants. And there is some sort of undercurrent. So one cannot gauge as to whether this is likely to convert into votes or not. On 83 seats in 2020, the victory margin was less than equal to 5%. So if he gets anything above 5%, then he is likely to spoil the prospects of either the NDA or the India bloc. So he's likely to more play the role of a spoiler in this election. Some of the tactical mistakes I think perhaps committed is that he did not himself contest the elections. And we have not seen a manifesto from Jan Swaraj party, which is very, very intriguing.
Sure. Okay.
Michael,
one quick last question, Amitabh.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just had this quick last question, Has. Michael pointed out the big other state elections next year. And my question to Amitabh was simply that, what happens in Bihar? Will that have any bearing on West Bengal or Tamil Nadu or Kerala? Because those are very strong opposition party-led states.
Yes, so those are very strong opposition party-led states. And I don't think in terms of bearing, it might have any bearing, apart from the fact that, of course, it would motivate or energize the cadre of the BJP or the NDA to do well in some states like West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, where it has entered into an alliance with AIADMK.
Softer than the estimates. It's a very modest miss in the third quarter on the revenue line for Commerzbank, 2.94 billion euros. The estimates had been for 2.98 billion euros. Third quarter operating profit also just within a hair of a miss in terms of operating profit for the third quarter, marginally softer than the estimates, 1.05 billion euros. The estimates have been for 1.06 billion. Commerzbank sees full year net interest income of about 8.2 billion euros. We know that is where the scrutiny will be from analysts in an environment, of course, of lower interest rates in the Eurozone. We'll be also watching for any uptick in loan loss provisions. This stock is up around 100% year to date. They still see full year net income of about 2.5 billion euros. Commerzbank, that is one of the key lines dropping as well. The estimates had been for 2.47 billion. So net income slightly above the estimates in terms of the full year view from Commerzbank. But on operating profit and revenue, very, very modest miss. We will be speaking to the CEO of Commerzbank, Bettina Orlop, at 6:40 a.m. UK time. Do not miss that interview. We will also be asking, of course, about that UniCredit overture with that more than 25% stake from the Italian bank built up in Commerzbank. So stay tuned for that interview later in the show. Let's get to the broader markets then. We did see the dip buying and retail investors and institutional investors come back into the markets yesterday after that sell-off that we saw on Tuesday, of course, with semiconductors and chip makers facing the brunt of the selling. Yesterday, we saw upside for the Nasdaq 100 of about 0.7% by the end of the close. The S&P 500 closed up by about 0.4%. Today, a little bit more caution across these markets, maybe looking for the next catalyst. European futures pointing lower by just 0.1%. Actually ended in positive territory yesterday for European stocks. FTSE 100 futures, as we look ahead to the BOE rate decision at 12 UK time, a little softer, just by 5 points. S&P E-minis down by 0.1%, and Nasdaq 100 futures pointing lower by 0.2%. Let's flip the board and have a look cross-asset then in terms of the Treasury markets and the focus on the pound, of course, in the lead-up to that BOE decision. The 10-year is currently in the US yielding 4.14. Yields moving just 1 basis point. A bit of a move into Treasuries. 1.30 on the pound right now, stronger versus the dollar, up 0.1%, dollar weakness. And gold is gaining 0.2%. Oil also slightly higher despite a build-up of inventories in the US, up 0.4% on Brent at 63.76 on Brent. Let's cross over and check in on the Asian markets right now. Winnie Su standing by in Hong Kong. Winnie, what are you seeing?
Yeah, quite a positive session in Asia today, pretty much rebounding from yesterday's losses after that big sell-off in technology shares. And you can see on the board that the MSCI Asia is up more than 1%, pretty much reversing all losses from yesterday. And we have heard from traders in South Korea and Japan this morning that they are seeing more dip buying orders. And on top of that, you've got that skeptical Supreme Court against Trump's tariffs. So that's supporting overall market sentiment, although the longer-term trading implication will depend on the final rulings. And you flip the board and take a look at what's going on in the Chinese market, because Hong Kong shares today are actually leading gains in the region. So on top of all these tailwinds that we discussed on the macro side of things, there was also local media saying that the Chinese government is asking the new state-funded data centers to use local chips. So that's supporting chip makers in China at today. And look at here, the MSCI China is actually up more than 1.5%. And that's also partly because the MSCI reshuffling showed that this time around, the Chinese companies were seeing the first time in more than 2 years that they have a net increase in Chinese corporates. So that's also supporting the overall sentiment for Chinese equities from global investors. Now, bucking the trend, unfortunately, we are seeing some downside when it comes to the China's robot taxi rivals, Pony AI, and we write down about 13% each on their IPO days as they battle against each other for investors' appetite there. Back to you, Tom.
Winnie Su in Hong Kong, thank you very much indeed. Let's turn to the UK now, because the Bank of England will likely keep interest rates on hold today at 4%, ending a run of quarterly reductions. This as Governor Andrew Bailey takes a cautious approach ahead of the government's crucial autumn budget, with inflation still elevated. Bloomberg's Lizzie Burden joins us around the desk right now for the setup for this decision. It is still, though, a live decision for the BOE, Lizzie.
Very much so, and we've been speaking to analysts this week, haven't we, who actually see a cut. Barclays, for example, Goldman and Nomura too. And even if they do hold, Tom, it could be a really tight vote split. 6-3 is the expectation, but some are saying it could hinge on the governor this. Why? Because we're inching towards neutral. Yes, we don't know where neutral is, but most economists we speak to say it's about 3%, and the closer they get to it, the more slowly and carefully they're going to want to move. There's also the elephant in the room, which is the budget, of course, on November the 26th. And, you know, we heard from the Chancellor Rachel Reeves earlier this week promising it's going to be disinflationary, but I doubt that the Monetary Policy Committee is going to want to vote as if it's disinflationary without having seen the policies themselves. And we should say that the forecasts today, the updated forecasts, are somewhat moot because of that budget, even if the expectation is they're going to downgrade the inflation outlook compared to August for next year and this year, but keep the growth and unemployment forecasts the same. I'm really interested to hear what the governor has to say about the budget, because you'll remember Rachel Reeves said that the Bank of England keeping rates at 4% is holding back business borrowing. So let's see if Andrew Bailey's got a shot to pop the other way. Yeah,
a veiled, or maybe less veiled criticism, interestingly, from the Chancellor in that speech, as you say. So Andrew Bailey's comments will be in focus at the press conference, 12:30, but also in an interview with him as well. What are you expecting to be the focus when it comes to the press conference?
Well, the question is, if they hold today, how long is that pause going to last? Are we actually going to get a cut in December? And to kind of answer that question, I'm really going to be listening to how the governor characterises that 3.8% inflation read that we had the last time. Because, yes, that's lower than the Bank of England's forecast and the consensus forecast, but it's still nearly twice the BOE's target. How do they talk about the labour market? Because last time, there were lots of hawkish hints. They were emphasising the worries about food inflation, inflation expectations as well. If they're much more dovish in the communications, and if they cut rates today, you could see this continued outperformance of gilts that we saw through October, and $1.30 is the key level on cable that you need to watch.
$1.30 as we look at cable right now at $1.30.67, just up 0.1% so far in the session. Lizzie Burden with a fantastic setup for a big day for the BOE. This meeting is live. Of course, we'll bring you all of our special coverage, of course, of that rate decision from Bank of England, beginning at 12:15 p.m. with Governor Bailey's press conference later in the hour. Do not miss our interview, of course, with Andrew Bailey. That will be at 4 p.m. UK time. Staying with the UK, the Financial Times is reporting the Chancellor is set to spare Britain's banks from a punitive budget tax raid after making it clear to colleagues she wants the sector to remain competitive and able to support the country's growth. A source told the paper that raising taxes on the sector is a long way down the list of budget possibilities. To the US now, the US Supreme Court appears sceptical of President Trump's sweeping global tariffs, as justices suggested he had overstepped his authority with his signature economic policy, of course. In a hearing yesterday, the court hinted it was ready to put significant limits on Trump's far-reaching agenda. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta is here. So, Kriti, we still wait the judgment, of course. This is what we picked up. This is what we gleaned from the comments and the questions from those justices. Where do things stand ahead of that decision from the Supreme Court.
Well, we should remind our global audience that going into this, we did start to see the Supreme Court, or we have seen the Supreme Court is split 6-3, conservative to liberal. So there was a question here of, has Donald Trump already kind of stacked the court in his favor? Will this already, going into this hearing, will the odds be in favor of some of his policies? And that's really where we've seen the plot twist kind of shake up here, because some of the language that's being used in terms of the 12 states and the American businesses that have basically sued the government for this tariff impact, they're starting to liken tariffs to taxes. And that's something that, although from an economic perspective, we say quite often in terms of the impact on commerce and the impact on businesses, the impact on consumers, that isn't necessarily something that people use in the mainstream media, and of course in mainstream commerce, and specifically not at the Supreme Court. And to hear that from conservative judges was really the tipping point to say, well, actually, maybe these policies and the Supreme Court hearing doesn't have, or Donald Trump doesn't have as much support from them as maybe we thought going into it.
And this is all happening in a time, of course, of great focus in the US on this continuing shutdown. So you have the Supreme Court decision around tariffs, which should be consequential, of course, for the domestic US economy, but internationally as well in terms of the trade agenda of President Trump. But also the shutdown continues. We're day 37 now, and we're seeing the impact, and there's impacts across the board, but really a prominent impact this morning is around flights in the US.
I mean, it's getting bigger and bigger, and this really does connect to the story of the Supreme Court as well, because one of the arguments that Donald Trump and the White House is using here is that the tariff revenue is meant to shield a deficit that he's calling that's coming down to an economic and national catastrophe. That's really where the shutdown is coming in terms of just trying to save costs and cut that spending. To your point about the impact, we are starting to see the flights, as you see on the screen at the moment. 10% of capacity in 40 major markets. There was video from the Houston International Airport over the weekend where there were just lines and lines. People who had even arrived 3 hours ahead of their flight couldn't make it to their flight. And again, those are the people who actually take that 3-hour rule very, very seriously for international flights. That is a very big deal. That being said, you did have the National Transportation Secretary say this is a largely domestic story. International flights will not be affected. But we should mention this comes in the backdrop of air traffic controllers that have been striking, pay issues that have been showing up for federal workers as well as the military as well, not to mention some of the food stamps and the food aid programs that the government can no longer provide for, and something that even in the emergency funding, kind of that stash of cash that the government has in the case of a prolonged government shutdown, even that is no longer being tapped for some of these really dire cases.
And in terms of the flights, of course, leading up to the Thanksgiving holiday, a crucial time for travel across the US. Kriti Gupta, thank you very much indeed. Of course, anchor of opening trade on the Supreme Court's machinations around the tariffs and the impact of the ongoing government shutdown, now the longest in history at 37 days. It made that mark, of course, and that record yesterday. Here's what else to think about today then. 6:30 a.m. UK time. This is a really big one in terms of the defence space. Rheinmetall earnings will break. We'll get those for you, of course, as they drop. We're going to be speaking to the CEO as well. That's at 7:05 a.m. UK time. We will have an interview with the Rheinmetall CEO, Armin Papaga. Is he starting to see that stimulus coming through from the German government to support the defence sector of Germany? And at 7 a.m. UK time, we'll also break AstraZeneca earnings as well in the pharmaceutical space. 7:45, meanwhile, we will have an interview with the CEO, Pascal Soriot. So stay tuned for that conversation. And later in the day, it is the Tesla AGM, the vote, of course, to decide on Musk's potential $1 trillion pay package. Very consequential for anyone exposed, of course, to Tesla. You can get a roundup of the stories you need to know to get your day going in today's edition of Daybreak. Terminal subscribers can go to DayBGO on the terminal, and tariffs and Trump are centre stage. Coming up, Zurich reporting a jump in gross written premiums in its property and casualty unit. The insurance giant's CFO joins me in the next few minutes. Plus, we will speak to the CEO and founder of AI language platform DeepL, the German rival to Google Translate. We'll discuss the company's new tools, agentic AI, and whether an IPO is on the horizon. That's coming up. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, to the earnings story right now with a focus on insurance. Zurich Insurance says that its gross written premiums in its property and casualty unit rose 8% in the 9 months to September, helped by growth in its retail and commercial insurance businesses. We're joined now by the CFO of the business, Claudia Cordioli, CFO of Zurich Insurance. Claudia, good morning. Thanks for joining us on the back of these earnings then. Talk us through how this sets you up for the quarters ahead.
Good morning, Tom, and thanks for having me here. Indeed, I'm very pleased about the start of the new year and the new 3-year plan cycle. So the last 9 months have been an extremely strong testimony to the diversified balance sheet and the business model that we've got. As you mentioned, our premiums are up 8% for P&C in the first 9 months of the year to a record 39 billion. That's the first time in our history. Our life and health premiums are also up 11%. Farmers, which is the business that we support, retail business in the US, is also up in premiums 5%. And their capital strength that they've been gaining through a transitional phase and a transformational phase is well positioning them for further growth. Last but not least, our capital position is very strong at 257% SST ratio. So all indicators are pointing in the right direction. Very pleased about the way we started in the new year cycle.
And to be clear, Claudia, in the current quarter, are you seeing that level of growth in premiums continue?
Absolutely. We are seeing actually the growth accelerating in some areas like commercial insurance, and particularly in the retail business. So you need to think, Tom, in the last 9 months, we've been seeing 16% raise in our retail premiums, with EMEA playing a very, very strong role. So extremely pleased about the growth, and at the same time, the fact that we've been able to improve the profitability, which is not obvious. So growing premiums and at the same time being able to improve our combined ratio and our loss ratio, that has been a great work done by the underwriting teams. Very pleased about that.
And how much closer does it take you then to these the ambitious targets that the team, Mario Greco and you, have set for yourselves in terms of earnings per share growth of more than 9%, return on equity above 23%, seen by the street as being pretty ambitious? What's your level of confidence you hit those targets?
I'm absolutely confident that we will deliver. Zurich is a company that's extremely focused on execution, Tom. And we are laying all the actions in place. We have everything that we need in line to be able to deliver on our 3-year targets. So just to remind everyone, we've been committing to an EPS compound growth of above 9% over the 3-year period, an ROE which is industry leading of above 23%, cash remittances of 19 billion over the accumulated 3-year period, and we are executing very well against all of them. So I'm absolutely confident that we will be able to deliver.
I want to ask you about some comments that Mario Greco, the CEO of the firm, has made in relation to private capital firms' growing push into life insurance. What are the key risks there that you see?
Well, you've seen renewed interest, or strong interest, as you say, from those players into the life business, and particularly in the EMEA space. Obviously, this is a business that's long-term, so you need to make sure that who invests in this business has got alignment of interest with the policyholders, which is front and center in the minds of the regulator and players like Zurich alike. So that's, I would say, the first and foremost point that needs to be given. The alignment between whoever invests in those closed life books and the policyholders need to be there. And then there are a number of other factors, like the ability to operate very large balance sheet, like the one that we've got in Germany, for instance, and we have in Italy and a number of other countries. So those are also considerations that are extremely important in the eyes of the regulators.
On that point, I guess, what do you make of the recent failures that we've seen amongst the insurance consolidators, whether that's in Italy or in Switzerland? We've got the failures of companies like Eurovita in Italy, FWU in Luxembourg, UPlus in Switzerland. What does that say to you, Claudia?
Yeah, well, I do think, Tom, that this is exactly a confirmation of what we were saying just before. There needs to be the willingness to invest over a long period of time. The Eurovit example is exactly going in that direction. Whoever wants to play in the life space needs to be in for the long term, needs to be there to support the customers over the long term. And that might mean that it needs additional capital. It might mean that it needs competences and the ability to work with the customers and operate very large systems and complexity. So whoever wants to invest there needs to be in for the long term.
You tried to offload a $20 billion book to Viridium Group last year. That didn't quite work out. What are your plans for that now? Do you still plan to offload that?
It is still in focus. So just to remind everyone, this has been an initiative that Zurich has started a few years ago. As you said, it didn't work out. There were some regulatory topics that came into the transaction. Now, Viridium, as you know, has changed hands, so the ownership of Viridium is sitting somewhere else in a consortium, and there are other players who are also very interested, potentially, in the Zurich book. From our side, the situation is different, obviously, because the interest rate situation used to be, a very different one in the COVID time when we initiated the sale process. That said, Tom, we are still strategically interested in a sale of the book, and we are evaluating our options and talking to a number of players.
Claudia, really appreciate your time on the back of those earnings. Zurich Insurance CFO Claudia Gordioli. Claudia, thank you. Coming up, we're going to hear from the CEO of robo-taxi firm Pony AI as that company's shares plunge on debut in Hong Kong. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
As I reach a milestone in my life, I'm humbled by my good fortune, yet well aware that I still have much to learn. And if I stay true to myself and follow my instincts, my legacy will be looked on kindly by my friends, my family, and hopefully generations to come.
Pony AI and WeRide fell on their trading debuts in Hong Kong as the pair of Chinese robo-taxi firms battled for investors during their public offerings. Pony AI CEO James Peng spoke to Bloomberg ahead of that listing.
We actually have relatively big footprint in our global markets. I think we're now in 7 markets: South Korea, Singapore, Luxembourg in Europe, 3 countries in the Middle East. Regulation is a key part of our business, and we want to be a strong supporter and a strong negotiator for government actually to pass the regulations. So certainly we're not in a waiting mode for the regulation. That's one point I want to make. But among all the markets at this point, seems to be the Middle East, especially UAE, seems to be probably in terms of regulation to be the fastest to approve fully driverless commercial licenses. But I think other countries definitely will follow suit. And we already have a footprint in those markets. We have good partners in those markets. And once the regulation is ready, we'll double down and push our more fleets into those markets.
You've actually been operating in the U.S. much longer than in the UAE. What are some of the biggest roadblocks you are facing in terms of commercialization in the U.S.?
I think that it's some geopolitical concerns. Also, there's data transfer, data storage, and some other concerns. So we deprioritized our commercialization in the U.S., but rather focusing on other markets.
So are you giving up plans to commercialize there now?
At least for now. Or we should say, at least we paused.
Pony AI CEO James Peng with our China correspondent Min Min Lo. Sticking with tech, Bloomberg has learned that SoftBank explored a potential takeover of US chipmaker Marvell, a move that would have marked the chip sector's biggest ever deal. Sources say the talks have since stalled, but Marvell shares surged to 13% on the news. The $80 billion target was seen as a strategic fit with ARM Holdings, which SoftBank controls. Meanwhile, ARM shares gained in extended trading after the chip designer issued a bullish revenue forecast. The company expects fiscal third quarter sales to reach $1.23 billion, surpassing the average analyst estimates. Plus, we will speak to the CEO and founder of DeepL, the German AI language platform taking on Google Translate, to discuss the firm's new agentic tools and whether an IPO is on the horizon. Jarek Kotulowski joins us next. This is Bloomberg. Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Asian stocks track Wall Street's rebound as dip buyers swoop in to take advantage of tech sector weakness. Traders looking ahead to today's Bank of England rate decision. Uncertainty reigns as the US Supreme Court hints it is ready to put significant limits on President Trump's sweeping global tariff agenda. And Commerzbank raises its outlook for full-year lending income, even after third-quarter results were amiss. We're going to be speaking to the CEO of that lender, Bettina Orlopp, just ahead. Let's get the latest in terms of the earnings story as well, before we turn to a focus on technology. So Continental earnings coming through, also, of course, listed over in Germany on the extra DAX. The DAX, of course, are coming through in terms of the latest earnings print. Just pulling them up for you. Third quarter adjusted earnings for Continental down 15% year on year, 565 million euros. Looking at the margin as well in the third quarter, the adjusted margin 11.4% versus 13.3% year on year. So it's a softer margin story for Continental year on year. And in terms of adjusted earnings, also contracting year on year. Sales falling close to 1%, 0.9%. Sales coming in just shy of 5 billion euros. We're bringing up Rheinmetall as well in the defence space. This stock, of course, has had a significant run-up in the last couple of years, so a key player when it comes to defence across Europe and, of course, in Germany. Getting the latest details for you in terms of third-quarter earnings from Rheinmetall. Operating margins of 835 million euros. That is up 18% year on year. That's over a 9-month period. The operating margin at 11.1% over a 9-month period. That's the operating margin. The operating profit at 835 million. So the operating profit is up almost 20% year on year. The sales picture across the first 9 months of the year, 7.5 billion euros. Rheinmetall confirming its 2025 outlook. Again, across the 9-month period then, operating profit coming in at 835 million euros versus 705 million euros year on year. So profits are improving, sales are improving. They still see full-year sales at Rheinmetall increasing between 25 to 30%. So up 25% at the low end of the range, up 30% at the top end of the range. We're going to be speaking to the CEO of Rheinmetall just after 7 a.m. UK time, Armin Papaga. So stay tuned for that conversation. Let's get to the broader market story then. You did see some dip buying in the US session yesterday. European stocks even ended up slightly higher as well, up 0.2%. Today, though, a little bit more caution after the dip buying that we saw on Wall Street yesterday. European futures called lower just by 0.1%. FTSE 100 futures as we await the BO decision at 12 o'clock UK time, a little softer by 0.1%. S&P E-minis currently down by 0.2. S&P 500 actually closed higher by 0.4% yesterday. Nasdaq 100 futures after a decent day yesterday, pointing low by 69 points. Let's flip the board and have a look cross asset. There's a bit of a sell-off when it comes to the US dollar. That's lifting the euro and the pound, and a bit of money flowing into treasuries. 4.15 right now on the benchmark US 10-year, 1.30 on the pound as we count down to the Bank of England's decision, up 0.1%. Gold gaining 0.1%, and you're seeing Brent also slightly higher by 0.3 at $63 a barrel. Let's get to the tech story then. And AI, the German AI language firm DeepL has unveiled a series of new translation and office efficiency tools. DeepL Agents, which the company describes as an AI co-worker, offers to automate tasks and streamline workflows faster and more accurately. Last year, the company, which is seen as a European rival to Google Translate, raised $300 million at a valuation of $2 billion. Very pleased to say we are now joined by the CEO of that company, Jarek Kutilowski, the CEO and founder of DeepL. Jarek, I know it's been a very busy time for you, so we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. And of course, you founded this business back in 2017, well before OpenAI and ChatGPT came onto the scene. You're backed by the likes of Index Ventures, Benchmark and IVP, and you've been producing these products, Jarek. How much demand then is there for your agentic AI product, and where do you see that fitting into the enterprise space?
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen a lot of demand coming up even after the launch yesterday. Our customers have been asking for quite some time to take the kinds of AI research that we've been doing and applying it to the language space, to take this just further and take our approach to build reliable AI tools that are based off the latest technology, but also made in a way that they actually work in the enterprise, and bring that to new fields. And this is really what the AI agent is doing, and we see this as the best agent for the business on the market out there.
What does it tell us about your ambitions and DeepL's ambitions? You've moved from a translation product that rivaled, and in some cases, some would say outstripped what Google was able to do, and you were selling into enterprise on the back of that, to agentic AI and now this customization hub as well. What does it tell us about your ambitions for the business in the next 2 to 3 years?
I mean, we want to build a global AI company that is coming out of Europe, and that also means that we will have to expand our product range. I mean, language is an incredibly important market for us and will remain an incredibly important market for us, but there's just more that we can do, and I think we're all also really excited about what this technology can purely offer.
Yeah, as you look across sectors, are there certain sectors that are seeing a very strong demand for these kind of products versus other sectors? Is it uniform across the board? How are you seeing it kind of breaking down sector by sector, maybe region by region as well?
I mean, like the products that we're offering there are pretty universal across different sectors, so we're seeing a lot of demand. It's obviously tech companies who usually adopt these AI tools the fastest, but we're also seeing manufacturing, we're also seeing professional services, or basically all of those sectors coming up. And geographically, we are obviously very, very strong in Europe, but we're also seeing strong demand in Asia. And the US really is a strategic market for ourselves. We're trying to make sure that we're also present in a market that is not local to us. I think every company should think of being globally present. Therefore, we're totally diversifying over the whole world.
Does adoption in Europe lag adoption in the US?
I wouldn't say so, especially with our types of products. I think coming from the language space, Europe was historically a very, very good market for us, and that comes just out of the experience that European companies make when they're entering all of the diverse language markets in Europe and also outside. So I would say that for us, it's both markets being really on par.
Jarek, what is your biggest roadblock to faster growth at this point? Is it talent? Is it compute? Is it enterprise adoption? What is the biggest kind of headwind at this point?
I think it's going to be talent for everyone, honestly. Like, even though DeepL has a strong brand, is obviously incredibly well known in Europe, and we can hire well, there's just a limited pool of talent out there, and there's quite a few companies who want to hire the best people. So this is something that we're obviously focusing a lot on.
I talked about the fact that you successfully raised $300 million at a $2 billion valuation last year. I suspect the valuation is up from that now, Jarek. We've been reporting, the team has reported at Bloomberg that you've considered an IPO. Can you give us some more details? Where are those conversations, Jarek? Is 2026 a year when you list?
Tom, we are building this business really for the long term, and I think we will be thinking about potentially going public when the time is right for that. There's also a lot of advantages staying a private company, especially in this like very tight and very incredibly fast-paced race in AI. I think we're going to have to wait for that moment coming up.
Okay, it sounds like you're still weighing up your options on that front, Jarek. I want to push you on the potential. If you were to list, Jarek, this is a key question for those in the European tech ecosystem. Is it inevitable that it would be the US, that it would be New York, if you came down on that side of this discussion?
I think it's a little bit too early to make this decision, but I think just the sheer volume of transactions happening in tech on US-based stock exchanges prime those a little bit for tech IPOs. We don't have this consolidated mass of tech-aware markets in Europe yet, at least. So I think most of the tech companies out there will be thinking about the US for this.
And Jarek, if there was one thing that Europe could do to support companies like yours in Europe with your own model, with, of course, your own stack of GPUs and AI accelerators, your own depth of research, what would it be?
I think we need more boldness and more courage in Europe to build more AI. I think as Europe, we're selling ourselves still a little bit short. So I would really encourage all of the European governments to put on a very strong AI-related agenda and make sure that we can compete on the investments and on the conviction towards our economies being driven by AI in the future much stronger.
Okay, DeepL CEO and founder Jarek Kotolowski, thank you very much indeed, Jarek, for the update. Of course, we appreciate your time. Coming up, we're going to be discussing third quarter earnings with the CEO of Commerzbank, Bettina Orlopp. That is coming up next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now, Commerzbank has raised its outlook for full-year lending income, even after third-quarter results fell slightly short of estimates, hit by a higher tax rate. CEO Bettina Orlopp joins me now from Frankfurt. Bettina, thank you, as ever, for your time. Let's start on the top-line earnings then, and the raise in terms of the net income and net interest income forecast. What has led to that, and how confident are you that you're going to be meeting that forecast?
Well, we're very confident, actually, because if you look on our results, it has been a record operating result for the first 9 months and very much driven by growth and then leading to a higher profitability. And growth stems from two factors. One is our lending growth, 13% in corporates, but also the net commission income growth. And that is coupled and translates very nicely in a very good cost-income ratio, which has come down from 59% to 56%, and a net ROTE of 10%. And specifically, The NII was good, and that was driven on the one side by the lending growth, but on the other side also very good management of the deposits, of the deposit beta, and therefore we raised also our outlook from 8 billion to 8.2 billion for this year, and we also raised already our outlook for next year, where we thought it would be around 8 billion, and now we have increased that already today to 8.4 billion for next year.
And specifically, Bettina, on lending growth, does that momentum continue? You're confident that that momentum continues into 2026 then?
Definitely, because I mean, when you see the stimulus package of the government and also the tax reliefs, all this is just coming in. The budget has been just agreed a couple of weeks ago. So we actually do not see that yet really in activity and economic data. So I'm very confident. Also, when you look on our GDP outlook, it's 1.2% for next year. And we will clearly benefit from that. We already see activity today very much focused on I would say, infrastructure and defense. And we still wait, actually, that the corporates and specifically the Mittelstand show more activity. And that will hopefully also follow next year if the government is doing what they have promised, implementing some significant reforms also when it comes to bureaucracy, energy costs, and things like that.
Yes, indeed. OK, so it's clear that your view is that Commerzbank does benefit from that fiscal stimulus and that support around infrastructure and defence in 2026, and that will be a significant story for you then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. What is your current take of the German economy, Bettina? And are you disappointed that the German government, this relatively new government, has, at least in some readings, failed to reform quicker than maybe some had expected?
Well, I mean, it's a mixed picture which you currently see. When you look on the production data, it's indeed still, and it has recovered when you take the latest data from yesterday compared to August, but it's still not in the area and the level what we really want to see. So activity is missing there. On the other side, you see IFO data, which has reached the highest level since 2022, which is the business sentiment is clearly improving. Consumer confidence is also improving when it comes to mortgage activity, when it comes to retail business and stuff like that. So it's really mixed, but it's very clear, and we are all pushing for that. We need to have reforms. There's a lot of activity. There's been also yesterday a proposal on reducing bureaucracy, but we need to see much more of that to really improve situation midterm.
OK, and back to the bank and the lines across the announcements today. You're going to be starting up a 600 million euro, up to 600 million euro buyback. What is the time frame for that? And is there more you can do to return cash to shareholders?
Well, first of all, we are in the middle still of the 1 billion program, which we have announced a couple of months ago, but we have now started the approval process for up to 600 million for a second one. I mean, we laid out clear promise and a clear capital return plan for this year, but also for the coming years. And if you take the numbers, we always said that we would give back the net profit minus the AT1 payments. That brings you, if you take our guidance, to something up to 2.6 billion euros for this year. We now have started 1 billion with the share buyback program. We have applied for up 600 to give us some flexibility for year end when we see how it's coming in, because we clearly also want to pay a very attractive dividend.
Yes, and part of this is part of the efforts to fend off Mr. Orchel over at UniCredit. Of course, has built up that 29% stake in Commerzbank. Bettina, have you had any conversations with Mr. Orchel in the current quarter?
Well, we have. We have frequent interactions because it is an important investor, and we do have interaction with all our important investors on a quarterly basis. That means we will also have an investor meeting with UniCredit this quarter. That's clear, it's very professional, but it's also not more than an investor meeting.
Are there any concessions that UniCredit, that Mr. Orchel could make whether it comes to the board, whether it comes to lending, whether it comes to branch commitments in Germany?
Well, we always said that we would be willing also to sit down and to discuss something, but we need to have a formal or informal proposal which lays out a little bit the ideas of a combination. And as long as we do not have that, we can also not judge on it and evaluate.
And is there anything else that you and the team are doing, Bettina, at Commerzbank to kind of fend off this takeover attempt? Would you consider, for example, onboarding another asset?
Well, we always said that we would not do stupid things. That's very important. And clearly, we said that we would look into growth options. We do that organic. We look on the organic side. What can we do to invest more? How to accelerate things, like also via AI. And we definitely also think about tomorrow and not today. And we also do our regular review on potential M&A options. And if there's something which is value accretive and which benefits our business model, we would definitely do it. But it needs to meet certain requirements because we are here to create value for our shareholders and nothing else. And I think we have done that pretty successful over the last 12 months, and we intend to do that also in the coming quarters.
Well, the stock is up more than 100% year to date. So, yes, a green tick in the box on that front, Bettina. What about the support you're getting from Berlin?
Berlin has been very clear on what their stance is. It's a minority shareholder. One should not forget that. They also have an important stake, and they made it very clear that they do not like the approach, and they are very supportive. And I think it's also very important, given the stimulus package, we are the bank for the Mittelstand. 30% of German export runs via our books. People should not forget that. So having a stable, profitable, growing bank with a very positive momentum is also good for Germany.
Bettina, briefly on private credit, a number of banking executives have been weighing in on the risks around this. Jamie Dimon famously with the cockroaches line. Are you concerned? Where do you stand on the risks around private credit? Are you starting to see some stresses and strains?
Well, first of all, our exposure to private debt is not there. So we are very first of all, for our own positioning, we are very comfortable, but clearly we follow on the developments, and it just shows how important resilience is, how diligent you need to do your homework, and that you need to have a very good risk management in place, and that having enough capital, having enough liquidity is an important one. So we monitor it closely, but luckily our exposure is near to non-existent.
Bettina Orlopp, CEO of Commerzbank, thank you very much indeed for your time this morning as the bank raises its outlook for lending income, just missing slightly those profit estimates for the most recent quarter. Bettina, thank you. There's a lot more coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. So it's a bit of a muddy picture when you look at European and US futures today, but you did see the dip buyers coming back in. We heard that prediction from our guest on Barclays, Emmanuel Cour, early yesterday morning, and then you saw that come through in the US session, and you saw the chip makers as well, the semiconductor index up around 3% after the previous day seeing a market valuation drop of around $500 billion US. So the dip buyers were back. We'll see how that story plays out today, of course. You saw that coming through in terms of support for some of the biggest chip names. Let's flip the board and have a look at the bond issuance story. We have a Bloomberg story on the terminal today talking about the fact that we've got to almost $6 trillion. That's a record. Stripping out what we saw in 2024, beating what we saw in 2024, coming from the sovereigns, coming from the financial sector, coming from mega cap tech as well. This is the European story in terms of bond issuance. Also a record through to this part of the year, through to November the 6th, $2.3 trillion in terms of the debt issuance from sovereigns and from corporates as well, taking advantage of relatively low rates, of course, and as well, funding that build out, particularly in the US, of tech. Talking of AI infrastructure and tech, we think about Tesla and the AGM later today. The chair of the board of Tesla saying that if Musk does not get his way on his potential $1 trillion pay package, he might walk away from that company. Here's how it breaks down in terms of the market cap milestones for Musk. As you look at tranche 1, tranche 2, all the way down to the 12th tranche and an $8.5 trillion market cap company, that is what he would have to achieve to get the full payout. That AGM later today. Before that, though, our special coverage of the BOE rate decision beginning at 12:15 p.m. with Governor Bailey's press conference later in the hour. Don't miss our interview, of course. Opening trade, though, is up next. This is Bloomberg.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest on the government shutdown now having an impact in the air. This week, the Transportation Department said it would cut 10% of flight capacity across 40 major airports to ease the strain on the travel system. As of this morning, about 700 flights are canceled at the four biggest airlines, United, American, Delta, and Southwest. Republican Senator Mike Round says it doesn't have to be this way.
This is serious. It's one more step in the wrong direction for us. The American people expect us to have the aircraft run on time. They expect the trains to run on time. They expect us to actually have government operating.
Republican Senator Mike Rounds was on Bloomberg's Balance of Power. You can get the full conversation on the Bloomberg podcast channel on YouTube. The top Democrat on the House Transportation Committee, Rick Larson, is calling on the FAA to share its risk assessment to ensure the flight cuts aren't politically motivated.
Well, Nathan, another major story we're following this morning involves Elon Musk. Tesla shareholders have approved his $1 trillion compensation package. And we get more from Bloomberg transportation reporter Danny Lee.
This ultimately means that shareholders have given Elon Musk and Tesla their full backing for Musk to do whatever he needs to do to drive the company forward. And of course, we are seeing this transition of Tesla from just an EV maker to one that Musk wants to take it into robotics, to artificial intelligence and a driverless future. So there's a lot at stake here. And of course, for Musk, he doesn't automatically get this $1 trillion. He has a series of very lofty goals and hurdles he needs to pass financially in terms of the valuation of Tesla, and also operationally in delivering, for example, 20 million vehicles and selling 1 million robots and driverless cars in order to hit some of these extremely stretched goals.
And Bloomberg transportation reporter Danny Lee says this is the largest payout ever awarded to a corporate leader. And looking at shares of Tesla, they're up 0.7% in early trading.
And shares of NVIDIA, Karen, are moving lower now. They're down 0.7%. CEO Jensen Huang says the company has no plans to ship its Blackwell AI chips to China. Huang is currently in Taiwan. He says it's up to China when they'd like NVIDIA products to go back into their market. Meanwhile, the information is reporting that the White House has told others in the federal government it will not allow NVIDIA to sell its latest scaled-down AI chips to China.
Well, Nathan, the Netherlands is prepared to suspend its powers over Chinese-owned chipmaker Nexperia if China allows exports of its critical chips again. Sources say the Dutch government is willing to revoke its powers as soon as next week if the shipment of supplies resumes and is verified and financial issues between Nexperia and its Chinese operations are resolved.
Well, overall, Karen, exports from China unexpectedly dropped in October for the first time in 8 months, contracting by 1.1% compared to October of last year. Global demand failed to offset a slump in shipments to the U.S. And we get more from Bloomberg News Chief Asia correspondent Rosalind Matheson.
Well, there's likely to be quite a lot of volatility still going forward. I mean, we've had quite a bit of front loading that went on, which really propelled exports from China through most of this year. Even though we do have a truce in trade, we've got big questions about whether Donald Trump's tariffs stay at all. So for a lot of companies and countries, still a fair bit of uncertainty, including for China, about what the next 6 months are going to look like.
Bloomberg's Roz Matheson says shipments to all nations except the U.S. rose 3.1%, not enough to compensate for the more than 25% decline to America.
Well, Nathan, the makers of blockbuster weight loss drugs have secured a big deal at the White House. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk have agreed to slash the prices on their popular Zepbound and Wegovy shots in exchange for tariff relief and wider access to Medicare. As heard here live on Bloomberg Radio, President Trump made the announcement in the Oval Office.
For years, politicians have talked about making health care affordable, but my administration is actually doing it. Americans deserve the best health care in the world, and we're now getting the best health care at the lowest price.
Under the deal with President Trump, the price of Wegovy and Zepbound under Medicare will be $245 a month. The drugs currently list for more than $1,000. In return, Lilly and Novo will get a 3-year grace period from upcoming tariffs on pharmaceutical companies that don't manufacture in the U.S. And we spoke with Novo Nordisk CEO Mike Dustar.
We are more American than many companies that were born in USA. And the reason I say that is that long before many American companies started to think of developing and producing their raw ingredient in US, We were there doing that.
And Novo Nordisk CEO Mike Dustar, the Danish drug manufacturer, pledged billions in U.S. investment, including a $4.1 billion factory expansion begun last year in North Carolina.
Let's turn to the markets now, Karen. Futures are starting to move lower after another sell-off on Wall Street. The S&P 500 has dropped more than 1% twice this week as some of big tech's AI spending spooks some investors. David Bianco is Chief Investment Officer at DWS Group.
The valuations are very demanding, yet we understand why, and we're taking a constructive view on tech and communications and all that, but our preferences are financials, healthcare, and electric utilities because power is still a really important part of the AI story.
It's DWS Group's David Bianco. The S&P 500 is up 14% so far this year, while the NASDAQ is higher by 19%.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. A defensive battle to begin Week 10 in the NFL in Denver. The Broncos didn't get a first down for the first 24 minutes. They didn't get a touchdown till late second quarter. They added a field goal late third, and they beat the Raiders 10-7. And Denver at 8-2 has the best record in the NFL. Broncos have won 7 straight. They're
Tesla
5-0.
shareholders have just approved a $1 trillion compensation package for CEO Elon Musk, the largest payout ever awarded to a corporate leader. We start our program there right now with Ed Ludlow, the co-host of Bloomberg Tech. Ed, shareholders have had their say, and there are strings attached for Musk to make this much money.
Shareholders have had their say, and in the end, more than 75% of the vote went in favor of the compensation package, which is notable given that Elon Musk's concern and last warning was that historically the index or passive funds voted in line with the recommendation of the advisory firms. Glass Lewis and ISS had recommended a no vote. But the data tells us that actually overwhelmingly institutional retail investors of all types voted in favor of this compensation package, which spans 10 years and is split into 12 tranches set against both operational and financial milestones. The slight grey area in the other vote we were watching for is that the majority of votes
Hi,
that were
I'm Carmel
cast
Crimmins in
were
Dublin.
in favor
It's
of the
Friday, November 7th.
proposal for
Today,
Tesla to
Tesla
invest in
shareholders greenlight Elon Musk's $1 trillion paycheck. A Reuters special report finds Meta is making a fortune on fraudulent ads. Google plans an AI center on a tiny Indian Ocean island. And Trump cuts a deal with 2 big pharma companies to slash their weight loss drug prices. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week.
Tesla shareholders.
The world's richest man is about to get even richer. Tesla shareholders have approved a $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk. It's the biggest corporate payout in history, and it got over 75% support from investors. A delighted Musk bounded to the stage of the company's annual meeting, accompanied by dancing robots. Tesla's future and valuation hang on Musk's vision of morphing the EV maker into an AI and robotics juggernaut.
Robotaxi is called a cybercab. It doesn't even have pedals or steering wheel.
And shareholder anxiety that Musk would quit if the pay proposal wasn't approved outweighed governance concerns around the deal. Sticking with the corporate world, a Reuters review of previously unreported internal documents shows that Meta projected it would earn about 10% of its total revenue in 2024 from ads for scams and banned goods. That amounted to about $16 billion. Tech correspondent Jeff Horowitz says the documents also show that the company only bans advertisers when it's 95% certain they're scammers.
They actually have fairly good insight into the overall state of play of scam activity on their platform. The company has metrics on everything. This is a data-driven business. They had categorized it down to the level of determining the higher risk and lower risk scams in terms of the company's legal exposure. And the higher risk bucket was estimated to be as much as $7 billion a year. That's what scammers are spending to recruit people. Presumably, people are losing a lot more than that if the scammers are going to have any payoff. And just the sheer volume, right? I mean, 15 billion exposures to paid scam attempts every day just on Meta's platforms. It's a lot. The company pointed us toward a SEC disclosure stating that it does think that efforts to address illicit advertising could have an impact on our revenue in the future, and that could be material. That said, the documents that we've seen from inside the company seem to approach scams as not good, but something that needs to be viewed in the context of Meta's revenue and in the context of regulatory pressure. So, the question being, are regulators going to make Meta address this, and how will cracking down on it affect Meta's revenue?
Christmas Island is best known for its asylum seeker detention centre and its annual migration of millions of red crabs. But now, a Reuters exclusive reveals tech giant Google has a plan for a new AI data centre on the tiny island. Kirsty Needham in Sydney has more.
So this is still cloaked in secrecy. Google are not giving precise details. This is a tiny island, 1,500 kilometres from the Australian mainland. It's closer to Southeast Asia than it is to mainland Australia, and it's increasingly been seen by the Defence Force as a valuable location for monitoring Chinese submarine activity in the Indian Ocean. We know that Christmas Island is becoming increasingly important to Australia's defence plans because a tabletop war game was held recently involving Australian, US and Japanese military, gaming how they would respond to a Chinese attack on Taiwan. As part of that, Christmas Island was identified as an important frontline defence position for Australia. In response to Reuters reporting, Google is playing down the size of the data hub project on Christmas Island. They're saying this won't be a large artificial intelligence data centre, and it's part of their work to boost subsea cable infrastructure and boost digital resilience in Australia and the Indo-Pacific area.
A federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to fully fund food aid for 42 million low-income Americans by Friday, rejecting the government's plan to provide only partial SNAP benefits during the shutdown. The judge says the administration's partial funding plan failed to comply with his earlier order requiring full or partial benefits no later than Wednesday. The ruling escalates a legal battle that's already seen food banks overwhelmed and millions of Americans scrambling to figure out how to feed their families. The Supreme Court says the Trump administration can require sex designations on US passports to align with sex assigned at birth. The order blocks transgender and non-binary Americans from choosing markers that match their gender identity. The policy reverses decades of practice. Since 1992, the State Department had permitted passport sex designations to differ from sex assigned at birth with medical documentation.
Medicare and Medicaid will finally cover the cost of these weight loss drugs for millions of patients suffering from obesity.
President Donald Trump announcing a deal with weight loss drug makers Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk.
All of these drugs will be available directly to the consumer at TrumpRx.gov. Trump, why'd you use my name? Trump, it better be good. TrumpRx.gov. And I think
the plan will slash prices for popular weight loss drugs for Medicare and Medicaid patients, as well as for those paying out of pocket. The two programs offer health insurance for people over 65 and low-income residents, nearly half of all Americans. Patrick Wingrove covers the pharma industry.
Medicare enrollees will get the drugs for a $50 copay. That's guaranteed. And these drugs are already available to cash payers for around $500. They are hoping that will reduce or drop over time to about $245.
Patrick says the deal could add new demand pressure to the companies, which have only just recently recovered from supply shortages.
Lilly and Novo Nordisk have been doing their best to ramp up manufacturing. The shortages of the drugs that were around for much of last year and the year before ended, according to the FDA, towards the end of last year, the beginning of this year. It's unclear whether this deal will lead to the kind of volumes that will put extra constraint on supplies.
And of course, the companies also come away with some benefits of their own.
They've both been given a 3-year tariff exemption. And of course, they get access to Medicare, Medicaid patients potentially in a way they didn't have before. So theoretically, they could sell more of the drug, even though the price has decreased.
China's exports suffered an unexpected slump in October. It comes after months of front-loading US shipments to beat President Trump's tariffs and signals a tough fourth quarter ahead for the world's second-largest economy, despite its efforts to diversify trade with non-US markets. The UN Security Council has lifted sanctions on Syria's president, who's set to meet President Trump at the White House on Monday. Ahmed al-Shaar's visit will be the first by a Syrian head of state in decades. It comes as a Reuters exclusive reports that the US military plans to establish a presence at an airbase in Damascus, a sign of Syria's dramatic realignment since the fall of Bashar al-Assad last year. And for today's recommended read, how grassroots leagues have revived China's soccer dream. An amateur soccer league, organised by farmers, students and factory workers, has unexpectedly drawn millions of fans and inspired big cities to form their own. You can read more by clicking on the link in the pod description. And tomorrow, we'll have the latest episode of our long-form On Assignment podcast out, all about Ukraine's changing front lines. You'll be able to listen to that on Saturday, wherever you get your podcasts. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
The count. Likely there'll be, a 10 to 20% drawdown in equity markets sometime in the next 12 to 24 months. And I'd say there are very few people in this room that don't think that that's a meaningful possibility. It doesn't mean that the general direction of capital flows, investment, portfolio allocations changing. It just means things run and then they pull back so people can reassess.
Now, despite today's sentiment, the appetite for acquisitions grows, with a major bidding war heating up in healthcare. Pfizer and Novo Nordisk are in a bitter multi-billion-dollar battle for obesity startup Metsera. Now, the drama comes on the heels of a massive M&A Monday, with global deal values now sitting just under $4 trillion. All of this, of course, happening as New York is poised to decide who will run the capital of capitalism. New Yorkers today voting for a new mayor, choosing between Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani, independent candidate Andrew Cuomo, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. Voters have already flocked to the polls in record numbers, a sign that today's results could be a referendum on the future of the U.S. financial capital. Matt Miller, it's a story that we're going to be covering very closely over the next 2 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. We're also going to be covering the story of sky-high valuations. I was looking at Palantir specifically, and I typed BICO GO when I had that equity up to find out who is running this in terms of Bloomberg intelligence. Mandeep Singh pointed me to this chart. He's the analyst that covers tech stocks for us at BI and Palantir specifically. He said, type GF, graph fundamentals, and put an E EV to sales to see how far Palantir has run in relation to some other companies. So the white line that you see here is Palantir. It's trading at well over 100 times sales. And then you see NVIDIA, Salesforce, ServiceNow, and Oracle all here. So that just, I think, puts into great perspective, Katie, how much more investors have been paying for Palantir.
Yeah, it is absolutely wild to see some of those charts that you bring up there. And let's keep this conversation going now with Sinead Colton-Grant. She is Chief Investment Officer over at BNY Mellon. Sinead, great to see you in person.
Great to be here, Katie.
So let's talk a little bit about valuations, because valuation angst seems to be one of the running themes behind what we're seeing in markets at this moment. I know there's not too much to say about a single day's action, but do you think that we're seeing some of that concern, some of that skepticism around these sky-high valuations start to show up at the benchmark level?
Well, look, I think we've had such a good run. We shouldn't forget about that, right? If you went to the middle of last week, the NASDAQ was up over 25% year to date. And what I think we're seeing is just a little bit of healthy profit taking. The sentiment probably started at the end of last week when we had the Fed with their somewhat hawkish cut. And then with, for example, Palantir being priced to perfection, they beat expectations. They raised guidance through the end of the year. And you've got to assume some investors thought, this is probably as good as it gets. We know that volatility is always present. It's what makes a healthy market.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about health and unpack what that means, because the concept of a healthy pullback, we've heard that, and we've heard that recently among some of those Wall Street chiefs that we've just mentioned, that we could be due for a little bit of a correction here. What delineates a healthy pullback from something that you might start to worry about?
Well, look, we do know that PE multiples are pretty high across the board. But what we always caution our clients to do is focus on the fundamentals. And what does that mean? Well, really, you're looking at U.S. economic growth. You're looking at earnings growth. For all of 2025, we're looking at earnings to expand over 10%. We're closing in on our fourth quarter of earnings expanding double digits. And for 2026, we're looking for earnings to move higher again, over 13%. So really what we're seeing is the productivity benefits here in the U.S., some of them driven by AI, but some of them broader than that, in addition to ongoing growth. So we believe the fundamentals look solid. The other thing to remember is that historically, when the Fed has cut and the economy has continued to grow, typically 12 months after the first cut in that cycle, markets are up over 16%. So we think the fundamentals look pretty solid.
I wonder what you think about the labor market, and when you talk about productivity, I instantly think about companies replacing workers with AI, right? I know it's not going to happen anytime soon, but we've heard from Amazon that they think eventually they could get rid of 600,000 employees, which is a massive chunk of the 1.6 million that they have. Not now, but they've already started, obviously, reducing their workforce, and so have many others. That can't be good for consumption.
Well, there are two things to remember here, Matt. The first is, those are the roles that they're replacing. In every revolution, and this is really how we should think about it, there are new jobs that are created that we don't even know what they are yet. So I think that's one piece. But secondly, where we're starting to see it, and I do agree it's early, we're starting to see it in those more entry-level roles, right? Graduates that are coming into the workforce this year, next year. Those numbers are coming down pretty sharply, whereas the more experienced hires are continuing. But look, it's the real conundrum about the labor market right now, where we're seeing cyclical and structural factors really coincide, where we've got, on the one hand, demographics and immigration restrictions really pulling down the supply, but AI is certainly pulling down demand.
Well, if we start or continue to see Fed cuts, and I know that it was hawkish last week, are you concerned at all about inflation? Because it does seem like companies haven't passed through all of the tariff effects yet, but of course they will, right?
Maybe, because they've got some pretty healthy profit margins, so they may decide to take some of that cost themselves. And in fact, what we've been seeing is that they've actually been shouldering more than 50% of the burden, that consumers have really only been seeing about a third of the overall impact of tariffs. And let's remember, the actual tariff rate that companies are experiencing is much lower than the headline rates that we see when deals are announced. But look, we should talk about the consumer more broadly, because it is very clear that there is a K-shaped economy where consumer spending driving 70% of the economy. It's really being buoyed by the top 10% of consumers, where household wealth has really increased by such a strong degree over the last, call it 5 years or so, whereas lower income households are really feeling the pain of higher and ongoing higher inflation, plus wages that haven't kept up. But going back
the
to your
government
question,
shutdown soon. I mean, 42 million Americans are on food stamps.
Yes. I mean, we will start seeing that in the numbers very, very soon. But look, to go back to your question about inflation, we see inflation hovering around the 3% level, really for some years to come. But that's not a bad thing, right? Inflation expectations, when you look at surveys, we're going to get Michigan later this week, they're still pretty anchored out at the 5 to 10 year area. And markets can do very well with inflation at the 3% or so level. The key is that it doesn't start to move higher. And one of the things that we're seeing in some economies overseas, look at the UK, for example, their inflation readings are much higher, and they're potentially going to see 5% before the end of the year. They're currently sitting at 3.8. So we shouldn't be complacent.
All right, Sinead, that's a good place to leave it. Great to get some time with you. That is Sinead Colton-Grant. She is Chief Investment Officer over at BNY Mellon. Now, coming up on the close, Upwork CEO Hayden Brown joins us to discuss how AI supercharged the platform's latest results, plus what's next for freelancers in the age of automation.
And while tech is driving growth, geopolitical tensions continue to test the markets. Teneo's Kevin Kajiwara joins us to talk about the upcoming Supreme Court decision on the fate of President Trump's global tariffs.
Then we turn the spotlight on to live events. Medium Rare's Adam Richman is here to discuss the boom in big experiences and what's next for the business of entertainment. All that and more coming up. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Online recruitment company Upwork seeing massive gains after upping its full-year forecast on AI tailwinds. The company has been laser focused on building the world's human and AI-powered work marketplace, with CEO Hayden Brown touting, quote, phenomenal user productivity and engagement in the earnings release. Hayden joins us now to talk about the quarter, what that was, and the outlook ahead. Hayden, you know, it's interesting that you've managed to make AI work in a place where it may have destroyed, or people may have expected it to destroy to some extent, your marketplace. How do you combine, you know, AI and what you're doing at Upwork?
There are two things around AI that are really working for us, Matt, and we are structural beneficiaries in this AI era. The first one is we have spent several quarters really rewiring our platform to be AI native and bringing an AI agent called Uma into the workflow for customers. And all of that work to make the platform really sing through these AI features has added $100 million of gross services volume to our marketplace this year alone. And there's more gains ahead. We're also seeing a huge tailwind from the growth of AI jobs and work broadly. I mean, every business is wondering, how do I get ROI out of these AI investments? And most of them are stuck because they don't have the talent they need. We have 250,000 AI professionals. Businesses of all sizes are coming to the platform, and that's really driving 53% year-over-year growth in our AI categories in Q3. And again, a lot more coming ahead as well.
So what kind of people are you finding to do this, and how much are you paying them? I mean, that's always my automatic thought when I talk to a staffing firm.
So our business is really a digital platform, and it's an open marketplace where the talent actually set their own rates. We do see talent that are earning in these AI categories are earning a premium, as you would imagine. They're able to price their services higher, but that's not stopping clients. We saw the growth of clients engaging in AI work up 45% in the quarter. And so really it's showing that businesses really need to find the talent to meet the moment, both for traditional AI skills like prompt engineering, which was up 70+%, but also in other categories that everyone said would be dead. To your comments earlier around where is AI destroying jobs? You know, in the past, we have seen some erosion in small jobs in categories like writing and translation. Those categories are actually now stabilizing and growing because humans are back. Businesses need humans to oversee the AI tools, to qualify them, to review their outputs. And that's where we're seeing growth in a bunch of areas, again, that people had speculated might be impacted negatively by AI.
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear you say that humans are coming back. Maybe they had been shuffled away, but now they're being shuffled back. I do want to talk a little bit specifically about your business. You did deliver earnings earlier this week, and taking a look at the sell side reaction, it seems like Wall Street was particularly excited about the fact that you actually returned to growth when it comes to gross services volume, that being a notable positive there. Talk us through some of the drivers when it comes to that specific measure, that return to growth.
Absolutely. We really turned over a new page in the business this quarter. You know, after 5 consecutive quarters of GSV headwinds, this is our first quarter of reaccelerated growth, and our outlook is for growth from here on out, including acceleration in 2026. So we feel great about that positioning. The drivers really have been 3 areas. One have been the changes to make our business AI native. Another has been this tailwind from AI-related hiring on our platform that we just talked about. And the third has actually been in the SMB part of our business. You know, we're a marketplace that serves businesses of all sizes. But over the last few quarters, we had a new offering called Business Plus that really speaks to the needs of larger businesses that are working in our marketplace. And that product saw 36% quarter-over-quarter growth in customers, really strong GSV contribution as well. And we feel like we're still early in unlocking this huge SMB market with this new product that's really performing for us.
And what also sticks out to me in the quarter, Hayden, is that you also now have solid free cash flow, solid being the description that analysts over at UBS used. What do you plan to do with that when it comes to, you know, how you allocate that cash flow, that capital? Do you plan to buy back shares? Are you thinking about potential acquisitions here, for example?
Absolutely. This is a business that is incredibly financially robust, including on free cash flow generation. We've already exercised several share buybacks over the last 2 years, including a new $100 million authorization, which we announced just in September. So we're definitely being aggressive with share repurchases. We're also being aggressive with M&A. We've done 4 acquisitions in the past 2 years alone. Those have performed exceptionally for us. And so we're out there in the market, you know, looking at what might be next. But the good news is we have the capital to really flex on all the different areas that we can to create shareholder value.
All right, Hayden, we'll keep in touch as you continue to look at more M&A opportunities there. That is Hayden Brown. She is CEO over at Upwork. Now coming up, Pfizer and Novo Nordisk increasing their bids for obesity startup Metsera. Up next, we'll speak to an analyst who covers the space for his outlook. This is The Close on Bloomberg. Time now for our top calls. Look at some of the big movers on the back of analyst recommendations. And first up, Caesars Entertainment. Jefferies is betting against the casinos and resorts operator as they downgrade to a hold and trim their price target to $22 from $39. After earnings missed estimates, the analyst has lower confidence in Caesars' growth trajectory. Shares down 1.3%. Up next, DraftKings. Bank of America is feeling dicey about the sports betting company, bringing it to neutral from buy and lowering their price target to $35, down from $48. The analyst sees prediction markets presenting a challenging near-term narrative for DraftKings. That has certainly been the story. Shares down 6.5%. And finally, we have Eli Lilly. William O'Neill reinstating coverage of the drug maker with a buy recommendation. Now, the upgrade comes amid reports that Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are preparing to announce new drug pricing deals with the White House, including for their weight loss drugs. Eli Lilly shares currently higher by about 0.8%. Those are some of our top calls. Now, speaking of Novo, the drug maker is boosting its bid against Pfizer for Metsera as the ongoing battle for the obesity startup intensifies. One analyst believes higher bids could still be on the way just based on how the shares are trading. And I'm pleased to say that Jared Holes, he's the analyst who said that, joins us now, healthcare equity strategist over at Mizuho Securities. So, Jared, it looks like we have a bidding war on our hands for Metsera. Who do you think comes out on top?
Thanks a lot for having me. We definitely have a bidding war. I'm not really sure. I mean, based just on today's language, wouldn't be shocked if we saw one more bid from Pfizer. I think they made it clear without saying anything that their latest attempt was not necessarily the final. Sometimes you see that sort of language or rhetoric when we're talking about M&A, and they omitted saying that. But at the end of the day, I'm not really sure who wins this thing. There's going to be a point in which if Novo continues to up their bid, I believe Pfizer winds up walking away. Could be wrong, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, we should find out soon enough. So you take a look at Novo's latest bid. This week, they submitted an updated offer that values Metsera, which has no drugs on the market, by the way, at as much as $10 billion. Tell us a little bit more about what these companies are actually bidding on. How promising is Metsera that these two giants are willing to really come to blows over it?
We don't really know. I mean, this is a recent IPO. This is a 2025 IPO. The claim to fame here for Metsera is really twofold. One, that they're working on a less frequent injection, right? Like the drugs that are on the market now are used weekly. Metsera is aiming to offer a monthly. I think there's a little bit of an issue with that because you have to titrate on a weekly basis before you get to monthly, but that's the differentiation. They're hoping that in time they can separate from the pack by offering a monthly shot versus the weekly. We're going to have to see what the efficacy and the safety look like with longer term or longer dated trials. But really, there's not that much to go on here. I think Novo's angle is probably they want to augment the pipeline. Some of their pipeline products have not gone the way they wanted them to. And then Pfizer has spent a lot of money in drug development, but really never came up with a product they thought they could move forward. So in some aspects, this is their plan B.
Jared, I look at, the value of Novo Nordisk compared to like a Microsoft, and obviously there's a massive delta, but I can't understand it because the Center for Disease Control says 42% of Americans are obese. That's like well over 100 million people, and globally it's exponentially larger. I pay $20 a month for ChatGPT and like $1,000 a month for Wegovy. Why isn't this, these obesity drugs, why aren't they way bigger than AI, which could prove to be as bad for you as social media?
It certainly could. I mean, when you look at the market for obesity, right, you're looking at a massive portion of the population. And then the key thing is then the multiplier. What is the price going to be? And so the drug started out a couple of years ago, roughly $1,000 to $1,200 a month. And now they've come all the way down to around $400 to $500 a month. And then the news came out earlier this morning, that that CMS is looking to negotiate pricing for the Medicare population at about $150 a month. So I think the gating factor here and why it just will never be as big is that the pricing dynamic, we've already seen the price get cut in half, and it might go down substantially from here. So that's the reason why it'll never be as big. And then there are things along the lines of, patent expiry and other competitive threats, including Metsera, that are probably going to increase pricing or increase the pricing debate even more.
I wonder what Pfizer eventually does, because they have nothing now to take on Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, and you have to, I guess, have a dog in this fight if you want to be taken seriously as a drug maker.
Yeah, this is going to be the largest category, we think, in all of drugs, right? So, you would venture to guess that most of the major players would want to have some sort of presence here. Pfizer has, done a lot of drug development in this area. Nothing really came to fruition that they thought was competitive enough to compete with Lilly and Novo. So it's not surprising. But then again, it comes down to the original point. How much are they willing to spend? When Metsera IPO'd, it was around $2.5 billion. Now we're talking about 8 or 10. There is some limitation at some point, I think, as to how much one of these companies is going to pay.
Jared, great to get some time. Thanks so much for joining us. Jared Holtz there, healthcare equity strategist at Mizuho. Coming up, Kevin Kajiwara, co-president of political risk advisory at Teneo, joins us to talk about how he's advising CEOs amid the tariff uncertainty and the Supreme Court decision.
A lot of our inspirations for new features comes from experiences in our own daily life.
The other day, I needed to double check an important meeting schedule by finding a specific call recording. Thankfully, with call summarization feature on my Galaxy, I could quickly find it.
Our users ask complex questions, and our model has to be able to speak multiple languages. What seems impossible now can quickly become possible.
Just about 3:30 p.m. in New York. This is the countdown to the close. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Matt Miller, finally back together.
Here we are.
Joining us to talk about what's going on with trade and the decision at the Supreme Court that everyone is watching so closely, that President Trump isn't apparently going to go and watch. But for a while, he said he felt obligated to go and watch this himself.
Well, it'd be really interesting to see how this turns out. Of course, the U.S. Supreme Court, they're going to consider the fate of President Trump's tariffs tomorrow. And Bloomberg News leading with the idea that 3 of his appointees to the Supreme Court will really help decide the fate.
Right. At the end, he said he doesn't want to draw attention to himself. President Trump hates to do that.
Famously.
And joining us to talk more about this is Kevin Kajiwara, co-president of political risk advisory at Teneo. It's all fun to joke around about this stuff, but it's a really serious decision. In fact, the president has said he thinks the most serious decision the Supreme Court's made in 100 years. They're going to decide on his IEEPA powers, whether or not he can actually just decide himself about what to tariff other countries and when, using the International Emergency
Economics Powers Act.
There you go, the IEEPA.
Glad you guys have that, yeah.
So what do you think? What are we going to hear?
I mean, look, the bottom line is this could go any number of ways. Now, let's remember, the president has already lost twice at the International Court of Trade and then at the Federal Court of Appeals in a 7-4 verdict, right? But nonetheless, as we were talking about...
On previous cases, right?
On this case.
Oh, on this case. Because he also tried to ban TikTok. Before he was for TikTok, he was against it, and he used IEEPA.
On the use of the emergency authorization, right? To put these reciprocal tariffs on basically all trading partners, right? I don't think that it's necessarily a binary outcome. Either he's allowed to or disallowed to, and then we'll have to pay back the refunds. There's a lot of different potential outcomes here. And so, as usual, has been the case throughout the trade dispute that started all the way back in April, I think companies and our trading partners alike really cannot straight line anything, because even if he does lose, which the betting markets suggest he will, as do a lot of legal scholars. By the way, out of the 40 some odd amicus briefs that were filed with the Supreme Court, only 6 were in favor of the president's policies. Keep in mind that he can still pursue Section 232 and Section 301, other pathways to being able to impose these tariffs.
Well, I want to dig in on a point you made that, it's not a binary here. There's a range of outcomes that we could get from the Supreme Court. Of course, where you sit at Teneo, you're in constant communications with corporate executives. I mean, talk us through how this impacts the C-suite, and when you're considering all the different multitude of options that could be at play here. I mean, what do those conversations sound like?
Well, Katie, I mean, you're exactly right. But the point here is that it depends on the industry you're in as well. And if you think back to the big news last week, which was President Trump's meeting with President Xi Jinping in South Korea, you know, they essentially came to an agreement, right, to sort of holster their weapons and take the off ramp and stop this kind of spiral into a trade war. But a lot of the details that have come out from the White House, and they have not yet been confirmed by the Chinese side on the amount or when, let's say, soybean orders would be taken, how they were going to police issues on fentanyl, how they were going to police issues regarding, some of the export controls and the like. So, if you're in the higher tech industries, it's a little bit unclear, right? I mean, NVIDIA, as a perfect example, hasn't yet been solved or settled. There's still more talks to come. So, I think the point here is that the array of outcomes is still a pretty wide one. And so what I'm talking to C-suites and boards alike is that this uncertainty tax that I've talked about on this program before continues to hold. It is perverting the behavior of these companies during a time of great uncertainty.
Well, that's fascinating because we were talking in the commercial break that if you take a look at the stock markets, the equity markets, it seems like there's this growing sense of resilience or maybe just numbness to all the different cross currents we're getting when it comes to global trade, when it comes to the U.S. government being shut down, now encroaching on a record here. Is there that same sense when it comes to corporate America? Can you basically just look past some of this noise at a certain point and say it'll work itself out?
I think most CEOs are optimistic. That's why they're in the seat that they are in, and they think that the opportunities are going to present themselves. But I would say there's a lot less, let's call it irrational exuberance, in the C-suite than there is in the markets. And I think because the decisions that they are making are absolutely fraught. 10 years ago, or going back to Trump 1.0, when he initiated the first trade war against China, there was a big continuation of the China plus one manufacturing policy, like let's move to Vietnam, let's move to Thailand, et cetera. But now that tariffs are going to be cut against, brought back down on China, it makes them a lot more competitive again. A decision that looked genius, 8 years ago is starting to look perhaps more questionable now.
What are you telling the CEOs, the boards that you advise about the U.S.-China relationship? Because it seemed as though China truly had us by the short hairs with regards to rare earths, right? There's nowhere else we can access them. And if we don't access them, our entire manufacturing economy is dead. On the other hand, China seemed really worried when President Trump went to Asia and started getting along so well with these competitive economies. And now it looks like, at least for a year, we have a deal.
Well, yes, and by the way, that year is going to expire right in front of the midterm elections. Let's not forget that. The bottom line here, though, Matt, is that companies, CEOs are going through something that none of them have ever gone through before, in the sense that the United States has never had a challenging economy the way that the way that China represents. And the reality of it is that probably both countries have overestimated a little bit the weapons that they have in their arsenal. But you're absolutely right. Even though we have taken an off-ramp, their foot on our neck with regards to the rare earths, especially at the heavier end of the elemental spectrum, is absolute. And that can come back to haunt us no matter how much money we invest in this. This is not something that's going to go away in a year or two. It's going to be very, very complex for the companies and industries that require these metals and magnets and elements going forward. It's going to require billions of dollars and time. China has spent the better part of the last 50 years developing the supply chain, developing the processes for it. They've got graduate programs in their universities, all of which we're still sort of at square one on.
All right, Kevin, unfortunately, we have to leave it there. Hope to have you back soon. Fascinating conversation. That is Kevin Kajiwara. He is co-president of Political Risk Advisory over at Teneo. Now, coming up, election races in Virginia, New Jersey, and New York City are heating up as voting is underway. Up next, we'll get a check in straight from the heart of Jersey City. This is The Close on Bloomberg. Voting for key races underway in New Jersey and New York, and one of the main issues at stake, the future of the Democratic Party. Today's elections will show how voters are judging President Trump's policies since his return to office. And joining us now on the ground for coverage in New Jersey is our very own Romaine Bostick, co-host of The Close, the program that we're on right now. Romaine, great to speak with you. You, of course, are in Jersey City, but let's talk a little bit about New York and New York City's
You
race.
always keep telling me, Katie Greifeld, to go to Jersey. And now I'm here in Jersey, in the heart of it. Katie Greifeld?
Yes.
What do you want to know? Because I'm now an expert on everything in the Garden State.
Somehow I'm in Manhattan and you're in New Jersey, but you know what? The news gods decided this is the way it is. But let's talk a little bit about turnout, specifically when it comes to early voting. There's been a lot of noise made about how you've seen people really turn out in a big way, vote early for this race. And it seems like, at least for the New York City mayoral race, that we're going to get some impressive numbers here.
Well, yeah, you're going to see that both in New York and in New Jersey. Certainly in New York, early voting started about a week and a half before the actual election itself. You did see a huge number of people turn out. Now, we haven't quite surpassed some of the numbers that we saw in the last election cycle, but some of the pollsters I've spoken to have said that they are anticipating that once we get past the closing of the polls tonight, we probably will see a record turnout for the mayoral race in New York City. Of course, one of the most volatile and quite contentious mayoral races that we've seen in quite some time. But based on the polling, it does look like Zohran Mamdani is going into tonight with a relatively healthy lead, at least based on what the official polls say. But of course, we've seen in the past that the official polls can sometimes get it wrong. So we'll have to wait until for just a few more hours here before we can actually start counting our chickens.
You know, it's interesting. We were talking about this earlier, Romaine, but I've heard so many Republicans saying, like, the mayoral race in New York is a referendum on the future of the Democratic Party. Like, if Mamdani wins, then it's all about the squad from here on out. But a lot of Democrats are saying, why can't it be about Mikey Sherrill? She's a centrist, you know, someone who's pragmatic. And that's the way that the Democratic Party should go. And having these races next to each other, I just find fascinating.
Yeah, we should just be very here, Matt. These are really two completely separate races. And the idea of either one of them being a referendum on national politics, I think, might be a bit of an overstatement. Certainly so with New York City. It's just a much different dynamic in terms of who actually votes and, more importantly, what they're voting on. And while a lot of Democrats, I think, are looking to Mamdani as maybe sort of representative of what the party nationally can be, that's not always what translates across this country. And New Jersey really is a case in point of that. This is a Democratic stronghold. It has been really, frankly, for the last 35 years or so. But just because it's a blue state doesn't necessarily mean it's a blue state. If anything, it's more light blue. Remember, this is a state where that elected a Republican governor 2 times over twice. Christy Todd Whitman in the 1990s and, of course, Chris Christie in the 2000s, both who served 2 terms here. So this is a populace that is willing to embrace a Republican gubernatorial candidate. We should point out as well, though, that the brand of Republicanism in New Jersey is definitely a little bit more to the center and not necessarily to the more polarizing far right that you see in other states. And that's going to be a big factor here as we tally up the votes. We have to wait till at least 8 p.m. tonight when the polls close here in New Jersey. But the gap right now between the Republican Jack Ciattarelli and Mikey Sherrill, the Democratic nominee for governor here, is razor thin. We're talking about 1 to 2 percentage points, depending on which poll you choose. But that's within the margin of error, which means that going into tonight, it pretty much is a coin toss as to who's going to win.
All right, Romaine, really appreciate your on-the-ground reporting there. Of course, we'll be checking in with you next hour as well. And like Romaine said, Matt, it's going to be really interesting to see how New Jersey actually votes. We're about a year away from that midterm election. So a really interesting temperature check both on President Trump's policies, but also on the Democratic Party and the future there and who potentially is being positioned as the future.
I mean, this is something that they've been talking about a lot on Balance of Power, our politics program, whether or not the government shutdown is going to somehow influence voters going to the polls today. I'm not sure if they'll be hit by the SNAP benefits or the run out of that or, you know, a missed paycheck. But there's a 2-hour special Balance of Power tonight at 5 p.m.
I'm psyched. I'm looking forward to it. But good news. The closing bell is just 15 minutes away.
Yes, and we're going to take you to the closing bell with Daryl Cronk, CIO for Wealth and Investment at Wells Fargo. This is Bloomberg.
For all of 2025, we're looking at earnings to expand over 10%. We're closing in on our fourth quarter of earnings expanding double digits. And for 2026, we're looking for earnings to move higher again, over 13%.
And that was Sinead Colton-Grant, Chief Investment Officer over at BNY Wealth, kicking us off to the close. And Romaine, it's looking up to be a very...
You just called me Romaine.
I did, because Romaine usually is right next to me. You're Matt Miller, and we are on the close. This isn't open interest, and boy, stocks are falling right now.
Yeah, they are. In fact, I anchored open interest this morning, as I do every weekday from 9 a.m. to 11, and we weren't looking at drops this severe. The S&P 500 just after the start of the cash trade was off about 0.5%. The NASDAQ a little bit less than 1%. The losses have accelerated throughout the session, and of course, the concern kicked off for me this morning when I read the Bloomberg story about the big CEOs on Wall Street warning about a pullback. It wasn't really that severe of a warning. They were saying like sometime in the next 2 years we could see a 5% sell-off.
Yeah.
But then the valuation of Palantir, especially when the CEO said they were in nosebleed territory, started to spook people. And I don't know why it took this long, because they've been valued at more than 100 times projected sales for months now. But that is, I think, really the straw that broke the camel's back in today's session.
Absolutely. You take a look at Palantir right now, down about 9% as we are just minutes away from the close. Let's keep this conversation going with Daryl Cronk. I know for certain that is your name. You are the CIO for Wealth and Investment over at Wells Fargo and president of the Wells Fargo Investment Institute. Great to see you in person.
You too, Katie.
So let's talk about this. As Matt said, I mean, we had a whole host of Wall Street chiefs warning about that 5 to 10% pullback coming in the next 5 to 10 years, 2 years or so. It's an uncontroversial call, but do you think what we're seeing develop in markets right now, when you think about this steam coming out of the S&P 500 out of tech stocks, that this could be the start of something?
I don't think if it is the start of something, it's the start of a correction inside of still a sustained bull market. We don't see this, taking flight and rolling over. I would add to what Matt said. I think, yes, it is the tech stocks today, but also importantly, we lost a really important support level on Bitcoin, right? The 200-day moving average is meaningfully below it now on today's close with conviction. We're losing, as we speak, the 50-day moving average on the Russell 2000 on small caps. Right. So both are proxies for liquidity, right? And you couple that with kind of what's happening in the short side of the funding markets and the fixed income markets with the repo and SOFR rates and stuff. There's, I think, a growing illiquidity concern out there. I was talking to a group this morning, Katie, talking about the 3 I's, right? The I's on inflation, interest rates, and illiquidity, right? Those are things that are going to matter to the markets here in the next 60 days as we close down the year.
Well, it's fascinating to hear you bring up Bitcoin, because Bitcoin, a lot of people dismiss it. But in terms of measuring risk appetite, it's one of the purest measures out there because it has no fundamentals. But to also view it as a way to measure liquidity as well, I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, if you go back and track moments where liquidity has been high in the system or low in the system, you tend to see it correlate very closely with it. So, again, I do think large tech and, Matt, to your point, the news from the big bank CEOs this morning talking about a correction that may happen eventually. Some of that started the fire, but the fire picked up midday this afternoon with kind of losing a bunch of these technical levels. Even the VIX is starting to push above its 200-day moving average at almost 19. If it breaks meaningfully above that, it's been kind of stubbornly, equity volatility has been stubbornly high. Higher than it should be, I think, in what we've seen in just the broad indice levels.
I will point out, the people who are dismissive of Bitcoin tend to be the people who don't own Bitcoin.
That's
right?
true.
That's a good point.
Because if you were in it, but seriously, we have seen the sell-off in Bitcoin. We have seen a continued sell-off in gold. And we have seen real worries pop up around a rate path that we thought was clearly going to get down to less than 3% for the Fed. Next year, a hawkish cut by Jerome Powell last week. And then CapEx concerns have all of a sudden reared their ugly head, especially for a company like Meta, which doesn't seem to have, one line where you can show return on investment. And we're getting people coming out for debt now. I mean,
that's right.
Meta had $30 billion in bond sales. I think, was it Google that had $25 billion in bond sales yesterday? Yeah. Is the market starting to get a little concerned that maybe they're going to start borrowing money to invest all this money that could be, at least to some extent, wasted?
I think that's a valid concern, right? Debt works well when the promise of tomorrow is higher than it is today, and you can roll that up the thing. But it can also cut both ways and work on the downside, too. The hyperscalers are still generating enough free cash flow, though, that they could fund a lot of the CapEx, almost 75 to 80% of the CapEx, merely out of free cash flow.
Right.
So they don't need the debt. They're making the capital allocation choice to take the debt. Whether that ends up being a good choice or not, I think is debatable, right? And we won't probably know for another 12, 24, or 36 months. But they certainly have the free cash flow to fund what they need to do.
I think that's a really interesting and important point that so far, it's been funded out of free cash flow. But there was actually a really interesting Bank of America note this morning talking about how you could see that start to shift, that you might see more of these companies tapping the debt markets, not because they want to, but because they have to keep funding their AI ambitions. And it makes me wonder whether the nature of investing in tech stocks is going to change, because you think about what tech stocks, big tech, has been prized for in the past. It's the fact that they have really neat, tidy balance sheets, pristine, and that they're asset light. Right. And it feels like both of those things are maybe starting to change a little bit, Daryl.
I agree. And I think you could maybe tie an inflection point, Katie, back to Mark Zuckerberg's comments last week, where he was trying to outline the idea that underspending could be as much of a risk as overspending, right? If you underspend in this AI universe, right, and you find yourself behind, right, when you spin the clock forward, that's a meaningful risk, right, that is not asymmetrical.
Yeah, he did. He said, we could end up spending $200 billion too much. That's a problem, but not as much as it would be if we didn't spend enough. I'm just looking through the DDIS pages of all these companies. Debt distribution on the Bloomberg, you can see how much they owe. And for, $3, $4, $5 trillion companies, they don't have very much at all in terms of debt. The concern could be, though, that a lot of them are going off balance sheet for some of this stuff. And that seems problematic to me, especially when you combine it with reports that, for example, OpenAI is doing a ton of deals reportedly without bankers or lawyers because they just want to get them done quickly while they have a $500 billion valuation.
I think that's an excellent point, Matt. I mean, people are throwing out echoes to the late 90s, all this stuff. When you start doing off-balance sheets, they're doing SPVs, special purpose vehicles, right, yeah, which are outside of the balance sheet, outside of the norm. That's what we saw in the late 1990s as you got closer to kind of the silly season, right, where things were being done that just that didn't make sense and really not trackable to your traditional financials, right? So I think that's a trend to watch. We're so early days on that. It's not happening, prolifically yet, but it is a trend to pay really close attention to.
I think that's fascinating, and of course, it feels like Meta is the lens through which we can view a lot of this. The fact that they did do that SPV, they also tapped the public bond markets for that $30 billion offering. We talk about the blurring of private and public markets all the time, but it feels like you're really seeing it when it comes to the debt markets in particular.
Yeah, I mean, most prominently, you're starting to see it in the BDCs, right, on the private debt market. A lot of that is, remember, like on BDCs, you're seeing 90 to 95% of that exposure is floating rate. So, if the Fed is going to keep cutting interest rates, guess what's going to happen to the dividends on some of those, right, as they come down? Mm-hmm. Most of that's senior secured debt, so you're up the capital stack. You don't have to worry about the quality so much. But obviously, if the yield curve resets itself, I think that's where you have the problem. I think, I'm watching. I wake up every morning, I look at those funding markets, because when the overnight funding market at the end of last week hit 442, right? And SOFR was 422, right? Compared to a 2-year Treasury at 358 today, right? That's a meaningful difference, right? That has echoes of 2019. The Fed needs to stop quantitative tightening, and they should have stopped it in October, right? They drained the reserves too low. They're probably going to get forced in November here to come back in and start buying T-bills to add liquidity back into the engine, because liquidity is just too scarce right now. I think that's shaking the markets a little bit here.
All right, Daryl, got to leave it there. Great to get some time with you. That is Daryl Cronk, CIO for Wealth and Investment at Wells Fargo, also the president of the Wells Fargo Investment Institute. You're taking a look at the closing bells right now ringing. You can see a down day on Wall Street. The S&P 500 going to finish about 1.2% lower. You're seeing similar, if not worse, levels when it comes to the NASDAQ, off by about 2%. The Dow Jones, I don't know. We check that sometimes, Matt. You know how I feel about this one. It's off by about 0.5%. The Russell 2000, your small caps, really taking a beating as well. Let's also welcome in Bloomberg television market correspondent Nora Melinda here to help us take us through the day's action. And Nora, really just risk off across the board when you take a look across asset classes as well outside of equities.
Clearly seeing a lot of a risk off mood that we saw today, and especially a lot of this being underpinned by Palantir and a lot of the people thinking about what the tech space may look like in terms of a potential AI bubble.
So it's the Palantir valuations that have spooked people. You and I were having this discussion earlier, right? I mean, if you look at, no matter whether you look at trailing or forward expectations.
Because we looked at both.
Yes.
Sounds fun.
I mean, that's kind of a debate, right?
We were digging into the numbers.
But look, they're trading at 300 times earnings. They're trading at 100 times sales. I mean, that is just shocking. And they still are trading at those valuations, even with today's correction.
Right. And 21 consecutive quarters of beats. No misses, just beats. So people are really thinking about maybe they have topped expectations more than is plausible.
By the way, that's an analyst problem, right? I mean, if you beat for 21 consecutive quarters, you have convinced the analysts to just do what you tell them. Because if you're an analyst who wants to get it right, you just take your estimation and add like 25% to it. They don't have a slew of buys. 9 buys on Palantir, 16 holds and 4 sells.
There you go.
All right, we have to talk about Amgen. We are still in earnings season,
yes.
Even out of Palantir. But Amgen, third quarter adjusted EPS coming in at $5.64. The estimate had been for $4.99, so a beat there. You can see that the share is pretty much unchanged, even though they lifted their outlook once again. Their drug sales beat expectations. They raised their full year guidance, citing their new drugs, especially when it comes to inflammation medicines. But you can see the shares unchanged in the after hours. A really interesting company, you guys, especially when you consider the fact that they're also advancing development of their experimental obesity drug. We know that is the market that a lot of these big drug makers are trying to break into, a market that's really controlled by Novo and by Eli Lilly.
Yeah, and I mean, what this company wants to do, and what a lot of others want to do as well, is develop a drug that doesn't have to be taken once a week, but rather that you could take it once a month or once every 3 months. So either that or going to a pill form of these obesity drugs is kind of like the holy grail here, although none of them are doing as well as just the straight up once a week shot.
But it's also interesting because we know this company has been facing a lot of different hurdles. I mean, if you think about the crackdown from President Trump, we're seeing challenges there, but also they are facing potential, some of its medicines losing patent protection. So this is also something that you're seeing a lot of Wall Street really keeping an eye on during this time period.
All right, Amgen, I just want to point out over the last 5 years, total return, 50%.
Okay.
Right? Novo Nordisk is the same deal over the last 5 years, which is pretty crazy.
Probably with a little bit more volatility.
Eli Lilly, on the other hand, up 546%.
And that exactly is why a lot of these drug makers are trying to break into the obesity market. I think we also have results out of Rivian, Matt, a company that I would suspect you know quite a lot about.
Near and dear to my heart because I absolutely love the design of the trucks. I wish they would go to an 800-volt architecture, but I'm sure that's coming. Right now, third quarter revenue was $1.56 billion. The estimate was for $1.49 billion. They had a third quarter loss per share of 96 cents. That's better than the estimate, which was for a wider loss, or at least last year's loss, which was wider at 1.08. If you adjust it, the loss per share was 65 cents versus the estimate of 71 cents. The thing is, it's not hard to get it right when you're an analyst for Rivian because they simply don't produce that many vehicles, right? Third quarter production, 10,720 vehicles. Like the Rouge puts that out in one day. In the full fiscal year, they only see 41,500 to 43,500 vehicles delivered. So, but there's a lot more going on for Rivian, right? They're making vehicles also for others. They're working on the Scout with Volkswagen. They have a lot of vans for Amazon. So,
and they did manage to generate a positive gross profit in the third quarter. So they have that going for them, as well as those 10,000 vehicles. Let's get to Arista Networks, though, also reporting earnings. And you can see, if you take a look at shares, a lot of movement after hours. Their third quarter adjusted EPS actually beat estimates, coming in at 75 cents. The estimate had been for 72 cents. You take a look at the look ahead, too. They see fourth quarter revenue coming in between $2.3 billion to $2.4 billion. The estimate had been for $2.33 billion. Really a strong negative reaction right now. Shares down nearly 13%. Not completely clear why at the moment, because you take a look at the other fourth quarter look aheads when it comes to adjusted gross margin, operating margin, also coming in line or slightly above expectations. We're going to continue to follow this one, because you can see now shares down more than 13% in the after hours trade.
All right, I'm looking at Super Micro Computer right now. Second quarter net sales, 10 billion to 11 billion. So this is the outlook. The estimate was for 8.05 billion, so substantially higher than the estimate had been. If you look at the shares in the pre-market, you can see that they are actually down by 6.5%. And if you look at the performance for the stock, I mean, it's pretty incredible that this stock still does so well. Over the last 5 years, 1,573%, and year to date, 55%. Remember, this is a company that had issues finding an auditor after it lost.
What a story we've really seen for this company. But I mean, as you were mentioning, when we're looking 3-year, 5-year, even year to date, really seeing shares on a tear here. But I'm also digging into what Wall Street is thinking right now, when you are seeing about 52% of Wall Street analysts saying to hold the stock, 34% saying to buy it, and 3 people saying sell.
They make the racks, right? They make the racks for the data centers. So you get your chips, you get your servers, and they stuff them into their hardware and bolt them to the floor.
Another tentacle into, of course, the AI ecosystem. I do want to talk about Pinterest as well, because you think about big after-hours movers. Pinterest shares dropping 14% after their results. Their third quarter adjusted EPS coming in light, 38 cents for Pinterest in the third quarter. The estimate had been for 42 cents. They do see fourth quarter revenue between $1.31 billion to $1.34 billion. The estimate had been for $1.34 billion. So the upper end of that range that they gave was the previous estimate. Maybe that's some of the disappointment that you're seeing come through in the shares right now, currently off by about 12% in the after hours trade.
They say our investments in AI and product innovation are paying off. I still don't get it with this company.
Are people
like, what is
Pinterest?
I mean, I use it for recipes. I know a lot of people use it for weddings, but at the end of the day, like, you can't really go in there and buy a bunch of stuff on it, right? So what are you doing with it?
I think that's one of the narratives, right? If they're able to crack e-commerce, maybe use AI to help solve that problem, that there would be a lot of opportunity in this company. But you know, it's harder than just me saying that on television, I guess.
For now, a nice mood board, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. I mean, they say that advertisers are flocking to them right now. So we'll see if the market starts to believe it. Over the last 5 years, the stock has done pretty poorly. If you were an owner, you've lost money. Let's take a look at what's going on with Live Nation right now. Third quarter revenue at $8.5 billion, missing the estimate for $8.61 billion. And the adjusted operating income was a little over $1 billion, 1.03. The estimate was for 1.04. So this is a company that was up in the cash trade today, and as a result, being punished a bit in the aftermarket, although it's only down 3.7%. It's done also very well over the last 5 years, up 175%. This is like an I guess if you're betting on more people going to concerts, which we've been doing a lot since the pandemic, and Taylor Swift like driving the economy,
yeah, she has
they're
helped.
a beneficiary.
Yeah, there you go. We will be digging into
the Eras tour was last time, right?
Yeah, it was
this
last
time
year.
Is
on to another.
What's this one? The new Showgirl tour or something?
The Life of a Showgirl. It's just an album. She hasn't announced a tour yet. She's a little bit busy. She just got engaged. She has a wedding to plan, but I will keep you all and everyone else very updated on what's going on with Taylor Swift. Let's quickly just take a look at Skyworks also coming out here. Their fourth quarter adjusted EPS coming in at $1.76. That is that's year over year versus $1.55. They see their first quarter adjusted EPS coming in at $1.40. You can see when it comes to the after hours performance of these shares, if it just loads on the Bloomberg terminal for Skyworks, a little bit higher, 1.8%. We do want to thank Bloomberg's Nora Melinda for joining us to help break down all of these different earnings that we get. Just a tidal wave. And we're still waiting AMD, Matt Miller.
Skyworks expects rising AI-driven data traffic to drive greater RF complexity.
We need to get
Lord
a word
knows
cloud
RF
going
is
here.
as complex as it could be already. All right, a deeper dive into those AMD results and the broader chip sector coming up with Matt Bryson, Managing Director of Hardware Equity Research. Over at Wedbush, this is The Close on Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. This is The Close.
Welcome back to The Close. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Matt Miller, standing in for Romaine. He is on assignment. We're going to check back in with him in this hour. Right now, I want to take a look at where the markets closed out the day, with the S&P down more than 1%, 67.71, the closing level there. The NASDAQ off more than 2% as investors reassess relatively high valuations for a lot of these tech stocks, especially the ones that are tied closely to AI. Gold continues to sell off, although it still is at $39.35, $39.36 a troy ounce. And then Bitcoin at one point in today's session. Is there a session for Bitcoin, or is it just like 24/7?
You can kind of fudge it.
At one point today, it dropped below $100,000, which is a pretty big drop from the 125 or 126 record that we've seen, but still so much higher than the $600 I paid for my first Bitcoin.
Which you don't hold anymore. I feel like we have to say that.
No, I spent that on a couple of beers and like a week's supply of groceries.
Well, I hope you had I hope it was great pizza or beer or whatever you did buy. But let's talk a little bit about some equities that are moving in the after hours for the equity market. That does close, and it did at 4 p.m. But we got a whole host of earnings after the bell. You can see that Rivian is the lone outperformer right now. Rivian out with numbers. So too were Live Nation. Their operating numbers meet estimates there. Pinterest, a big disappointment. Shares just total wipeout, down about 17%. That is a knee-jerk reaction. Kava also off by about 2.6%, now more than 3%. But we are awaiting results from AMD, and that is our top story this hour. AMD inching closer to its show me moment with earnings results on deck. Now, the chipmaker is coming off its best month in almost 25 years, with shares soaring 58% in October alone. That is the best performer in the S&P 500 last month. Plus, deals with OpenAI and Oracle boosting confidence that the company can make a dent in NVIDIA's dominance. And Matt Miller, looks like we have the numbers for AMD.
Yeah, EPS at $1.20. The estimate on the street was for $1.17. So beating on the bottom line. In terms of revenue, it's a big beat. Third quarter revenue, $9.25 billion. The estimate was for $8.74. So AMD, in terms of the top and bottom lines, beating. Let's take a look at the outlook. AMD says it sees revenue in the fourth quarter, this current quarter, at $9.3 to $9.9 billion. Both of those numbers, that entire range, is above the street's estimate for $9.21 billion. So AMD, I guess you can call this knocking it out of the park. Let's ask Matt Bryson, equity research analyst covering the hardware sector over at Wedbush. Matt, what do you make of the numbers that we're seeing here? I continue to see them roll across the ticker. Gross margin, the outlook, it's expecting 54.5% in the fourth quarter at sales that were much higher than the street anticipated.
Yeah, no, numbers look good. I mean, the thing with AMD is you think about their traditional businesses, PC compute, server compute, and Intel had great numbers. And so, I mean, part of what's going to matter is the segment analysis, but I fully expect that when you look at Q3, Q4, that those two segments are what caused AMD to outperform. Just server demand and PC demand has been really strong.
And Matt, taking a look at some of the headlines coming out, apparently their outlook doesn't include China MI308 shipment revenue, so one of their specific chips there. And of course, China is a big question that's sort of hanging over all of these chip makers when it comes specifically to AMD and the relationship and whether or not that is a market that's open to them. How do you factor that in?
I think at this point, Katie, everyone's taken China out of numbers. And we just heard earlier this week that the U.S. isn't going to let NVIDIA sell its Blackwell chips in China. So I think at this point, the expectation is no China revenue. If that revenue comes back into play, that would be a positive for both them and NVIDIA.
What do you want to hear? I mean, Lisa Su is saying in the statement they delivered an outstanding quarter. Wow. That's pretty impressive. What do you want to hear, though, from Lisa Su? What do you want to hear from AMD to show that they really are on the right track? There's an opportunity out there for everybody in this space, right? The key is to do better than the next guy.
Well, I think for them, it's really just about establishing themselves as the alternative to NVIDIA, right? You've got NVIDIA with the lion's share of the AI market, and close to or north of 90% of the AI GPU market, and so for AMD, it's just being that second source. And part of what I think we're not going to get today is much insight into kind of what happens next year, which is really 2027 or 2026 is the year for AMD. I think we'll hear a little bit more about that at the Analyst Day, but that's where you start to see those MI450 parts ship into OpenAI and really ramp up AMD revenues, and it's still a bit of ways.
Right. And I do want to talk a little bit about CapEx here. When it comes to AMD, talking about CapEx coming in at $258 million, that is above estimates of about $219 million. That's also an increase of 95% year over year, Matt. It's really interesting. We talk about CapEx all the time in the context of the hyperscalers. When it comes to a chip maker such as AMD, do those figures sound about right?
So they're really using it for development work. And at the end of the day, the numbers are so small in the scheme of things that what's going to matter is, do they get that next chip right? And whether they spend $200 million or $400 million in getting that next chip right. If they get the chip right, the stock's in a good place. If they don't, no one's going to focus on CapEx, Katie.
Matt, great to have you on the program. Really appreciate you joining us after the close. Matt Bryson there, equity research analyst at Wedbush Securities, talking to us about the AMD results, which were a big beat, and the outlook a big beat as well. They had year-over-year growth of 36%. Coming up, shares of Live Nation are down in the after hours. We'll break down the broader consumer appetite for live experiences, including the life of a showgirl next. This is The Close on Bloomberg. All right, a ton of earnings out after the close, including Live Nation. You can see the shares are unchanged right now, but the results from the entertainment company put the industry as a whole in the spotlight. I'm pleased to say we're joined by Adam Richman, co-founder of Medium Rare. It's a live events firm which has partnered with brands from Pepsi to Verizon, celebrities from Travis Kelce to Shaquille O'Neal, and the Dick Clark productions of Gen Z, which, as Katie points out, is... It's interesting because Gen Z probably doesn't know who Dick Clark is, but
millennials do.
But we all do.
Gen X.
Yes, I feel like a boomer when I talk about Dick Clark. But the point is, you're in when it comes to these kind of events. Talk to us about how Gen Z is responding, because none of us knows them.
Yeah, look, I think since COVID, there's been this attraction for live events, right? This seeking out and getting out of your house, especially in this work from home era, that, hey, I'm stuck at home 4 or 5 days a week. I have no happy hour anymore. I have no lunch with coworkers. I have no one to hang out with. And live events have become that outlet. And we've really gone totally in on that since the COVID, era has ended. And seeing that from our peers as well. I think Gen Z and millennials actually value live events more than material goods now. Being able to post something cool that I went to this on Instagram or social media and say, look what I did this weekend, is worth more than buying some fancy good. And we're seeing that throughout travel, live events, and experiences. But that's really where the Gen Z millennial economy is sort of gravitating towards.
So how have you built this business? I mean, you're essentially for the most famous people or brands, throwing them massive parties, right?
Yeah, so look, let's use Travis Kelce as an example. Travis Kelce has millions of fans around the world. People want to come and interact and experience Travis Kelce, but he's not a comedian, he's not a musician. What does he do at this event, right? No one could really solve that before, but we realize there's still this void of the millions of people that want to be up close and personal with Travis Kelce. So we sit down with someone like Travis, we go, hey, what would your live event look like? And Travis goes, all right, I want my favorite musicians there. I want my favorite food vendors there. I want all my big sponsors there. I want to throw an event that I would want to be at and let people sort of enter the brain of Travis Kelce for the day and come enjoy that. So our model is we go 50-50. We take all the risk, right? We're putting up all the money on our side. We're coming up with these concepts in collaboration with them. And then we're producing it. And at the end of it, you go, hey, great. It made $2 million. You get $1 million, we get $1 million. And you get a really great partner because you're not guaranteeing them a fee.
Right.
They own equity in this. Shaq owns equity. Kelce owns equity. Gronk owns equity. And that really makes a very powerful business partner.
Well, we have to talk about how you built this business because it was founded in 2019, as I understand. And the year after that, there was a global pandemic and we all went inside for several years. So how do you go from global pandemic, no one's leaving their homes, to you now have this platform in 2025 and all of these connections and relationships with these famous names that people want to come out and see?
Yeah, so the business started with Shaquille O'Neal, who's actually an investor in the company still today. And we came up with this concept of creating live events around, these incredible celebrities and athletes and talent. We're on our high horse in February 2020, coming out of the Super Bowl. We had a great event with Shaquille O'Neal, a great event with Rob Gronkowski. We think we're the biggest, greatest thing in the world. And then we all know what happened mid-March. Live event company, not so great in COVID. For us, though, actually, we watched a lot of our peers essentially go bankrupt during that period or lay everyone off or just terrible situation for a live event organizer. We took the opposite approach. We actually started doing live streams, right? So we're taking Shaquille O'Neal or Damon John. We started an event with him called Black Entrepreneurs Day. And they're digital, right? People can't go out. They can't go to live events. What do? People are sitting at home on their computer, on their phone. So we start doing these live stream events. And really it actually changed the company in a really meaningful way. People weren't going to pay to watch live streams the same way they would pay to buy a ticket for an event.
Right.
So we had to get sponsors. Those were the only people that were going to pay for a live stream.
Okay guys, 8 PM याद रखना US मार्केट ओपन होगा. फिर एक डेटा भी है. वैसे मुझे लगता नहीं है डेटा आज आएगा वैसे, क्योंकि यूएस गवर्नमेंट के वहाँ से डेटा शायद रिलीज़ नहीं करेंगे आज. थोड़ी देर पहले स्टेटमेंट आया था. फिर भी देखते हैं आज आता है नहीं आता है. प्रीलिम कंज्यूमर सेंटिमेंट और इन्फ्लेशन एक्सपेक्टेशन का डेटा याद रखना. ये दोनों ही डेटा आ भी सकते हैं, नहीं भी आ सकते हैं. वैसे शेड्यूल तो है बट गवर्नमेंट शायद रिलीज़ ना करे. थोड़ा ही रखो, बड़ा क्या फ़ायदा नहीं है. स्मॉल इनफ. थोड़ा सा नेचुरल गैस के ना ट्रेड इसमें उसका ध्यान रखना. इसमें एग्जैक्ट लेवल थोड़ा सा शिफ्ट हो गया है. इसमें नीचे वाला ये लेवल थोड़ा सा एग्जैक्ट लेवल है सपोर्ट का. ये इतना एग्जैक्ट लेवल है नहीं अब. ये जिस तरह से यहाँ पर मोमेंटम हुआ है ना, प्राइस एक्शन थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम के साथ चेंज हुआ है. वहाँ पे मैंने लगाया ज़रूर है. इसमें एसएल थोड़ा सा बड़ा दिख रहा होगा आपको 3 पॉइंट का. थोड़ा कम ही रखना है या फिर क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना है इस ट्रेड में. टारगेट बड़ा रख सकते हो, इसलिए टारगेट भी बड़ा रखा हुआ है 1:4 का, बट ये थोड़ा सा एग्जैक्ट लेवल है नहीं। हो सकता है प्राइस थोड़ा सा लिक्विडिटी लेने इस लेवल तक भी गिर ही जाए। तो ये जो बाइंग वाला ट्रेड लगा रखा है नेचुरल गैस में, इसमें थोड़ा सा संभल के, ठीक है, बड़ी क्वांटिटी मत लेना इसमें, और एसएल जाए तो निकल भी सकते हैं। इसमें एसएल थोड़ा सा बड़ा बन रहा है तो मैं उतना बड़ा लगा नहीं सकता, क्योंकि उतना बड़ा लगाऊंगा तो टोटल 6 पॉइंट का एसएल है, 6 पॉइंट का एसएल इसी में रख दूंगा तो फिर उतने में तो प्राइस ऑलमोस्ट नीचे ही आ जाएगा, तो फ़ायदा नहीं है। छोटा एसएल रखते हैं, आएगा तो ठीक, नहीं आता है तो जाता है तो एसएल निकल जाएंगे। ठीक है, तो क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रखना, टारगेट बड़ा रख सकते हो, कोई इशू नहीं है। क्योंकि यहाँ पर फॉरेक्स में सपोर्ट है, एमसीएक्स में क्योंकि गैप अप हुआ है ना, वो थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा उस चीज़ को, तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखियो। ठीक है, टारगेट बड़ा रखना, लेकिन पहले क्वांटिटी कम रखो अगर है तो वहाँ पे। देखते हैं यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने के बाद कुछ होता है तो। 8 बजे ओपन होगा, याद रखना, यूएस मार्केट अभी ओपन नहीं होगा। नहीं, ठीक है उसको, ठीक है, इसको पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट ही मानेंगे, याद रखियो। If attack happen, what will crude oil do? Goes up in that case if attack happens. ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं है, that is just a news. हाँ, ठीक है।
Anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism issue. And here in New York, that plays strong. I wonder about New Jersey.
गोल्ड देख लेते हैं एक बार, गोल्ड को भी। गोल्ड को देखोगे मॉर्निंग से इंडियन मार्केट के जब ओपन हुआ था, एक मोमेंटम जरूर था, वापस उसी लेवल पे आ गया ओपनिंग टाइम पे। फॉरेक्स में देखोगे, हाँ फॉरेक्स थोड़ा सा बुलिश है, मॉर्निंग पे ओपन हुआ था हल्का सा गैप अप, तब से काफी अच्छा मोमेंटम है। रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग आई है। हाय, अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस ही है, एमसीएक्स का हो फॉरेक्स का हो, जब तक ब्रेकआउट नहीं होता 4016 के ऊपर, दैट इज स्टिल अ रेजिस्टेंस जोन। सपोर्ट देख लेते हैं पहले एक बार, फिर लेवल दिखा देते हैं। सपोर्ट नहीं, ये नहीं है। सपोर्ट नीचे ही दिख रहा है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम की अगर बात करें, 3960 टू 50 के बीच में, ये थोड़ा सा ऊपर है। बीच में तो है नहीं, आई कांट सी। ठीक है, ऑलरेडी फॉरेक्स में देखोगे मॉर्निंग पे ओपन हुआ था फॉरेक्स पे, यहाँ पे दिस इज द फॉरेक्स ओपनिंग, तो वहाँ से कंटिन्यूसली अपसाइड जाके ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस से सेल ऑफ में आया है। एमसीएक्स की ओपनिंग यहाँ पर है 9 AM पे मॉर्निंग पे, तो ऑलरेडी उसी लेवल पे पहुँच गया। दैट इज स्टिल अ रेजिस्टेंस जब तक ब्रेकआउट नहीं होता 4020 के ऊपर, तो यहाँ से वापस सेल कर सकते हैं। सेल किया हुआ है तो ट्रेल करो। नीचे इसमें फिलहाल तो सपोर्ट यहीं दिख रहा है 3960 टू 50 के बीच में। वो भी ऐसा नहीं है अभी अभी बना है, 2-3 बार वो भी टेस्ट हो गया है। तो दिस अ लेवल राइट नाउ इन 15 मिनट, दिस अ फॉरेक्स चार्ट याद रखना है, ओनिडा का चार्ट है। याद रखना 830 का जो डेटा है अगर वो आता है तो इट विल इम्पैक्ट गोल्ड हैवीली, गोल्ड को काफ़ी इम्पैक्ट कर सकता है वो अगर रिलीज हुआ तो। इसे चांसेस कम ही है डेटा रिलीज होगा। हाँ ठीक है, उसमें उतना ही रखो, ज़्यादा फायदा नहीं है। नेक्स्ट वाले लेवल पे जाएगा, ब्रेकआउट नहीं हो रहा। नहीं वो 8 बजे 8। 4 आवर में भी है वहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस। शुभम पाटिल जी सर न्यू हूँ, कैसे चालू करें? ट्रेडिंग की बात कर रहे हो क्या? नए हो बिल्कुल तो आई विल सजेस्ट पहले थोड़ा सा सीख लो, उसके बाद ही ट्राई करना। डायरेक्टली ऑप्शन बाइंग तो मत ही करना। इतना ही सजेस्ट करूंगा। बाकी कैपिटल ज़्यादा है तो ऑप्शन सेलिंग से स्टार्ट कर सकते हो, बेस्ट है। देन फ्यूचर ट्रेडिंग। कैपिटल लिमिटेड है तो दो ही चीज़ कर सकते हो, ऑप्शन बाइंग के अलावा तो कुछ कर नहीं पाओगे लिमिटेड कैपिटल में। तो उसके लिए पहले थोड़ा सीख लेना। कमोडिटी कर रहे हो तो क्रूड और नेचुरल गैस का मिनी वर्जन आता है, उसी को पहले ट्राई करना। डायरेक्टली नॉर्मल वाले में मत चला जाना, लॉट साइज थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही बड़ा है वहाँ पे। मिनी में ट्रेड कर सकते हो, उसका लॉट साइज बहुत छोटा है क्रूड और नेचुरल गैस का। बाकी कमोडिटी ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो न्यूज़ का ध्यान रखना, बहुत सारी न्यूज़ आती रहती हैं, इम्पैक्ट डालती हैं हैविली। ठीक है, मॉर्निंग पे इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग 3:30 पे अभी के टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग टाइम चेंज होता रहता है। 3:30 पे आपका एशियन सेशन ओपन होता है, देन इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग अभी 1:30 पे लंदन सेशन ओपन होता है, एंड देन इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग शाम को 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होता है। 8 बजे अभी के टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग यूएस मार्केट ओपन होता है, और बाकी डेटा आते हैं तो वो इम्पैक्ट करते हैं, तो उनका ध्यान रखना। स्पेशली अगर कॉमोडिटी कर रहे हो, इंडियन मार्केट कर रहे हो तो वहाँ पे इतनी कोई खास न्यूज़ आती नहीं, आती है तो फिर वो कोई सडनली आ गई तो आ गई, अदरवाइज ऐसा कोई डेटा का वो नहीं रहता कि आया है। मेनली जीडीपी का डेटा आ गया, या फिर कुछ जियोपॉलिटिकल इशू है, या फिर रिजल्ट्स आने वाले हैं तभी थोड़ा बहुत हैवीली इम्पैक्ट करता है, अदरवाइज कुछ खास नहीं। नॉर्मल प्राइस एक्शन ठीक चलता है वहाँ पे निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी में। डायरेक्टली ऑप्शन बाइंग मत करना, आई विल सजेस्ट दिस। बाकी जितनी चार्ट ट्रेडिंग कर सकते हो उतना बेस्ट। चार्ट ट्रेडिंग इज द बेस्ट टूल जितना मुझे समझ में आया। हाँ, उसमें तो भी सेम है। बाकी लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, ध्यान रखना गाइस, फ्राइडे है कल और परसों मार्केट क्लोज रहेगा, सैटरडे संडे है। अननेसेसरी ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना आज, ठीक है। हाँ, ठीक है। बाकी मैं सीधा फिर मंडे को देखेंगे। नहीं नहीं वो भी चलेगा। नेक्स्ट वीक का भी देख लेते हैं, नेक्स्ट वीक कोई डेटा है या फिर नॉर्मल डेटा ही है। क्लीवलैंड फेड इन्फ्लेशन एक्सपेक्टेशन, मंडे को तो कोई डेटा नहीं है, ट्यूसडे को भी कोई डेटा नहीं है, वेनेसडे को भी कोई डेटा नहीं है। क्रूडल की इन्वेंट्री भी नहीं है क्या वेनेसडे को ना? ओके, या यूएस का इन्फ्लेशन का डेटा आने वाला है, ये भी रिलीज होगा नहीं होगा वी डोंट नो, क्योंकि यूएस में गवर्नमेंट शटडाउन चल रहा है, अगर गवर्नमेंट ओपन नहीं हुई तो डेटा भी रिलीज नहीं होगा। बट या दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा शेड्यूल ऑन थर्सडे को ये डेटा है काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट। यूएस का सीपीआई का कोर सीपीआई का डेटा, मतलब इन्फ्लेशन का डेटा है। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स, बट ये सारे डेटा तभी आएंगे जब यूएस गवर्नमेंट ओपन होगी, अदरवाइज शायद रिलीज नहीं होंगे। उसी दिन क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री भी है, नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री फिर शिफ्ट कर दिया लग रहा है इन्होंने। हाँ, फ्राइडे को नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री और पीपीआई को रिटेल्स का डेटा। तो इन्फ्लेशन का डेटा है नेक्स्ट वीक यूएस मार्केट का, काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है, ना सिर्फ यूएस मार्केट बट इंडियन मार्केट के प्रोस्पेक्टिव से भी। बट इस बार थोड़ा सा लेट है, फ्राइडे वेडनेसडे थर्सडे को या। नीचे ही है सपोर्ट, तो काफ़ी नीचे है, अगर नया रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट कर दे तो बढ़िया ना। सुधाकर जी 6 मंथ प्रैक्टिस करो, 6 मंथ से भी नहीं होगा, टाइम लगता है, एटलीस्ट 1 से 2 साल तो दो कंप्लीटली। मार्केट स्ट्रक्चर को अगर समझ गए तो हो जाएगा, कोई इशू नहीं है, टाइम लग सकता है बट मेन इंपॉर्टेंट यही है, चार्ट को रीड कर पाना, जितने इजीली आप चार्ट को रीड कर सकते हो उतना बेटर। इट जस्ट लाइक अ ऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री, जिन लोगों ने पढ़ी है अगर, तो बॉन्ड रिएक्शंस होती है ना, केमिकल रिएक्शंस, सब्सटेंस ए प्लस सब्सटेंस सी कन्वर्टेड टू सब्सटेंस सी, लाइक बेंजीन प्लस हाइड्रोक्लोरिक एसिड, क्या बनता है बेंजेंटिहाइड, दैट इज अ केमिकल रिएक्शन। इट हैव अ मैनी मेथड्स, अलग अलग मेथड से बना सकते हैं, तो वैसा ही होता है। चार्ट स्ट्रक्चर होता है एक ही है, दिखता अलग अलग है हर किसी को, तो वो उसमें जितना ज़्यादा आप कर पाओ। वो डेटा को छोड़ देते हैं, अभी कौन सा है। यूके पुलिस अल्जीरिया नेशनल रॉन्गली रिलीज फ्रॉम प्रिजन। मार्केट अभी नहीं है 8 बजे, टाइम चेंज हो गया यूएस में, डे लाइट सेविंग ऑन है। वो 6 महीने टाइम अलग होता है, 6 मंथ टाइम अलग होता है, 1 घंटा बढ़ जाता है, कभी 1 घंटा कम होता है वो। हाँ। अगले साल मार्च तक यही टाइम रहेगा, 8 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन। Must answer 1 trillion Tesla payday with 9 years ago. ये 10% डाउन है, Nvidia 4%, Tesla 4% डाउन। भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को। और कम ही क्वांटिटी रखनी है इसमें, ज़्यादा रख सकते। more quantity more risk। ब्रेकआउट तो नहीं है, इस कैंडल को यहाँ बनना चाहिए था, मतलब वो रेजिस्टेंस थी, अपर लेवल पे गया, रेजिस्टेंस वेट किया एंड देन फॉल डाउन। वो तो 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम है। इस अपर लेवल पे आया ना, 1 सेकेंड, ये मैंने कहाँ से लगा दिया। नहीं नहीं, वो करेक्ट है वो। सपोर्ट था वहाँ पे, रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर गया, रेजिस्टेंस रेजिस्टेंस लिया, सपोर्ट ब्रेक कर दिया, सपोर्ट का भी रीटेस्ट। सेम सिनेरियो यहाँ चल रहा है।
All right, let's take a look ahead to what else we're watching over the next 24 hours. Really interesting earnings pre-market tomorrow. McDonald's, Novo Nordisk, BMW. I am most interested to hear from Novo Nordisk. I have to imagine you want to hear from BMW in particular.
I definitely want to hear from BMW, but I also think it's fitting that we get McDonald's and Novo right next to each other, right?
Yeah.
Because they should be arch rivals. And
a pair trade, perhaps.
And we had so much...
देखो अगर ये मोमेंटम अभी नहीं आता ना नेचुरल गैस की इस कैंडल पे, फिर थोड़ा यूएस मार्केट का ही वेट करेंगे। 3 मिनट 4 मिनट और वेट करते हैं, सपोर्ट पर ही है अभी भी होने को तो वैसे, बट देखो यूएस मार्केट पे फिर सडनली कोई कैंडल ना बन जाए। इसमें करेंगे क्या, इसका एसएलई कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट के आसपास डाल देना, और क्या कर सकते हैं इसमें, बड़ा ऐसा तो रखना सेफ नहीं है। ठीक है, नहीं तो डे लो पे रख लेना एसएल, और छोटा करना चाह रहे हो तो। 1 घंटे से वहीं रुका हुआ है, मोमेंटम ही नहीं आ रहा है, कंसोलिडेशन किया तो फिर 50-50 ऐसा हो जाएगा चांस ऊपर जाने का और नीचे आने का इस सेम लेवल से। हाँ वो फॉरेक्स में नहीं है, M6 में। अच्छा सेम है। ओ नो, ये तो मुझे दिखाई नहीं। मेरी आंखों के सामने दिखाई नहीं इस वाले को ना। हाँ, छोटा ये क्वांटिटी यूज करके क्या कर सकते हैं, यूएस मार्केट का वेट एटलीस्ट यहाँ तक आए, यहाँ से जाए तो। 4 आवर में देख लो, एक 1 आवर में बन गई ना, लुक एट दिस। 1 आवर में बन गया है तो बेर इसी, बट वही है कि वो कितना मूवमेंट करेगा ना। ठीक है, ठीक है, आधा घंटा और है, यूएस मार्केट में नहीं जा रहा है, ये नेचुरल गैस स्टक हो गया है सेम लेवल पे। लगता है उसके बाद ही मूव आएगा। ठीक है, कभी कभी 15 मिनट वाली पहली कैंडल पे ही मोमेंटम आ जाता है, तो ध्यान रखना, जरूरी नहीं है यूएस मार्केट ही कैंडल पर ही मूव करे, 745 वाली कैंडल पे भी मूव कर सकता है, बड़ा ऐसे स्ट्रिक्ट रखना, जाएगा तो निकलना है, होल्ड मत करके बैठना, ऐसा ना हो ब्रेक डाउन हो जाए फिर रिटेस्ट करके और गिर जाए, थोड़ा सा बेरिसी लग रहा है अब। यूएस मार्केट निकाल देंगे। देखिए बाकी जो लोग धन का अकाउंट यूज़ करते हैं उसमें SLBM आ चुका है, याद होगा मैंने लास्ट वीक बताया था आप लोगों को। आपका कुछ अगर पोर्टफोलियो है उसको आप रेंट पे दे सकते हैं या फिर रेंट पे ले भी सकते हैं अगर आप शॉर्ट सेलिंग करते हैं तो। उसको आप उसके लिए आपको फिर से पहले स्टॉक बाय करके रखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो उसकी गाइडलाइन देख लेना, जो लोग यूज़ करेंगे उसको अच्छा फीचर है। मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है जस्ट लाइक लोग क्रिप्टो में ट्रेड करते होंगे या फिर बाइनेंस में जिन लोगों का अकाउंट है या फिर किसी और प्लेटफॉर्म पे, वहाँ पर होता है ना जैसे आप USDT सेल या बाई करते हो, आप नॉर्मली कम अमाउंट में बाई करते हो और फिर हाई अमाउंट में सेल कर देते हो, बीच का प्रॉफिट अर्न करते हो। मुझे कुछ ऐसा ही लगा है बिल्कुल। मतलब रियलिटी में देखा जाए तो आप डेफिनेटली उसमें अपना पोर्टफोलियो रेंट पे ही देते हो एक तरह से, बट उस पर एक तो आपको इंटरेस्ट मिल जाता है और साथ में अगर प्राइस ऊपर जा रहा है तो प्राइस एप्रिसिएशन भी मिल जाता है। सो यू कैन नाउ यूटिलाइज दिस डेथ फीचर। उनके लिए बेस्ट है जो लोग कोई अपना स्टॉक्स को लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए होल्ड करके रखते हैं। तो आप रेंट भी कर सकते हो अपने स्टॉक्स को या फिर बोरो भी कर सकते हो अगर आपको शॉर्ट सेलिंग करनी है उस पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक में। धन में एल्गो भी हैं, वो भी आप यूज़ कर सकते हो। बहुत सारे एल्गोस में है, बट याद रखना वो एल्गो का पास का रिटर्न देख के उस एल्गो को मत लगाना। उसमें जरूरी नहीं है पास में जैसा प्रॉफिट हुआ है फ्यूचर में भी ऐसा ही प्रॉफिट होगा। एक उसमें ऑप्शन बाइंग का एल्गो था, वो कंटिन्यूसली लॉस लॉस ही दिए जा रहा है, इंडेक्स स्नाइपर करके। वैसे उसका ओवरऑल प्रॉफिट देखोगे तो काफ़ी अच्छा था लास्ट 1 मंथ में, 3 मंथ्स में, 6 मंथ में मैक्स में। बट आफ्टर अक्टूबर कह सकते हो, नवंबर, अक्टूबर, अक्टूबर से उसमें लॉस ही हो रहा है, एक बार भी ऊपर नहीं गया है। सितंबर अक्टूबर से कंटिन्यूसली लॉस में ही चल रहा है वो। लेट्स सी कब बड़ी स्पाइक मारता है अब। हाँ उसमें इंटरेस्ट मिलता है, बिल्कुल मिलता है। जो लोग SLBM का यूज़ करते हैं धन के थ्रू, उसमें अगर आप अपने स्टॉक्स को रेंट पे देते हो किसी को भी, वहाँ पर बिड लगी होती है, तो आप रेंट पे दोगे वो आपको वापस मिल जाता है वैसे तो स्टॉक्स। पर जितने दिन वो रहेगा किसी और के पास, यू विल गेट इंटरेस्ट। यूएस मार्केट में वेट करता है। ठीक है, देखो ये नेचुरल गैस मुझे लग रहा है शायद ये थोड़ा गिरने ही वाला है पक्का। हो सकता है ऊपर भी चला जाए, बट अब थोड़ा सा यूएस मार्केट का ही वेट करना। इसमें कोई अगर है बाइंग में कॉस्ट पर ही है, निकल जाओ इसमें, हाँ। फिर देखते हैं एक बार यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग के बाद, इस कैंडल के बाद एक ही कैंडल और है, फिर सीधा यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन होगा। तो जो लोग हैं इस बाइंग ट्रेड में नेचुरल गैस के मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अब निकल जाना चाहिए. वेट करते हैं यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल का. थोड़ा सा मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अगर ऊपर आता है तो सेलिंग ही करनी चाहिए इसमें. अब बाइंग में अभी तक निकल जाता है प्राइस. मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ जा नहीं सकता ऊपर, बट अब थोड़ा सा मुझे प्राइस एक्शन पता नहीं बेरिश क्यों लग रहा है. ठीक है, तो इसमें जो लोग हैं बाइंग के ट्रेड में निकल जाओ. कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पर ही है. अगेन आई एम सेइंग दैट हो सकता है थोड़ा सा ऊपर और पुश कर दे 380 384 तक, बट अब रिस्क नहीं लेते. यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा उसके बाद फिर थोड़ा सा प्लान करना. तो जो लोग हैं बाइंग में एग्जिट कर लेना. ये ट्रेड यहीं खत्म हो गया. ठीक है, अब इस ट्रेड में मेरे अकॉर्डिंग मत रहो, कम क्वांटिटी में ही मत रहो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग. तो लेट इट गो. इस लेवल को ही रिमूव कर देते हैं. छोड़ो. ठीक है, यहाँ पर अभी बनाएंगे एक और ट्रेड. थोड़ा सा यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो जाए. एक कैंडल और है इसके बाद 15 मिनट की, फिर देखते हैं. हाँ ये इसी करेंगे. हाँ थोड़ा पुल बैक में ना. ठीक है, कोई नहीं. ब्रेकआउट ही नहीं हुआ उसका कभी. एक कैंडल और है इसके बाद बस. फिर देखते हैं. कोई नहीं, छोड़ देते हैं. वापस ऊपर और में भी रेजिस्टेंस ही है.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. Airlines across the country have begun canceling flights over the next several days as the government shutdown drags into day 38. Bloomberg's Nora Melinda is at a major United hub, Newark Liberty Airport in New Jersey.
We are seeing a bit of an impact here. I mean, a lot of travelers discussing the fact that they are a bit worried about cancellations and delays, as we're hearing on the ground anecdotally here at Newark Airport. But for those that are traveling heading into the weekend, the main advice is arrive early, check in early, but also expect delays.
And Bloomberg's Nora Melinda is reporting from Newark Liberty. This morning, the aviation analytics firm Cirium says fewer than 3% of flights have been canceled, but the Transportation Department has called for 10% of routes at 40 major airports to be scrubbed by next Friday. Today, United and American Airlines are most affected. The highest cancellations are on intrastate routes in Colorado and Texas. American CEO Bob Isom told CNBC that the capacity cuts have started impacting bookings for the all-important Thanksgiving period. Meanwhile, White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett says the government shutdown is taking an economic toll.
The impact on the economy is far worse than we expected because it's gone on for so long. And so there are now like Goldman estimates that it's over 1% or 1.5% of GDP. I think we were thinking that we're going to have at least 3% growth in the fourth quarter. I think now we're expecting something like half that because of the harm by the Democrats' policy.
And White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett speaking to Fox Business. The Senate plans to hold a 15th vote today on a stopgap bill. They say they plan to stay in Washington through the weekend to try to work out a deal. Elon Musk is responding to Tesla investors approving his $1 trillion compensation package by making a series of extravagant predictions about what the company will be capable of in the years to come. We get more with Bloomberg News Global Autos editor Craig Trudell.
In addition to talking up the prospects for robots last night, he also talked about expanding production of Tesla's vehicles next year, including with the Cybercab. And interestingly, just last week, we spoke with the chair of the board, Robin Denholm, about the notion that while the Cybercab was designed without pedals or a steering wheel, the company has maybe some flexibility and some willingness to, in the event that regulators say, you know what, we're just not ready for you to put fully autonomous vehicles on the road yet. She told us that they would be willing to put steering wheel and pedals in those cars in order to be able to sell them.
And that's Bloomberg's Craig Trudell. Musk said Tesla, headed for a second year of shrinking sales, will aim to ramp production back up roughly 50% by the end of 2026. The midterms are underway in New York. Republican Congresswoman and Trump loyalist Elise Stefanik is running for governor. She announced it in a post on X, calling Democratic incumbent Kathy Hochul the worst governor in America. We get more from Bloomberg's Kasia Klimasinska in Washington.
New York State hasn't picked a Republican as a governor since 2002, and Stefanik, she's still a relatively young politician, only 41 years old, and a very close ally of President Trump, fierce critic of Zoran Mandani, and in fact, some people close to her said that she actually decided to launch this bid after Mandani won. So, of course, her campaign will be in stark contrast to the promises of the incoming New York City mayor.
And that's Bloomberg's Kasia Klimasinska. President Trump said he would visit India at the urging of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It's the latest sign of a possible thaw in a trade dispute that has soured the two countries' relationship. Trump said the visit could be next year, but otherwise declined to provide a timeline for a trip. China's exports unexpectedly contracted in October as global demand failed to offset the deepening slump in shipments to the U.S., dealing a blow to an economy already slowing amid sluggish consumer spending and investment at home. Exports fell for the first time in 8 months, dropping 1.1% from a year earlier. Shipments to all nations except the U.S. rose 3.1%, not enough to compensate for the more than 25% decline to America. In earnings news, Wendy's reported sales that beat analyst estimates by declining less than expected in the third quarter, further evidence that fast food is winning as cash-strapped consumers cut back on spending. And Six Flags cut its outlook for a second time this year and took a $1.5 billion charge on its third quarter results after overestimating the performance of its parks. South Korea's military says North Korea fired a suspected ballistic missile toward its eastern waters. Pyongyang has stepped up its testing activity, while talks with Washington and Seoul remain stalled. And former NFL star Antonio Brown has been arrested on an attempted murder charge stemming from a shooting after a celebrity boxing event in Miami. Police have confirmed that the 37-year-old Brown was taken into custody by U.S. Marshals in Dubai. And taking a look at futures this morning, they are lower after a brief burst of dip buying, with caution prevailing at the end of a volatile week that brought this year's artificial intelligence-led rally to a halt. S&P futures down 0.4%, Dow futures down 0.25%, NASDAQ futures down 0.6%, and the 10-year Treasury yield 4.09%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
Tesla shareholders have just approved a $1 trillion compensation package for CEO Elon Musk, the largest payout ever awarded to a corporate leader. We start our program there right now with Ed Ludlow, the co-host of Bloomberg Tech. Ed, shareholders have had their say, and there are strings attached for Musk to make this much money.
Shareholders have had their say, and in the end, more than 75% of the vote went in favor of the compensation package, which is notable given that Elon Musk's concern and last warning was that historically the index or passive funds voted in line with the recommendation of the advisory firms. Glass Lewis and ISS had recommended a no vote. but the data tells us that actually overwhelmingly institutional retail investors of all types voted in favor of this compensation package, which spans 10 years and is split into 12 tranches set against both operational and financial milestones. The slight grey area in the other vote we were watching for is that the majority of votes that were cast were in favor of the shareholder-initiated proposal for Tesla to invest in Elon Musk's AI company XAI. However, what Brandon Earhart, the General Counsel and Corporate Secretary, said was that because there were a number of abstentions and it was a non-binding vote anyway, the board would have to go away and look at it before committing to taking any action. But the level of vote in favor of the compensation, that's the story.
Okay, 10 minutes है guys, only 10 minutes left. एक्सपेक्टेड चला गया 283 84 के आसपास, पुल बैक थोड़ा बहुत, लेट इट गो. यूएस मार्केट ओपन, क्लोजिंग कहाँ आती है वो इम्पोर्टेंट है. मिनट पे तो नहीं है. तो दिस कैंडल कहाँ क्लोज होती है, बिकॉज ये कैंडल ऊपर क्लोज हुई, ठीक है. गाइस यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो गया यूएस मार्केट 30 सेकंड्स लेफ्ट सॉरी ओके ओपन है लेट्स सी क्या मूव करता है हाँ नीचे देख ले वाले लेवल सेम है ठीक है यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का ही प्लान करते हैं वापस नेचुरल गैस में इससे ज़्यादा क्या ही लें ना इनफ रहेगा 0.5 कैंडल का ध्यान रखना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे बाय मत करना ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल मत करना नेचुरल गैस की तो नॉर्मल कैंडल है ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाने की कोशिश थी बट लो ब्रेक कर दिया है तो हम इसको रेजिस्टेंस ही मान के चलेंगे सेलिंग यहाँ से कर सकते हैं एग्जैक्टली सो भी नहीं कर रहा है थोड़ा वेट करना ठीक है एंट्री मत कर लेना बाइंग की डायरेक्टली इवन दो सपोर्ट पर ही है वो कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे डायरेक्ट एंट्री नहीं करते हैं ठीक है तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल में सपोर्ट पे जरूर है बट वेट डायरेक्टली एंट्री मत करना क्रूड में कैंडल्स यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने पे गैप डाउन है ऊपर से, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई भी है, हो सकता है चला जाए, बात अलग है, बट कैंडल को अपना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई निकालने दो। निकालते, अगर नहीं निकालते तो फिर लेंगे ही नहीं, सीधी सी बात है। अच्छा मतलब ये था ही नहीं, हाँ एक्चुअली में। व्हाट अबाउट दिस, इसमें तो कुछ है ही नहीं फिर। हाँ यूएस मार्केट ओपन है। नेसेसरी और नीचे जाके फिर जाएगा ऊपर, फायदा नहीं है ना। वो सपोर्ट जोन पर ही बात अलग है। क्रूड ऑयल में ध्यान रखना गाइस, ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, डायरेक्टली बाय मत करना। फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, अगर इसी तरह से ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना के नीचे क्लोज होता है, अपना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ब्रेक नहीं करता है नेक्स्ट 4 मिनट में, तो फिर थोड़ा सा हमें लेवल ही चेंज करना पड़ेगा। इवन तो सपोर्ट है, फिर रेंज बढ़ानी पड़ेगी, रेंज बढ़ जाएगी, बढ़ानी क्या पड़ेगी, रेंज ही बढ़ जाएगी। फिर थोड़ा सा एसएल बढ़ा के रखना पड़ेगा। वो मैं चाह नहीं रहा कि एसएल बढ़ाएं, तो फिर एसएल बहुत बड़ा हो जा रहा है उसमें, 5230 के आसपास टू हाई। इवन तो टारगेट भी फिर बड़ा रहेगा, बट यहीं से चला जाए तो बेटर है, खाली में अननेसेसरी रिस्क लेना हो जाएगा। यहाँ से मोमेंटम वैसे आता है तो एक इन्वर्टेड हेड एंड शोल्डर भी बन सकता है उस केस में। ठीक है, अगर ये नहीं ब्रेक करता है अपना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, तो फिर हम एसएल बढ़ाएंगे, टारगेट भी बढ़ा देंगे। फिर ये ऊपर वाला टारगेट भी नहीं रहेगा, ध्यान रखना। हाँ, वो भी ठीक है। जब तक वो ब्रेक नहीं होता तब तक तो ठीक ही है। परसों ही सेलिंग है, कल परसों ही सिर्फ कंसोलिडेशन में कर रहा था। फिर तो यार इस पर वन मिनट। सिल्वर का व्यू देख लेते हैं एक बार फॉरेक्स में। थोड़ा सा एक कैंडल क्लोज होने का वेट कर रहा हूँ मैं क्रूड में, नहीं तो फिर लेवल थोड़ा सा अपग्रेड कर दूंगा। फिर एक मिनट दो, 30 सेकंड दे दो। ये देखो हो गई कैंडल क्लोज, नहीं हुआ ये क्लोज, अपना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ब्रेक नहीं किया, ये है सपोर्ट पर ही। आई एम स्टिल बुलिश, बट अब इस लेवल को कंसिडर मत करना। बाइंग कंटिन्यू रखो, लेवल थोड़ा सा ऐसा बढ़ा देते हैं, इसमें और कुछ नहीं है सपोर्ट पर ही। हाँ वॉल्यूम में नहीं चला जाएगा नीचे का। टारगेट भी थोड़ा बड़ा ही रखना ऐसा, क्योंकि वैसे ही बड़ा हो गया है। Now the new target is this. ये ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं ब्रेक किया उसने, बट ठीक है अब नहीं किया तो हम भी कुछ नहीं कर सकते। वट एवर द लेवल वी हैव वी नीड टू ऑपरेट ऑन दैट। इसमें टारगेट बड़ा रख सकते हो, बट ऐसे भी बड़ा है, ध्यान रखियो। यहीं पर एंड है समझो। ठीक है, इस तरह की कैंडल अगर सपोर्ट के एरिया के आसपास बन जाए ना, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, इसका मतलब वहाँ पर कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा हिट कराने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं बड़े प्लेयर। हाँ ठीक है चलेगा। बीच में नहीं है, लेवल ही नहीं वहाँ पे और कोई। ओके सिल्वर को देखोगे फॉरेक्स चार्ट में, इफ यू लुक एट द सिल्वर ऑन फॉरेक्स चार्ट, एमसीएक्स में तो मुझे कुछ खास नज़र आ नहीं रहा। फॉरेक्स में देख लेते हैं एक बार थोड़ा सा लेवल, फिर एमसीएक्स में देखेंगे। लेट्स सी द फॉरेक्स फर्स्ट। एमसीएक्स में मॉर्निंग पे ओपन हुआ था, अच्छी बाइंग आई है, प्रॉफिट बुकिंग में चला गया। सेम अभी जो थोड़ी देर पहले मैंने गोल्ड का चार्ट भी दिखाया था, इसमें ऐसा ही सेम ही सिनेरियो, डे हाई के आसपास रेजिस्टेंस बना था ना। सपोर्ट देख लेते हैं अब हाई गया नीचे, सेलिंग तो वापस कर नहीं पाएंगे। एक सेकेंड दो। नीचे ही है, काफी लो लेवल पर है, तो गैप अप है ना, इसलिए दिख नहीं रहा लेवल। ठीक है, नीचे एमसीएक्स में देखोगे तो 1,45,400 टू 1,45,800 के बीच में ही है सपोर्ट। 15 मिनट की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, ध्यान रखना। अलग अलग टाइम फ्रेम पे अलग अलग लेवल हो सकते हैं। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस की बात करें अगर, इफ यू लुक एट द रेजिस्टेंस एज वेल, पर रेजिस्टेंस एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस आपका अब ये 1,48,400 टू 1,48,800, दैट इज अ रेजिस्टेंस नाउ। ये भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है, बाकी तो डे हाई का है ये, उसको तो अब मत करना, ऑलरेडी टेस्ट हो चुका है। क्लोज कहाँ हुई इसमें? वो बड़ा गैप डाउन हुआ था, वो आया नहीं कभी वहाँ पे प्राइस, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? सपोर्ट है, मल्टीपल टाइम ले लिया था टेस्ट ने, इसलिए ब्रेक हो गया इजीली। ब्रेक डाउन हुआ तो फिर वो रीटेस्ट भी किया उसने बाद में। MCX में रेजिस्टेंस ही नहीं दिख रहा, और कोई चार्ट ही इतना अच्छा है क्या बताऊं, गैप अप की वजह से बिल्कुल चार्ट ही खराब हो रखा है। सपोर्ट तो बता दिया, एक रेजिस्टेंस बता दिया, अभी फिलहाल इन्हीं को देखो, ऊपर कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है मुझे खास MCX में। ठीक है, इसके ऊपर प्राइस समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, ऊपर यहाँ इतना बड़ा गैप अप गैप डाउन हो रखा है, पूरा चार्ट ही खराब है। तो इसमें नीचे सपोर्ट वही है जो मैंने बताया, 1,45,400 टू 800, और ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस 1,48,400 टू 800। तो ये रेजिस्टेंस सपोर्ट है 15 मिनट के, इसके ऊपर भी होगा कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ कहीं, बट अभी मुझे दिख नहीं रहा वो गैप अप गैप डाउन की वजह से, तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। मैं एक काम करूंगा अभी उसको थोड़ा सा देख लेता हूँ फॉरेक्स में, फिर लगा देता हूँ, ठीक है। दीज आर द लेवल आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग राइट नाउ एज अ सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस 15 मिनट में MCX। यहाँ पर भी है, काफी पुराना रेजिस्टेंस है। वो गैप अप की वजह से शो नहीं हो रहा है। बेटर है आप फॉरेक्स का ही चार्ट यूज करो, इसमें रेजिस्टेंस इतना स्ट्रेंज है ना। उसमें भी रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा सा, ये पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, ये भी रेजिस्टेंस ही है। वो गैप अप गैप डाउन थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूज कर रहा है वहाँ पे। ये भी रेजिस्टेंस है, ये भी रेजिस्टेंस है। तो जब तक ब्रेकआउट नहीं होता तब तक थोड़ा सा बेरिस ही लग रहा है। नीचे सपोर्ट है, वहाँ से वापस बाइंग आ सकती है। 1,50,1500 मेजर लेवल रहेगा। ब्रेकआउट अगर इसके ऊपर होता है तब बड़ा मोमेंटम कर सकता है वापस फिर से, अदरवाइज थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग में कंटिन्यूसली जा सकता है। 8:30 का एक डेटा है, उसका ध्यान रखना, पता नहीं रिलीज करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे। दैट डेटा नीड टू बी सीन।
The future with confidence.
Reporter Justina Lee and Bloomberg's global autos editor, our Kartsar Craig Trudell. So thank you all for joining us. Justina, maybe set the scene for us. I mean, there is a little bit of buying in the markets today after what was a pretty difficult and volatile week.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, what we're seeing kind of in these couple of days is like a classic risk-off rally where we're kind of risk-off kind of market trade, where we're seeing kind of stocks plunge and at the same time bonds rallying. And all of that is on the back of these kind of jobs data coming from kind of the Challenger, which is a private firm. And I think that really highlights the data vacuum that we're at, right? Because a lot of these jobs data that are coming from these alternative sources, I mean, they come with a lot of asterisks, but the picture they both both seem to be pointing at is pretty clear, which is that we're seeing more job cuts across the U.S. And at the same time, people are kind of concerned that the Fed might not be here to step up with more rate cuts, kind of with what we've heard from, Chair Powell lately, and also some other Fed officials that are still raising alarms about the inflation rate in the U.S.
Yeah, Klaus, I mean, it's interesting because, again, the market has these moments of correction, but and again, we don't have market data for the U.S., so unclear what it means for the Fed. But the economy still feels okay. The fundamentals haven't really shifted.
No, they haven't. But of course, there's been a big cloud of uncertainty over the U.S. economy. And I think that's really having an impact on employment. It's a kind of no hire. It's not no fire, but it's also no hire kind of economy. And of course, it makes companies rather reluctant to invest. Markets had gotten incredibly aggressive about pricing rate cuts. Excessively so, as we've argued. And they got definitely a bit of a jolt after the last FOMC meeting with Chair Powell saying that a rate cut in December is not a foregone conclusion. Far from it. And markets, at one stage were discounting literally 110% probability of 50 basis point cut to the end of the year, i.e. they were discounting that one of those cuts could be a little bit larger. Yeah, there's just a huge variations of opinions on the FOMC.
So, Klaus, so first of all, when you look at the data that you're trying to look at to decipher actually what is going on in the U.S., I mean, do you have enough to go by in terms of just the private stuff?
No, absolutely not. There's a whole variety of indicators. We had the ISM data earlier in the week, and at the moment, of course, people are particularly looking at the employment component. They are below 50. Now, do I believe that necessarily means that employment is shrinking? No. But it's certainly not strong, and there's been a sizable correction. You should really look at the services more in manufacturing, just because of the relevant weight. ADP, we know that its correlation with payrolls is very hit and miss. So no, we don't have enough data, neither on economic activity, on the labor market, or for that matter, on prices. Now, there still is the issue, to what extent and how quickly are tariffs feeding through? I think they still continue to do so.
Yeah, and then we have the Supreme Court about tariffs. We'll get back to that in a second. Elon Musk never really far away from the news. I mean, yesterday was a pretty incredible day, Craig. Tesla shareholders approving a $1 trillion package for Musk.
Yes, and in order for him to realize that headline figure, he's going to have to do a lot. He's going to have to bring Tesla from a $1.5 trillion company to $8.5 trillion sometime over the next decade. He will have to bring adjusted EBITDA for this company, which will be something on the order of $13 billion this year, to $400 billion. So whether he will ever actually realize all of the stock that this lines up for him remains to be seen. But if we take him at his word last night, he was really on one in terms of the future of this company, talking about his robots being able to perform surgery, actually maybe even sort of following people around so that they don't commit crime. So new use cases beyond just electric cars and some more details for his humanoid robots. A lot of things maybe to be taken with great big grains of salt.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely take it with big grains of salt. But at the same time, as we talk about the A bubble, and whether there's going to be a correction, does this point to the fact that shareholders maybe are optimistic that there's something there, that he can turn it around, but also grow it significantly in terms of revenue?
I think it speaks to the ability that he has to command narratives around AI, right? Because after all, this robot that he says is going to, be the new best surgeon, better than any human, he doesn't even have it in production yet. So this, I think, is very consistent with this broader theme of a lot of hype and anticipation about what AI will be able to do. The sort of here and now reality is another question.
Justina, one of the other big stories, and again, it talks to AI, and it's this chip control at the moment where we're seeing the U.S. and China getting along a little bit better. It seems certainly to lay the groundwork for some kind of agreement. And then the Netherlands this morning saying it's prepared to suspend its powers over an Xperia if China allows exports of its critical chips again. I mean, is that really a breakthrough moment for Europe?
Yeah, I think for sure, and it will be kind of definitely kind of news of relief for a lot of automakers all across the world. So what we're hearing kind of from our sources in the Netherlands is that the government is prepared to suspend what is called like a ministerial order that's given it kind of control to key corporate decisions at Nexperia, kind of on the condition that China does allow kind of more exports from kind of Nexperia's like critical chips over the coming days. And another good news is that the Dutch government has said that they do expect the resumption of these chip supply kind of over the coming days. And in that case, then maybe this order can be lifted over the next week. And I think that would be good news for a lot of car companies because they've been talking about sort of the supply issues when it comes to these power control trips that have been critical to them.
And Klaus, I mean, to that very good point, it does seem that tensions are easing full stop between the U.S. and China. We don't know for how long, but how much does that help the global economy?
I think it's very important. We spoke earlier about the uncertainties that come not least out of the U.S. tariff policy. Then, of course, the reaction of China. China has definitely flexed its muscle here, and not only towards the United States but towards Europe. And the Nexperia case was really very worrying. Volkswagen had actually announced that they were very soon needed to reduce production. So I think it is good news, but at the same time, China has asserted its iron grip on global supply chains, particularly in the critical materials. They're not that rare, but nowadays referred to as critical materials.
It's rare to mine them properly.
Exactly, and refine them too. And they're not going to let go of this. So, some people argue that China won the trade war, and I think they have a point.
So, but do you think that now they're on a better footing, or actually are we going to see loggerheads between these two superpowers so that investors and therefore the economy is still going to be in a constant wait-and-see situation?
I think more the latter. It's difficult to imagine that suddenly, at least during this administration, suddenly the attitudes towards China are going to dramatically change. China and the U.S. are in many ways in competition. Now, of course, the U.S. is a much wealthier economy, no doubt about it, but they are in a strong competition, and the Europeans are kind of stuck in the middle.
Craig, I mean, we've spoken in the past a lot about what Elon Musk wants to do in China, what his ambitions were in China. I mean, in general, he's been pretty quiet on China, but also on the U.S. government. We're still in a massive shutdown. He tweets less.
Yeah, he's very much caught in the middle of these two because while the car business has been flagging for Tesla, they did, I should give them credit, they did have a record third quarter, but even with that record third quarter, year to date, their sales are down. On the other side of the ledger for them, their energy business has been quite strong. The challenge for that side of the business is the fact that they are reliant on cells from China for their battery storage devices, and the demand for those, especially with this AI boom, and sort of the demand for energy for data centers, there I think is a very credible argument to be made that they could be selling a whole heck of a lot more of those if it weren't for the fact that tariffs on battery cells from China are so substantial. So whether or not Musk can sort of get back into Trump's good graces and maybe broker some compromise there, I'm sure it's something that he would like to do ideally, but I think, we shall see.
We shall see. Just, we had a couple of market events. I mean, I don't know whether gold up and down is a market event. It feels like it because, again, it's maybe a de-dollarization of U.S. assets or something like that. We also had the Bank of England. What are you looking out for over the next, 2 to 3 trading days?
I think the key question here is what's going to happen to what is now the longest U.S. government shutdown in history. Now, we haven't really heard much lately about any deal coming up. But, with the string of Democratic victories that we've seen in the election this week, is that going to put any pressure on the Republicans to maybe start to broker a deal? Mm-hmm. These days we always look at prediction markets, and it seems like, a lot of people are still betting that there is chance of a deal maybe by the end of next week. And I think that really will be critical here, because we've even heard from Fed officials that, they're struggling to gauge the picture of inflation kind of without any official data. And of course, we talked earlier about how we're all relying on these private sources on the employment picture here. And I think everyone's kind of waiting for those key payroll figures.
Klaus, what do you look at? I mean, away from the kind of the lack of data, is there something else? We had ECB last week. We had Bank of England this week. I mean, again, some central banks have an easier job than others because of structural things in their countries.
Yeah, but for a lot of central banks, the situation is pretty difficult. And that's true for those that want to raise rates, like the BOJ. Our expectation had been before the election that they would probably raise rates in October. That looks more likely in December, but the risk are they go later. The ECB, fortunately, is done for the time being, and there might be another, one last cut to avoid next year when inflation could go very low, of inflation expectations becoming unanchored to the downside. The Bank of England's in a difficult situation. Another one is the RBA. The easing trend of the Reserve Bank of Australia also now looks to be blocked for quite some time because inflation pressures have picked up quite substantially. I think it's remarkable how diverse the inflation picture is across even advanced economies. We don't even have to talk about advanced economies and emerging economies. Historically, emerging economies have been the ones with the inflation problem. Not at this current juncture. So there is a lot of diversity in central banks. I did say, and funny enough, Powell said the same thing. In dense fog, you don't want to drive very fast.
No, you don't want to drive very fast. But the concern is also there's a huge debt problems in a lot of the G7 countries. So you see it playing out in France with a lot of political uncertainty. Frankly, the Bank of England has to deal with a budget, which once again is uncertainty, and that's a money problem. So how do you see that, being tied up in 6-7 months?
Well, I think it puts additional pressure on central banks to stay absolutely credible on the inflation front, because there is nothing more damaging to government longer-term financing rates than a central bank that is seen to be playing fast and loose with its inflation mandate. I think that's for central banks an absolutely key factor, apart, of course, from managing the economy as best as they can.
Okay, well, thank you all for a terrific way to start the show. Craig Trudell there in charge of our autos coverage, Justina Lee, as well as Klaus Bader, Global Chief Economist at SocGen CIB. Coming up, more of our interview with the Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey. That's next, and this is Bloomberg. The conversations that matter and the insights you need. This is The Pulse, and I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, the Bank of England held interest rates at 4% in a tight vote that laid the groundwork for a December cut. Attention now turns to the UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves, whose budget later this month must avoid fueling inflation in order not to derail the Bank of England's path towards a cut. Well, the governor spoke to Bloomberg following the decision.
Now, in August, I would say I was concerned more on the upside risk. But I think the news that we've had subsequent to that has left me in a more balanced position. So that was very much my view. But as I've said a number of times, we do need to see more evidence, because so far we've had one inflation number that's come in, under what we thought, which is obviously good. We need to see some more.
So what would sway you actually for December? And when you say that it was balanced, does it mean that one extra data point would have made you want to cut?
By December, we'll actually have two, because we have 2 months' worth of data between now and our December decision. So we'll have two sets of inflation numbers, two sets of labour market numbers, two sets of most other numbers as well. So that will be important. Now, I think the conditions at the moment suggest that policy remains restrictive. We've passed peak restriction, I think, but that's not surprising. We've been cutting rates, and no surprise there. That's what we intended. But I think it remains restrictive for the moment.
Governor, you've also said that decisions become closer calls as we near the end of the easing cycle. Does that mean that we could have bigger pauses in between cuts than we currently have?
Well, I think that really depends, of course, on how conditions evolve. I think the point we're making there is obviously the nearer you get to wherever this sort of neutral rate is, you're going to be slowing you've got to land the thing actually in that sense. I think that's the point we're really making. So, as we come down the sort of the path, you would expect some, we've got to land it, hope.
So longer pauses?
Well, at some point, you'd like to think, obviously, we're in a sort of neutral condition, as it were. I mean, that will always depend upon the shocks that we're seeing, of course, around us as to how those evolve. But you'd like to think we'll get to that point. I'd like to think we'll get to that point.
Governor, I know the BOE doesn't assume anything about the budget, and of course you take fiscal policy as read when it's set out in the budget. But as Governor, what would you like to see most in terms of broad fiscal impulse from the Chancellor?
Oh, well, I'm going to wait for the Chancellor to announce it on the 26th of this month.
How would you describe your working relationship with the Chancellor?
Oh, very good. Very good. We talk quite often. It's a good relationship.
Just a quick final question. Nigel Farage told us, speaking about you, that this is a quote, he's had a good run, we might find someone new. What do you say to that?
Well, I made a commitment to serve out my whole term. That's what I intend to do, and there's no desire to change. It was a very cordial meeting we had. You may have seen the letter that I wrote following the letter that Richard Tice wrote to me. I wrote quite a long letter back explaining particularly these two issues, QT and interest on reserves. There are some differences of view, but we had a very cordial meeting. I intend to serve out my full term as governor.
Well, that was Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey. Now, President Donald Trump said he would look to diversify critical mineral purchases during a meeting with 5 Central Asian countries yesterday. As the U.S. seeks to address China's dominance in rare earths, the EU is privately warning that there's little it can do in the near term to compel Beijing to ease export controls on the material. Well, joining us now is Catherine Ogundia, thematic investing analyst at Barclays. Catherine, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, rare earths are like, the end-all and be-all of what we need, but it's not that they're that rare. It's rare to mine them and refine them properly.
Precisely, and that's a big misconception. There's this assumption that because of the word rare, we just don't have enough. The real challenge and the real bottlenecks are both in the mining from a regional perspective and then on the processing, which is where the EU and the US is really looking to sort of step up its efforts.
So what does it mean in terms of exploration, but also in terms of recycling? Can you actually recycle this?
Very good question. So when it comes to exploration, you have rare earth and critical raw materials really displayed globally. China's got about 60% of sort of rare earth deposits. But when it comes to the processing, their sort of appetite sort of reaches like 90%. When it comes to recycling, it's an interesting opportunity, but not all rare earth and critical raw materials can be recycled equally. From our research, it appears that magnetic rare earths have got the highest recycling capabilities, which is also positive because these are the materials that are going to be really important in uses such as EV batteries, thinking about defense applications as well. So promising, but it's going to take a long time to get sufficient recycling capacity.
Is it as easy as recycling copper, or is it much more difficult because there are small components and actually it's quite difficult to get to?
Precisely. I would say it's probably closest to recycling, say, an EV battery. So you're using existing technology, which is encouraging. When we conducted our research, we weren't going to focus on recycling technologies that are on the near frontier. But using existing technologies, you can recycle particular rare earths, again, particularly sort of the magnetic ones. But as you mentioned, it's not just about being able to recycle them. You need to be able to collect them. When you get your rare earth, normally found in electronic components, where collection rates are incredibly low, you need to be able to get sufficient quantity to be able to recycle them. And that's the big bottleneck where we haven't seen policymakers really address yet.
So is the first step trying to find a reliable supply chain? So is everyone calling, some of the countries that have them and refine them and trying to make deals?
It's interesting. I would say policymakers seem to be focusing on the end of the value chain. So a lot of the support has been focusing on companies who've got recycling capabilities, recycling infrastructure. That's where a lot of the financial support has been given. I would argue that the front end, where you need to get the supply chains, the spent waste, collection schemes, maybe requirements to have mandatory recycled content in devices, that has really been left. So I think there's a bit of a gap. It's been a bit of a chicken and egg situation in Europe and US looking at policy and investment so far.
Catherine, I mean, it's very, we can't underestimate how much the green transition and also this burst of AI will do in terms of demand. So where are we in supply? I mean, if we were, not to mine anymore or recycle anymore, like how long would we have left?
That's a really good question. I wouldn't say it in that particular way. I would say that recycling, when it comes to rare earths, isn't something that's going to mix the needle right now. Okay. Only 1% of rare earths are globally recycled, so it's really not making a material difference to supply chains at the moment.
When do we need to have more by?
I would say if you look at sort of IEA data sets, by 2040 you're expecting recycling capacity to double. So that's quite some time when you're thinking about sort of capacity. So I think in the short term it's really thinking about, are there alternative materials? Are you able to sort of broker broader deals? Are you able to look at sort of exploration and processing? Recycling is a long-term solution, but will need consistent policy, investment and time to really manifest into something material.
So is the EU, for example, trying to go not against the US, but are they competing with the US, or can they both do their own thing?
I think there's space for both, because if you think about where rare earths are going to be, I think the smart way of thinking about it is once your electronics enter your market, you've got critical raw materials right there. So thinking about data center rollout, thinking about data center upgrades, there's a huge amount of rare earths in, say, wind turbines, all within your particular region. So if you can focusing on your domestic supply chain and your domestic capacity, actually there should be a sensible amount of resources to start processing and recycling.
How much money do we need for this? Or how much money does the EU, and does it have it?
Well, that's the thing. The EU has focused, particularly when it comes to critical raw materials in its broader act. They've sort of highlighted about 60 projects that they want to fund, giving about 500 million to each project. And to be honest, this is ranging from exploration, recycling and processing. It's hard to create a sort of a single figure for this, but the number is incredibly high and the time is going to take a long.
Is this private money, or is it public money, or is it a bit of both?
It's been a bit of both. I think you've seen, for example, in the US, quite a novel approach being taken. So companies like MP Materials receiving funding from the Trump administration. But also more recently, we've seen private critical raw materials companies also being given private funding as well.
What a terrific briefing. Thank you so much for joining us. Catherine Ogundia, they're a thematic investing analyst at Barclays. Now, coming up, we discuss the outlook for the UK and global real estate with Jonathan Goldstein, Chief Executive and co-founder of Kane. A very quick look also at the markets. Again, there's quite a lot going on without much data. That means that it could be risky for certain investors. So today, stocks are climbing. Again, dip dyers seem to be back for a second time in a pretty volatile week, seizing on fears of lofty valuations and cooling employment in a stock market that many traders will see as supported by solid fundamentals. A reminder, markets, of course, flying partly blind amid this limited economic data during the longest U.S. government shutdown. What that means is that there's quite little clarity on the path for interest rates. European stocks down 0.2% overall, just a tiny green spot. I mean, it's flat, so we'll take it as green. The CAC 47,965 points. This is Bloomberg. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and these are your top stories. The end of a dizzying week with concerns that the AI rally has gone too far. Markets also dealing with limited economic data during the longest U.S. government shutdown in history. Bloomberg understands the Netherlands is ready to ease tensions with China and drop its control of chip maker Xperia. In return, it wants Beijing to resume exporting critical chips. Plus, a $1 trillion pay deal for Elon Musk. Tesla shareholders approved the biggest compensation package in history, depending on his performance. So with AI investment continuing to dominate markets, the Bank of England governor has told us there's a need to watch valuations very carefully. Now, this was one of our subjects that in our conversation with Andrew Bailey. Take a listen.
What we've certainly seen over now sort of about 15 years, a bit more, is a fall, particularly in productivity growth. By the way, the UK, of course, is not unusual in this respect. I mean, a lot of other economies are in the same place. And I think in the longer run, that does come down to the whole question about innovation in the economy, investment in the economy, and it does come down to this question about whether we're going to see, something pretty substantial over time come from particularly AI and the sort of the whole tech world that's around it.
Do you worry about AI being in a bubble? And also, do you worry about private credit of like a market event showing up?
Well, so I think, let's take AI first. It is perfectly possible that we could both see AI be the next, if you like, dial mover in terms of productivity in the economy. In this world of what I call general purpose technology, things that, in a sense, cause innovation right across the economy, just like the internet did, about steam engines did originally. And it is perfectly possible that we could get that very positive result, and it's also possible that we could get a bubble, because the market is having to value the future stream of earnings from this innovation, whatever it might be. It's perfectly possible that there will be a stream of earnings, quite a positive stream of earnings, but the market will overvalue it. I don't know, but it's something we have to watch for. So these things are not, in any sense, incompatible in that respect. So we have to watch the valuation question, obviously, very carefully. Private assets, I think there's nothing per se wrong about private assets. I think that's an important thing to say, but it is a more opaque world. So again, we do have to understand that world, and we are doing a lot of work at the bank, and will be doing a lot of work at the bank to do that. We have to understand that there are, while there has been there's been an increase in the non-bank world, if you like, relative to the bank world. These two systems are heavily interconnected. So the banking world is still heavily interconnected. In many ways, it's the provider of liquidity, of course, to the system.
Well, that was Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey, who I spoke to yesterday. Now, with the UK government budget less than 3 weeks away, let's discuss the outlook for the economy and what it means for the real estate sector. With us now, Jonathan Goldstein, Chief Executive and co-founder of Kane, which has nearly $14 billion in assets under management across the globe. Jonathan, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Look, you're also a Labour donor, so what would you expect in that budget come November 26th?
Well, look, I think there's been a long build-up to this budget. And I think that the three things that I think the country needs to see are certainty, confidence, and competitiveness. So I think we need to get over this period. There's clearly in the economy, in the industry, across many industries, been a hiatus. People are waiting to see what's happening, waiting to hear. There's a huge amount of balloons being floated around in the press about so many different taxes, so many different spendings and cuts and investments. So I think this build-up has really been a long one. So I think what the country really needs is certainty. We need to get back to absolutely knowing the direction of travel. We need to understand what drives the economy. We need to make sure that those aspects are enforced. And we need to retain a level of confidence. This is a great country with huge amount of assets, and we really need to be playing to them.
So, first of all, how much was the abolition of the non-dom regime damaging to entrepreneurship, to wealthy investors leaving the country?
Well, you've seen around the world a flight of millionaires to the UAE, to Italy, to the US, at the expense of London. And if you look at the top end of the London residential market, you'll find it's very sluggish, very, 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 very slow. And the reality is that we live in a very mobile world. Our ability to move around the world today is unparalleled. And as a result, we need to understand our relative place in that competitiveness area is hugely important. And we can't sort of think that we're an island that people are just going to come to whatever, because people can up and go. And we're seeing too many stories of founders of companies upping and going and leaving this country. And that has a significant impact on productivity, and that eats into confidence in the country.
So I know you want certainty, you want to basically the budget to happen now so that people can adapt and get on with their business. But what do you want to see in the upcoming autumn statement?
Well, ultimately, I think we all understand that the Chancellor needs to raise revenue. We need to feel, unlike last year, that this is a one-off, that there is a line drawn under that process. And if that has to be, as is clearly being floated, a small rise in income tax and a break in what was said in the manifesto, I think the government has to be bold and the government has to go for it. I don't think that anybody in this country really believes that people have to be hidebound statements, we're not in business, that we made 2 or 3 years ago. I think it's obviously politically uncomfortable, but it's an important decision to make. And the second thing I would say is that we need to play to innovation. We need to make this country a place that people want to do business in and come and live in. If you look at the founder of NVIDIA, he moved from Taiwan to the US. He's created a company which is valued at almost $5 trillion. You want to come to the UK or anywhere in Europe, you have to fill in forms. You have to wait months and months and months. We are creating an environment that people don't want to come to. And I think we need to get away from that. We need to understand that the benefits of immigration are strong for this country and that we are in a global fight for talent. And we need to win that. We need to win our fair share of that. And at the moment, I don't think we are.
Jonathan, is it about the taxes? Is it about the money? Or is it about people not feeling welcome?
I think it's about the environment myself. I think, yes, taxes are an element of that. But I don't think everybody is so obsessed with the odd p in the pound to worry about that. I think we need to create an environment that, both from a business and a social perspective, this country becomes a welcoming country again. And I think that is a route that the Prime Minister really believes and goes in at his very core. And I think we need to make sure that we as a country are seen as a welcoming country. Many of us for generations are the beneficiaries of this wonderful country, and we need to make sure that that is a continuing narrative. And I'm concerned that we're seeing too much of this negativity, too much of this downing on Britain, which is, I think, creating a message around the world that we're no longer a welcoming environment.
Jonathan, I mean, Kane, your company is also an investor in logistics properties. Now, a lot of them will maybe move into data centers. Do you worry about the AI bubble and what that means for lending and what that means for some of the properties?
Well, I'm not going to really comment. I'm not the world's greatest expert on AI valuations. Obviously, they've been very strong. Fortunes have been made in the last year or two. Untold fortunes by people who are well positioned. But we are seeing in every element of our worlds the impact of AI on our businesses. What we believe at Kane is that if you are able to fuse that technology with human connectivity, because at the heart of all businesses remain people and the relationships that people create. And if you can create real estate that play to the technology and play to those personal relationships, then I think you can create great environments. Look, if you look around the world today, Amazon, not far from here, occupy many hundreds of thousands of feet, including in our properties in Shoreditch. JP Morgan have just opened up a massive new headquarters in Wall Street. These companies are bringing together the benefits of AI with human interaction, with those great things called relationships that we can still believe in, because at the heart of it, businesses are made by people.
Where do you want to be more invested in? Is it in the U.S.? I know you also have a big office development, in Miami that is benefiting from maybe people leaving New York. Like, where do you see the hot spots?
But we've been strong believers in South Florida since before the pandemic. We started to invest in 2017. We have the largest office block in the 830 Brickell, which is 100% leased. It's achieving extraordinary rents beyond $200 a foot when we initially budgeted $70 a foot. So, we're big believers in Miami. And if you look at Miami, why are people going there? And take that back to what we talked about with Britain: certainty of environment, safety on the streets, a sense of community. That's really what we need to be focused on in the UK. And I think that's, it's important that we re-emphasise those issues, because this is a great place to be. London is still a strong place to be. As Samuel Johnson said, when you tire of life, you tire of London. So we really need to reinforce those messages and get that confidence out from the top.
That is so true. Will people, you think, tire of New York because of the new mayor? And so are you doubling down on Miami as the destination?
We just acquired a hotel called the Dominic, just down the edge of Soho in Tribeca in New York. And it's a 400-key hotel, so we're believers in New York. Look, I think the election of the new mayor is a challenge on many fronts, both geopolitically as well as locally. And I think he is espousing a narrative which he won't be able to live up to. We've seen that in our own country. And I think New York will outlive Mayor Mamdani by some distance. And I just think there will be shocks on that road for New York, which will have an impact and will lead to a migration to other cities. But I'm sure that New York will win out in the end.
Jonathan, I know I'm not wearing Chelsea blue, but I'm a fan, and you're a director at Chelsea. And the main question, actually, what happens with Stamford Bridge? Can you give us an indication of the thinking right now?
Well, the thinking remains that there's a huge amount of work being done internally. And I've always said, and you've asked the question before, that the first people that will know the outcome to that question will be the fans. It's clear that the club's been on a great trajectory, leading, to being now the World Club Champions, which is a great achievement for the manager, for the squad, for the directors of football. Done a wonderful job in bringing all that together over the summer. And the club continues to work in ensuring that Chelsea is a winning environment both across the men and women's team, and When we're ready, I'll come back and tell you.
But is moving to Earl's Court still an option, or has that ship passed?
I don't think we rule out any option at this point in time. Everything remains on the table, but clearly the most important thing is to create a legacy and a future for Chelsea for the next 100 years.
Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us. As always, Jonathan Goldstein there, the CEO and co-founder of Kane. Now, the UK's 2,500 private schools are under pressure after being hit by the imposition of 20% VAT on their fees. Bolstered by government backing, many are choosing to expand abroad in a bid to raise cash. Well, Bloomberg's Tiwa Adebayo joins us with the story. Tiwa, I know you've been working on it for quite a couple of weeks. Why are these schools so eager to open branches overseas?
Well, really, they're looking for alternative revenue streams. A lot of these schools have really recognizable centuries-old brands, and they want to see if they can capitalize on this. And opening a school abroad right now seems to be the perfect opportunity to do so. It's a sector that's booming. We've seen the number of British schools abroad triple since 2017. It's up from 51 to 151. And in terms of the profits that these schools are making, that's also exploded, reaching £29 million over the last academic year. It's worth also remembering that British private schools with charitable status, as most of them do have in the UK, they don't pay corporation tax on overseas earnings. So they're also keeping a good proportion of these earnings. So it does become quite an attractive opportunity. And when you compare that to the landscape for private schools in the UK, where we're seeing cost pressures associated with the new VAT tax, which came in January of this year, schools say that pupils are also leaving at an accelerated rate, and there's high inflation in this country. You do begin to wonder if perhaps overseas schools might be more fertile ground for British private schools at the moment.
Tiwa, what are the risks for these schools of going into business with foreign actors?
Well, the people I spoke to for this story say the main risk is being associated with these foreign business partners. As we've mentioned, these are really important and historic brands, and perhaps for some schools they risk potentially tainting their legacies by these associations. In the story that's up on the terminal about this morning, we cover a number of examples, including rugby schools' recent opening this September in Lagos, Nigeria. Now, that is being financed by a firm called the Chagari Group, whose founder has had quite a number of controversies. For example, he had to pay $1.8 million to resolve allegations that he was involved in some breaking of U.S. election laws, and that's according to the U.S. Department for Justice. We also cover the opening of Harrow School in New York that's set to take place soon. That's being backed by an Indian firm, Amity Education. They have been criticised heavily by U.S. politicians about their ability really to educate people in the U.S., given their lack of track record in the country. So I think these schools risk not only their reputations through these associations, but they also are risking the trust of customers both abroad and in the UK, who pay quite significant sums of money to have access to that pedigree, to that history. But perhaps what they aren't expecting is that sort of proximity to controversy.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Tiwa, thank you so much for some great reporting. Tiwa Adebayo, if you'd like to read more on that story, it's also available on the Bloomberg terminal. Coming up, the Dutch government is prepared to drop control of Chinese-owned chip maker Nexperia if chip supplies resume. We'll have more on that with Atlantic Council's Director of Economic Foresight and Analysis, Charles Litchfield. That's next, and this is Bloomberg. Shares in British Airways parent IAG are sinking after a miss in the latest earnings, reflecting weakness in Europe and on its all-important transatlantic route. Well, for more on all this, let's get to Benedict Kamel, our global aviation managing editor. So, Benny, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us on IAG?
So IAG really, with a very weak set of numbers, or rather a weak reaction. I think people are spooked by what they said about the transatlantic market. This is a crucial market for British Airways, which is the prime airline, also Iberia, within the IAG group. And they said that there was some softness in that particular market, and it accounts for about a third of their global capacity, and that's obviously very important for them to maintain that market, to stay strong in that market. And it's something we've seen over the last couple of months. We've had had other airlines say that, yes, in particular from Europe to the US, there is some weakness. Fewer people, particularly in the leisure side of things, are traveling to the US. They might be spooked by sort of harsher immigration laws. They might generally be put off by the politics in the US. And we've seen that come down. Also on the corporate side, there is some weakness there, and that's really starting to hurt that business.
Benny, we're also looking at hundreds of canceled flights in the U.S. after government agencies ordered airlines there to make a 10% cut in capacity as the shutdown drags on.
Yeah, so this is going to start today. We are going to see a gradual increase in these cuts. So it's not all going to happen at the same time. They will start at 4% and then sort of slowly work their way up to a 10% reduction. Just to give you a little bit of perspective, though, this means it'll be about 700 flights or so cancelled out of 25,000 movements. So airlines will find ways to sort of mitigate that. They will probably cancel some of their less popular routes. They will certainly protect their most prominent ones and their most profitable ones, particularly on international routes or key transcontinental routes. So they will find ways to sort of wiggle through this. But for passengers, it might mean longer waits. And as we head into the crucial Thanksgiving period, these situations will become a lot more pronounced, and that will raise a lot more pressure on the government to bring the shutdown to an end.
Benny, thank you so much. Benedict Kamel there, Bloomberg's Global Aviation Managing Editor. Now to the sidelines of COP30, where world leaders warn conditions could become unlivable for billions of people if immediate action is not taken. Well, Bloomberg's Sarah Wells is in Belém, Brazil. Sarah, we're a long way from when nearly 200 nations adopted the landmark Paris Agreement. What are we hearing now, 10 years on from world leaders?
So we have about 20 or 30 heads of state here in Belém to speak over yesterday and today. There's about 150 countries represented, but a relatively small proportion of those have sent their biggest person. But we have had a lot of commitments to multilateralism, as you'd expect, to the importance of addressing climate change with more urgency. We did hear from some of the Latin American leaders making some quite pointed remarks about Donald Trump. Colombia's Petro said that he's against humanity. And Brazil's President Lula, while he did not name Trump, he did talk about extremist forces spreading fake news and the problems that causes. We heard from France's Macron on the importance of prioritizing science. And there was an interesting speech by Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley. She talked around trying to gain support for a new global protocol to reduce methane emissions. So it'll be interesting to see if that gets any traction over the next couple of weeks at COP30 and beyond. I would also say that leaders met to...
Sorry, Sarah, I cut you off.
That's okay. I was just going to add that leaders met to formally launch Brazil's Rainforest Fund. This is the TFFF, the Tropical Forest Forever facility. And Norway pledged $3 billion in loans to that fund. They did put some conditions on that. They said that they would only put in 20% of the financing. But Brazil is trying to grow that fund to $25 billion over time, which they will then leverage to build a $125 billion rainforest preservation pool. So Norway was a big step in the right direction.
Sarah, thank you. Sarah Wells there at COP30 in Brazil. Now, the Netherlands prepared to suspend a ministerial order that gave it control over chipmaker Nexperia in a move that would de-escalate a fight with China. Well, joining us now is Charles Litchfield, Director of Economic Foresight and Analysis at the Atlantic Council. Also left D.C. because of the shutdown. I'm kidding. But actually, first of all, I mean, the shutdown, you have the shutdown, which no one's really talking about, the longest in history, but then you have encouraging news from China. So do these two news cancel each other out?
I think that's a very interesting way of seeing it, and it is sort of how the administration has played it in the past few weeks. They had a big successful trip to the Asia-Pacific, did a lot of deals, although some of them are only temporary truces, and this has given them some respite from the crisis at home, where, and this is surprising from a historical perspective, the party that is causing the shutdown, the Democrats, has not lost any popularity, and we're now weeks in. People have missed more than one paycheck at this point, and the Democrats are not losing out in the polls. Why? Because the reasons they're sticking out are popular, including in red states. The Medicare, Medicaid financing that's been cut in the Big Beautiful Bill, people want that back. And the tax credits to the Affordable Care Act, people support those too. So you even see some Republicans saying that their party should make concessions. But you're right that the administration has managed to avoid talking about this because they've had a successful trip to Asia.
Charles, first of all, on the shutdown, how does this end? Is there an end in sight?
I think there might be an end pretty soon. Your colleague was rightly mentioning Thanksgiving coming soon and the problems that we're already starting to see on flights, not just the FAA, so air traffic control, but also security at airports. People haven't been paid several times now, and so they'll start working less. It's already pretty heroic that they're working at all. And I did manage to make it here from the US. I hope to make it back on Sunday. But yes, I think that is a deadline that's pretty serious, pretty important. And the Democrats are also feeling they're edging towards getting some concessions out of the government. So hopefully it will be soon.
On U.S. and China, it is actually, we seem to be in a better place. I wonder how much it can just turn by 180 and we go back to the fighting that we saw 3 months ago.
I mean, things can turn with one tweet now in D.C., so that is the sort of line we're on all the time, and there's a tension, there's never a dull moment. But you're right that the meeting between Xi and Trump was successful. First of all, it did take place, and it was almost called off. And the deal was basically a truce. The U.S. moved back to tariffs that the Chinese manufacturers can live with. They're still pretty high, much higher than what Europe and the U.K. have to deal with, but manageable. And the U.S. managed to get a suspension of the export controls on critical minerals that we all need. This is a crucial point. The U.S., because of the tariffs, has leverage over the Chinese, and so the Chinese were willing to negotiate. And in some sort of magnanimous act, they lifted this export control for everyone, because it was meant to apply to everyone. Now, as we see with the Dutch case, Europe does also have some leverage, but it isn't prepared to use it as aggressively as the U.S.
Where do you see, I know you wrote a very interesting piece in that where it starts like you can't sugarcoat this, and this is about the relationship between the U.S. and Europe.
Yeah, I mean, the situation is not good. This is a very tense relationship. I think we've managed to bring Trump we Europeans have managed to bring Trump closer to us on Ukraine. He isn't going to make the U.S. government send more money to Ukraine or more weapons for free. But I think he has become much more impatient with President Putin than he was beforehand with President Zelensky. So this is progress from a European perspective. And on trade, I mean, when I came here to see you last year, Francine, I was talking about Europe preparing for a slight increase in tariffs that the U.S. would apply on EU goods. We've gone from an average of 2.5% to a 15% flat rate, and this is seen as success. But last year, I mean, I was predicting an increase in tariffs, but this was the maximal scenario, the really catastrophic scenario in a way, and now people see this as a sort of stable scenario that Europe can deal with.
But does it mean that we're going to get second-round effects, or is it that actually with trade is a little bit like water, it always finds where it needs to go?
No, I think the European firms are already feeling the pinch, and as are U.S. firms. And so I think we are going to continue to see slightly higher inflation in the U.S. than we otherwise might have. And I think for investment in the U.S., it's also created quite a lot of uncertainty. So the end logic of the Trump model is that to manufacture in the U.S., avoids the tariff, and therefore European firms should invest. But we haven't seen that uptick yet because there are all sorts of uncertainties around inputs. You have to pay tariffs on them as well.
Charles, thanks so much. Charles Litchfield there, Director of Economic Foresight and Analysis at the Atlantic Council. Up next, Bloomberg Brief, and this is Bloomberg.
Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Whanganui, New Zealand. It's Thursday, November 6th. Today, 10% of all flights are said to be cancelled across the US due to the government shutdown. The Supreme Court appears sceptical over the legality of President Trump's wide-ranging tariffs. And Tesla shareholders get ready to vote on $1 trillion pay package for CEO Elon Musk. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week. The US is ordering a 10% cut in flights at 40 major airports across the country in a bid to deal with the fallout from the now record-breaking government shutdown in the US. Thousands of air traffic controllers and tens of thousands of TSA agents have now gone 36 days without pay. US Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says they need to alleviate pressure on the system.
There'll be frustration. We are working with the airlines. They're going to work with passengers. But in the end, our sole role is to make sure that we keep this airspace as safe as possible.
Reuters aviation correspondent David Shepperson has more.
This sent airlines scrambling because a 10% cut in 36 hours is a extremely drastic action, given what it does in terms of flight crews and so on. So the FAA had a call with the airlines and clarified that the plan is to start at 4% on Friday, 5% Saturday, ramping up to 10% early next week, assuming the shutdown is continuing. And that will be challenging, but that's a lot more doable than, a 10% cut in 36 hours. The FAA has not publicly disclosed the 40 airports where the cuts are going to be in effect. And so that has sent a lot of people freaking out because, there's so little clarity. I got a direct message from a former reporter who's getting married on Saturday and wondered what's going to happen to my wedding, and my guests are coming on Friday, and are they going to get there? And I said, well, at this point, the FAA doesn't know, the airlines don't know, and I certainly don't know because there's just so many unanswered questions.
The Trump administration has repeatedly leaned on the threat of aviation chaos to turn up the heat on Democrats, hoping it will push them to end the shutdown. Democrats contend Republicans are to blame by refusing to negotiate over key healthcare subsidies. To the US Supreme Court, where arguments are being heard for the legality of President Donald Trump's tariffs. Justices are considering whether Trump was allowed to use an emergency powers law from the 70s to justify broad tariffs against almost the whole world, tariffs which are central to his foreign policy and which have upended global trade. The administration's lawyer, D. John Sauer, says changing things now would be disastrous.
Unwinding those agreements, he warns, would expose us to ruthless trade retaliation by far more aggressive countries.
The law in question allows a president to regulate commerce in a national emergency. But as Chief Justice John Roberts pointed out, it wasn't necessarily designed for this.
And the statute doesn't use the word tariffs.
The case is also seen as a test of Trump's executive power. Legal reporter Jan Wolf was at the hearing.
There were a lot of skeptical arguments from the justices. The three liberals on the court are very unlikely to rule for Trump. And so the question is, can they peel off at least two conservatives to join them? And I think some of the questions from Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Neil Gorsuch, maybe even some of the others, leaned against Trump. The court, when Joe Biden was president, said there's something called a major questions doctrine, which essentially means that you really need clear congressional authorization to implement a policy with sweeping economic consequences. This came up in the student loan debt cancellation case. And I think, the court is aware that it might be interpreted as odd if they struck down these Biden policies and then allowed Trump's tariffs to take effect.
Jan says that even if the court rules against the Trump administration, it has vowed to find other legal mechanisms to enact its tariffs. President Trump says he's instructed the Department of War to prepare for possible military action in Nigeria.
We're going to do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about.
and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns are blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities.
He says Christians are being targeted and killed. Nigeria rejects that assertion and says the country faces terrorism, not a Christian genocide. Nigeria has struggled with insurgents, but the majority of those killed have been Muslim. One last bit of Trump news now. After ordering the US to restart the testing of nuclear weapons to keep up with rival powers, Trump now says he may be working on a plan to denuclearize with both Russia and China. Neither Beijing or Moscow has commented. And Russia's Vladimir Putin has actually ordered his top officials to draft plans for nuclear weapons testing of their own. That hasn't happened since the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. President Trump has yet to clarify whether the resumption he ordered refers to nuclear explosive testing or to flight testing of nuclear-capable missiles. We ran a poll on Spotify yesterday asking you whether we should keep the bell or lose it. You resoundingly said the bell is iconic and so it stays. But in the actual market news, Tesla shareholders will vote today on whether to award CEO Elon Musk a nearly $1 trillion pay package. Norway's sovereign wealth fund, which is Tesla's sixth largest outside investor, has said it will vote against ratifying the deal, but it is still likely to go through. Consumer enterprise reporter Chris Kirkham says it's by far the largest pay package in corporate history, with Musk's previous 2018 pay package in a distant second place.
Basically, the board's argument for why shareholders should give Elon Musk, this really kind of historically large pay package is essentially shareholders win when Musk wins. If shareholders don't get anything, Musk gets nothing. So the way this is structured is there's 12 separate steps that he needs to achieve, and he gets an additional 1% of company stock each time he achieves one of these tranches, they call it. It's sort of like a step up in different goals. So the top end of the pay package requires him essentially moving the market cap of Tesla from about 1.5 trillion where it is today to 8.5 trillion, about the six-fold increase. And very few executives have ever been able to grow a company to that degree. But when you start to kind of dig into it, there are several of these product goals and even market cap goals that might not be that difficult for Musk to meet, and they would still allow him to earn net compensation that exceeds any other executive in history. If you look at a goal like getting to 20 million vehicles, Tesla is already almost halfway there. And even if they reduce the amount of annual production compared to last year, if they were actually about 20% lower, they would be able to meet this goal within 10 years.
Typhoon Kalmagi's death toll in the Philippines has climbed to more than 100, with 120 still missing. The storm flattened homes and left streets choked with debris in Cebu, the hardest hit province. More than 200,000 people were evacuated before landfall, but many returned to find their homes destroyed. The typhoon is now regaining strength over the South China Sea and is expected to hit Vietnam next.
Pues, ¿qué va a pasar con todas las jóvenes mujeres en nuestro país?
Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum announcing she is filing charges against a man who groped and tried to kiss her while she was greeting members of the public, saying if she doesn't file a complaint, what does that mean for other Mexican women who experience similar things? Video of the incident, which went viral, shows a middle-aged man putting his arm around Sheinbaum, touching her chest and attempting to kiss her. She moves his hands away before a member of staff steps between them. And for today's recommended read, inside King Tutankhamun's treasure trove, a stunning photo story from Egypt's Grand Museum, where more than 5,000 artifacts from the boy king's tomb are on display together for the first time. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show. Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Whanganui, New Zealand. It's Thursday, November 6th. Today, 10% of all flights are said to be cancelled across the US due to the government shutdown. The Supreme Court appears sceptical over the legality of President Trump's wide-ranging tariffs. And Tesla shareholders get ready to vote on $1 trillion pay package for CEO Elon Musk. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week. The US is ordering a 10% cut in flights at 40 major airports across the country in a bid to deal with the fallout from the now record-breaking government shutdown in the US. Thousands of air traffic controllers and tens of thousands of TSA agents have now gone 36 days without pay. US Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says they need to alleviate pressure on the system.
There'll be frustration. We are working with the airlines. They're going to work with passengers. But in the end, our sole role is to make sure that we keep this airspace as safe as possible.
Reuters aviation correspondent David Shepperson has more.
This set airlines scrambling because a 10% cut in 36 hours is a extremely drastic action given what it does in terms of flight crews and so on. So the FAA had a call with the airlines and clarified that the plan is to start at 4% on Friday, 5% Saturday, ramping up to 10% early next week, assuming the shutdown is continuing. And that will be challenging, but that's a lot more doable than, a 10% cut in 36 hours. The FAA has not publicly disclosed the 40 airports where the cuts are going to be in effect. And so that has set a lot of people, freaking out because, there's so little clarity. I got a direct message from a former reporter who's getting married on Saturday and wondered what's going to happen to my wedding, and my guests are coming on Friday. And are they going to get there? And I said, well, at this point, the FAA doesn't know, the airlines don't know, and I certainly don't know because there's just so many unanswered questions.
The Trump administration has repeatedly leaned on the threat of aviation chaos to turn up the heat on Democrats, hoping it will push them to end the shutdown. Democrats contend Republicans are to blame by refusing to negotiate over key healthcare subsidies. To the US Supreme Court, where arguments are being heard for the legality of President Donald Trump's tariffs. Justices are considering whether Trump was allowed to use an emergency powers law from the 70s to justify broad tariffs against almost the whole world, tariffs which are central to his foreign policy and which have upended global trade. The administration's lawyer, D. John Sauer, says changing things now would be disastrous.
Unwinding those agreements, he warns, would expose us to ruthless trade retaliation by far more aggressive countries.
The law in question allows a president to regulate commerce in a national emergency. But as Chief Justice John Roberts pointed out, it wasn't necessarily designed for this.
And the statute doesn't use the word tariffs.
The case is also seen as a test of Trump's executive power. Legal reporter Jan Wolf was at the hearing.
There were a lot of skeptical arguments from the justices. The three liberals on the court are very unlikely to rule for Trump. And so the question is, can they peel off at least two conservatives to join them? And I think some of the questions from Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Neil Gorsuch, maybe even some of the others, leaned against Trump. The court, when Joe Biden was president, said there's something called a major questions doctrine, which essentially means that you really need clear congressional authorization to implement a policy with sweeping economic consequences. This came up in the student loan debt cancellation case. And I think, the court is aware that it might be interpreted as odd if they struck down these Biden policies and then allowed Trump's tariffs to take effect.
Jan says that even if the court rules against the Trump administration, it has vowed to find other legal mechanisms to enact its tariffs. President Trump says he's instructed the Department of War to prepare for possible military action in Nigeria.
We're going to do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns are blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities.
He says Christians are being targeted and killed. Nigeria rejects that assertion and says the country faces terrorism, not a Christian genocide. Nigeria has struggled with insurgents, but the majority of those killed have been Muslim. One last bit of Trump news now. After ordering the US to restart the testing of nuclear weapons to keep up with rival powers, Trump now says he may be working on a plan to denuclearize with both Russia and China. Neither Beijing or Moscow has commented. And Russia's Vladimir Putin has actually ordered his top officials to draft plans for nuclear weapons testing of their own. That hasn't happened since the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. President Trump has yet to clarify whether the resumption he ordered refers to nuclear explosive testing or to flight testing of nuclear-capable missiles. We ran a poll on Spotify yesterday asking you whether we should keep the bell or lose it. You resoundingly said the bell is iconic, and so it stays. But in the actual market news, Tesla shareholders will vote today on whether to award CEO Elon Musk a nearly $1 trillion pay package. Norway's sovereign wealth fund, which is Tesla's sixth largest outside investor, has said it will vote against ratifying the deal, but it is still likely to go through. Consumer enterprise reporter Chris Kirkham says it's by far the largest pay package in corporate history, with Musk's previous 2018 pay package in a distant second place.
Basically, the board's argument for why shareholders should give Elon Musk, this really kind of historically large pay package is essentially shareholders win when Musk wins. If shareholders don't get anything, Musk gets nothing. So the way this is structured is there's 12 separate steps that he needs to achieve, and he gets an additional 1% of company stock each time he achieves one of these tranches, they call it. It's sort of like a step up in different goals. So the top end of the pay package requires him essentially moving the market cap of Tesla from about 1.5 trillion where it is today to 8.5 trillion, about the sixfold increase. And very few executives have ever been able to grow a company to that degree. But when you start to kind of dig into it, there are several of these product goals and even market cap goals that might not be that difficult for Musk to meet, and they would still allow him to earn net compensation that exceeds any other executive in history. If you look at a goal like getting to 20 million vehicles, Tesla is already almost halfway there. And even if they reduce the amount of annual production compared to last year, if they were actually about 20% lower, they would be able to meet this goal within 10 years.
Typhoon Kalmagi's death toll in the Philippines has climbed to more than 100, with 120 still missing. The storm flattened homes and left streets choked with debris in Cebu, the hardest hit province. More than 200,000 people were evacuated before landfall, but many returned to find their homes destroyed. The typhoon is now regaining strength over the South China Sea and is expected to hit Vietnam next.
Pues, ¿qué va a pasar con todas las jóvenes mujeres en nuestro país?
Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum announcing she is filing charges against a man who groped and tried to kiss her while she was greeting members of the public, saying if she doesn't file a complaint, what does that mean for other Mexican women who experience similar things? Video of the incident, which went viral, shows a middle-aged man putting his arm around Sheinbaum, touching her chest and attempting to kiss her. She moves his hands away before a member of staff steps between them. And for today's recommended read, Inside King Tutankhamun's Treasure Trove, a stunning photo story from Egypt's Grand Museum, where more than 5,000 artifacts from the boy king's tomb are on display together for the first time. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show. Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Wanganui, New Zealand. It's Thursday, November 6th. Today, 10% of all flights are said to be cancelled across the US due to the government shutdown. The Supreme Court appears sceptical over the legality of President Trump's wide-ranging tariffs. And Tesla shareholders get ready to vote on $1 trillion pay package for CEO Elon Musk. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week. The US is ordering a 10% cut in flights at 40 major airports across the country in a bid to deal with the fallout from the now record-breaking government shutdown in the US. Thousands of air traffic controllers and tens of thousands of TSA agents have now gone 36 days without pay. US Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says they need to alleviate pressure on the system.
There'll be frustration. We are working with the airlines. They're going to work with passengers. But in the end, our sole role is to make sure that we keep this airspace as safe as possible.
Reuters aviation correspondent David Shepperson has more.
This set airlines scrambling because a 10% cut in 36 hours is a extremely drastic action, given what it does in terms of flight crews and so on. So the FAA had a call with the airlines and clarified that the plan is to start at 4% on Friday, 5% Saturday, ramping up to 10% early next week, assuming the shutdown is continuing. And that will be challenging, but that's a lot more doable than, a 10% cut in 36 hours. The FAA has not publicly disclosed the 40 airports where the cuts are going to be in effect. And so that has set a lot of people, freaking out because, there's so little clarity. I got a direct message from a former reporter who's getting married on Saturday and wondered what's going to happen to my wedding, and my guests are coming on Friday. And are they going to get there? And I said, well, at this point, the FAA doesn't know, the airlines don't know, and I certainly don't know because there's just so many unanswered questions.
The Trump administration has repeatedly leaned on the threat of aviation chaos to turn up the heat on Democrats, hoping it will push them to end the shutdown. Democrats contend Republicans are to blame by refusing to negotiate over key healthcare subsidies. To the US Supreme Court, where arguments are being heard for the legality of President Donald Trump's tariffs. Justices are considering whether Trump was allowed to use an emergency powers law from the 70s to justify broad tariffs against almost the whole world, tariffs which are central to his foreign policy and which have upended global trade. The administration's lawyer, D. John Sauer, says changing things now would be disastrous.
Unwinding those agreements, he warns, would expose us to ruthless trade retaliation by far more aggressive countries.
The law in question allows a president to regulate commerce in a national emergency. But as Chief Justice John Roberts pointed out, it wasn't necessarily designed for this.
And the statute doesn't use the word tariffs.
The case is also seen as a test of Trump's executive power. Legal reporter Jan Wolf was at the hearing.
There were a lot of skeptical arguments from the justices. The three liberals on the court are very unlikely to rule for Trump. And so the question is, can they peel off at least two conservatives to join them? And I think some of the questions from Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Neil Gorsuch, maybe even some of the others, leaned against Trump. The court, when Joe Biden was president, said there's something called a major questions doctrine, which essentially means that you really need clear congressional authorization to implement a policy with sweeping economic consequences. This came up in the student loan debt cancellation case. And I think, the court is aware that it might be interpreted as odd if they struck down these Biden policies and then allowed Trump's tariffs to take effect.
Jan says that even if the court rules against the Trump administration, it has vowed to find other legal mechanisms to enact its tariffs. President Trump says he's instructed the Department of War to prepare for possible military action in Nigeria.
We're going to do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns are blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities.
He says Christians are being targeted and killed. Nigeria rejects that assertion and says the country faces terrorism, not a Christian genocide. Nigeria has struggled with insurgents, but the majority of those killed have been Muslim. One last bit of Trump news now. After ordering the US to restart the testing of nuclear weapons to keep up with rival powers, Trump now says he may be working on a plan to denuclearize with both Russia and China. Neither Beijing or Moscow has commented. And Russia's Vladimir Putin has actually ordered his top officials to draft plans for nuclear weapons testing of their own. That hasn't happened since the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. President Trump has yet to clarify whether the resumption he ordered refers to nuclear explosive testing or to flight testing of nuclear-capable missiles. We ran a poll on Spotify yesterday asking you whether we should keep the bell or lose it. You resoundingly said the bell is iconic, and so it stays. But in the actual market news, Tesla shareholders will vote today on whether to award CEO Elon Musk a nearly $1 trillion pay package. Norway's sovereign wealth fund, which is Tesla's sixth largest outside investor, has said it will vote against ratifying the deal, but it is still likely to go through. Consumer enterprise reporter Chris Kirkham says it's by far the largest pay package in corporate history, with Musk's previous 2018 pay package in a distant second place.
Basically, the board's argument for why shareholders should give Elon Musk, this really kind of historically large pay package is essentially shareholders win when Musk wins. If shareholders don't get anything, Musk gets nothing. So the way this is structured is there's 12 separate steps that he needs to achieve, and he gets an additional 1% of company stock each time he achieves one of these tranches, they call it. It's sort of like a step up in different goals. So the top end of the pay package requires him essentially moving the market cap of Tesla from about 1.5 trillion where it is today to 8.5 trillion, about the sixfold increase. And very few executives have ever been able to grow a company to that degree. But when you start to kind of dig into it, there are several of these product goals and even market cap goals that might not be that difficult for Musk to meet, and they would still allow him to earn net compensation that exceeds any other executive in history. If you look at a goal like getting to 20 million vehicles, Tesla is already almost halfway there. And even if they reduce the amount of annual production compared to last year, if they were actually about 20% lower, they would be able to meet this goal within 10 years.
Typhoon Kalmagi's death toll in the Philippines has climbed to more than 100, with 120 still missing. The storm flattened homes and left streets choked with debris in Cebu, the hardest hit province. More than 200,000 people were evacuated before landfall, but many returned to find their homes destroyed. The typhoon is now regaining strength over the South China Sea and is expected to hit Vietnam next.
Pues, ¿qué va a pasar con todas las jóvenes mujeres en nuestro país?
Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum announcing she is filing charges against a man who groped and tried to kiss her while she was greeting members of the public, saying if she doesn't file a complaint, what does that mean for other Mexican women who experience similar things? Video of the incident, which went viral, shows a middle-aged man putting his arm around Sheinbaum, touching her chest and attempting to kiss her. She moves his hands away before a member of staff steps between them. And for today's recommended read, inside King Tutankhamun's treasure trove, a stunning photo story from Egypt's Grand Museum, where more than 5,000 artifacts from the boy king's tomb are on display together for the first time. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
Hi there. So I'm slightly obsessed by the Louvre jewellery heist. The crown jewels, the extendable ladder, the fact that it took all of 7 minutes. Anyone who's ever been to the Louvre knows that place takes hours and hours to get around. But here's the thing with the Paris robbery, and all art thefts in fact. They're not unusual. Every year, billions of dollars worth of art is stolen from museums and private collections. So what are the economic forces shaping this shady trade? And what can collectors do to stop it? Let's try and find out. I'm Carmel Crimmins, and this is Reuters Econ World. Every week we go deep on the economic principles and ideas driving the biggest news around the world. On this week's show, art heists. So to get into the economic forces at work in art heists, I spoke to Christopher Marinello, the founder of Art Recovery International and a world expert in the recovery of stolen art. Hey, Chris. Welcome to Reuters Econ World.
Good to be here.
So, recovering stolen art, it sounds like Indiana Jones without the bullwhip. Is it?
Not exactly. I do a lot of negotiation with criminals, fences, possessors of stolen property, lawyers. There's a lot more that goes on behind the scenes than simply meeting criminals and recovering stolen artwork.
Turning up at the pyramid.
Yeah. That's right.
How did you get into this game?
Well, I was a really bad artist going to art school, and my family convinced me, and my art teacher convinced me to try something different. And law school was suggested to me. But once you have the arts in your system, you never really get it out. So anytime I could grab an art-related case, I would gravitate towards that. Eventually, I built up a law practice representing collectors, dealers, museums, and anybody that had title disputes. And then soon it became a lot of the Nazi looted art cases that were still out there. I was representing families, and I still do.
It's a fascinating world. I mean, we're obviously interested because of the recent heist at the Louvre, which has so many interesting facets to it. But this is an economics podcast, and I suppose my feeling is there wouldn't be art heists at all if there wasn't a market for them. So we kind of want to break down the markets, the economics of art heists. So looking at it from the supply side, can you tell us a little bit about who does the robbing? Who are the thieves here?
Well, Hollywood would lead us to believe that art heists are done by, sexy, debonair, clever criminals, almost in some cases sort of a Robin Hood style thief. But that is not at all the case. It is usually done by common thugs. They have no regard for anyone or anything other than for their own personal financial gain.
I mean, there's a perception, isn't there? There's a lot of organized crime involved in this space. Is that the case?
There is organized crime, a great deal of it. There are gangs operating throughout Europe right now, some really well organized coming out of the Balkans or North Africa, and some not so organized, like we've seen with the Louvre theft. But still, groups that are willing to take on our museums and steal our cultural heritage for personal gain.
I mean, that's interesting about the Louvre theft, that I think the prosecutor in Paris said that the people behind it were petty thieves. Did that surprise you? Because it seemed like it was executed pretty swiftly.
At the very beginning, we all were told that this was something like a Ocean's 11 type heist. And of course, we saw cracks in that theory right away. They dropped the crown. They got caught. The Ocean's 11 crew never got caught. We're seeing that left DNA. They left their tools. So they were not as well thought out as we expected. However, the comments, I think, from the French prosecutor are a little bit misleading. While she claims that they were not organized, my understanding is one of the criminals is being charged with organized theft. So there's a bit of a contradiction there. I think there's a big fear right now of labeling organized gangs throughout France and throughout Europe because it's bad for tourism, and governments are afraid to admit that there's a crime problem.
I mean, one aspect of the Louvre heist, which was interesting, was that they stole jewelry. And my understanding is that that's not typically the case. It's more often that paintings are stolen. Is that right?
In the last few decades, there's always been paintings or sculptures. Lately, it's been rare watches. But something, these pieces have to remain intact. The criminals steal them and they have to hold on to them and either try to ransom them back to the victim, or they wait for an insurance company to come forward and try to collect a reward or pass them on to a friend, or they go underground into the black market where stolen artwork could get 5-10% of its true value, or it's used to be traded for drugs or for weapons. Or even used as a get out of jail free card. A criminal will hold on to a stolen painting, and if he's ever caught for something else, he'll say, look, I know where this Rembrandt is. Go easy on me, jail time, and I'll tell you where it is. And that has always worked. We're seeing a different trend here. We're seeing gold and jewelry being stolen at a ridiculous rate
for the purpose of breaking it down to its raw metal or raw jewelry, raw stones, and sold.
I mean, that makes sense from a market perspective, doesn't it? Because as you said, with the artwork, you can't break that down. And a lot of this stuff is very famous. So it means that it's often difficult to find a buyer, right? There's a lot of risk attached to it. So the market price, the black market price for that artwork is substantially less than the public market price, right? Like, are we talking like, I read somewhere like 10%?
Right. It's of the very, very small, 5 or 10%, because, you know, in the old days, pre-internet, you could steal something from London and try to flog it in the United States, and nobody would really know. But now all these auction houses and dealers, everybody's publishing what they're selling online. So there's millions of pairs of eyes looking for something that is stolen. And then you have, you know, stories about art theft going viral. So everyone knows when something is stolen. So by gravitating to jewelry and gold, they're able to break it down so that it does two things. It hides the evidence of their crime, and it allows them to monetize their crime almost immediately. As long as they can melt down gold or break up stones and resell them and have them be untraceable, then they've been able to monetize their theft.
And can they get even more money for it? If you're breaking it down, you know, you're getting multiple products out of, say, what was a tiara or a bracelet. Are they able to sort of get a higher return on, you know, their illegal investment, as it were?
Well, of course, by leaving it intact, it's more valuable. You know, these jewels intact have more of a value than they would for their raw stones. But, you know, the risk in being caught trying to sell these items intact is not worth it for them. They would just rather take the cut, have the items broken down, and try to get rid of them as quickly as possible.
So in terms of shifts, are you seeing that it's less artwork now, less paintings, less sculptures, and more jewelry, more gold, more watches? Is that the direction?
That's where we're going. When gold hit 3,000 pounds an ounce, we had gold thefts everywhere. And criminals are realizing, you know, that paintings can be too hot to handle, and they're looking for something else that they can quickly get rid of and move on to the next museum.
Okay, quiz time. And art thefts are a great topic. For this week's quiz, we're looking at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum heist in Boston in 1990. That's the biggest unsolved art theft in history. 13 works, including 3 Rembrandts and a Vermeer, all estimated to be worth over $500 million, were stolen in the middle of the night, while 2 security guards sat handcuffed in the basement. So the question is, what disguise did the thieves use? Was it A, janitors, B, tourists, or C, police officers? We'll have the answer for you at the end of the show. Up next, we've talked about who's stealing the art, but who's buying it? Talk to me about the demand side of the market. Who's doing the buying here? Because it's high risk. You might be paying 10% of the market value, but it's high risk.
Well, when you're buying stones like this, you know, or gold, no one is going to know that the stones came from this particular theft unless they brought the pieces into a shop intact. You know, everyone has seen these pieces online. No one will be able to hide that. But, you know, the diamonds that are part of this set can be broken into smaller pieces, or they're already, there's several hundred tiny little diamonds that no one would ever know came from here. You could go to Antwerp and find a jeweler and sell them a few at a time, so they wouldn't suspect that someone's dumping a large amount of stones on the market. And then the larger stones can be recut. I mean, you're always going to find a jeweler, whether dodgy or not, willing to recut one of those emeralds or sapphires into smaller pieces.
You mentioned there the way social media has changed things. Everything is out there. In terms of the marketplace, in terms of the buyers, have attitudes changed? Are people asking more questions about where things have come from?
I wish they would, but they don't. You know, a lot of people rely on the big auction houses, Sotheby's and Christie's, and say, well, I bought it there and I assumed that it was okay, or I bought it from a reputable dealer, so I relied on their expertise. You know, the case law around the world has pretty much made it clear that it's up to the collector to do their own due diligence. You're not going to win by simply saying I relied on the big auction houses to do due diligence for me. You've got to do it yourself. I mean, don't forget, it's your money that's at risk. We find a lot of these high-end watches. I'm talking about $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 watches being sold. And people need to check the serial numbers before they buy things, because these are being stolen at an incredible rate and being sent all over the world, and people are buying them. And then when we recover them, they lose everything.
And where are those watches being stolen from? Because presumably they're not in museums.
They're being stolen from everywhere. London, anywhere there's tourists with money, sporting events, Wimbledon, London, Miami, New York, Los Angeles, Paris, Monaco. I see it almost every single day. 6-figure watches being stolen. And of course, they need to remain intact, to keep their value, but they get moved on to Hong Kong, China, Vietnam, the UAE, and people will buy them without asking any questions. They're stolen from people out on the street going out to dinner in Mayfair in London. They're right off their wrist. They're stolen at the airport in Milan. They're stolen outside of hotels. Sometimes even the hotel personnel and the restaurant staff are in with the gangs and tipping off the criminals that someone has just walked in with a 6-figure watch, and then they get robbed moments later.
Wow. And in terms of the jewelry, in terms of, like you mentioned, the fact that the gold can be melted down, that the diamonds can be extracted, in those cases, the buyers might be jewelry houses. Is that, or is there a typical buyer?
Well, I mean, once you melt down gold, there's no way to know where it came from. So anybody will buy gold. I mean, you can go walk around the street and find someone that'll buy raw gold, and there's no way to know where it came from. Look at the Blenheim Palace golden toilet theft. They were breaking up that piece as they were leaving Blenheim Palace, and they found someone to help them smelt it down to raw gold that no one would ever know where it came from.
Is there high demand now because, we've got the stock market at record highs? We've got a lot of money sloshing around the system. Is there a high demand out there for these types of objects, for these watches, for the gold, for the jewelry?
Well, absolutely. It's a hedge, and it's a good way to launder money. You could hide £1 million in 3 or 4 watches and put them on your wrist and get them to another country. It's very easy. I mean, I had a case where somebody actually sold their business, and instead of taking cash or money, they took watches for the sale of a business.
Were you surprised by the heist in the Louvre?
I was, because I knew this has been happening all over Europe, smaller museums, and to see them hit the Louvre was a real blow. I mean, they were sending a message that they do not fear law enforcement. They do not fear the justice system. They do not fear museum security. Going after the Louvre was a very audacious and a bold statement.
You mentioned there about the other museums in Europe. It seems like Europe is the sort of the main stage for this type of activity. It seems like France and Italy are the places where museum theft happens most often.
Well, there's an enormous amount of art in Europe and in the UK, and everyone is financially strapped. Coming out of COVID, there was money that was spent on the health crisis. Then you have the immigration crisis, and then you have the war in Ukraine. So when a museum says to the government that they need more funding for security, they're going to get a cold shoulder.
It is interesting, though. One of the most famous thefts of all, which was the Mona Lisa, I think back in 1911, from the Louvre, actually, in a funny way, helped that painting and helped the museum in the long run, right, in terms of the publicity. What is the publicity element around all of this?
Well, there's always some sort of highlight, once the press gets hold of a case. Even when I do a Nazi looted art case, and, we may resolve a Nazi looted dispute over a painting in a museum, and then when it hits the press, everyone will go flock to see that painting.
Right.
It's very likely that if these jewels were recovered, it would bring attention to the museum, and more people would, go to see them, or they may even go and look at the empty cases, as they do in the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston, where they're still looking for some very important works of art, and the frames are hanging without the artworks, and people go to see them.
I hope you're enjoying the show. If you like digging into the stories behind the headlines, check out our long-form show, On Assignment. The latest episode looks at what President Donald Trump's policies mean for Venezuela and the wider Caribbean. We've put a link to the show in the description of today's pod. You can also find it on the Reuters app. Just go to Media and search under Podcasts. Up next, what happens if you accidentally find yourself in possession of a stolen work of art? You mentioned the Gardner Museum in Boston. That was a famous theft in 1990, and none of those items were recovered. Am I right?
That's correct. There's still a $10 million award for information leading to the recovery of those pieces.
I mean, is stolen art typically recovered?
It's like a 5 or 10%, chance, because we don't always get cooperation from law enforcement. That's another problem. They're not well funded.
Why is that?
Well, they claim to be overworked, underpaid. They can't always handle art cases. They're too busy with murders and other cases, and they really give art-related crime the bottom, of their pile. That's a fact. And police officers say to me, Chris, we can't do more. We're not well funded. We don't have any money to investigate these things, especially when the stolen item is found in another country. And they blame the prosecutors for not bringing the cases forward. And then the prosecutors complain to me that they're told by the governments to not prosecute so many cases because there's no place to put these people.
I mean, what are the rules of ownership in all of this, of the property rules around these items? I mean, presumably it varies.
Very simply, there are two sets of legal systems: civil law, common law. Okay, the U.S. and the U.K. are common law countries, which means you cannot get title to stolen art through the chain of the thief. So if you buy a painting from a criminal, even if you didn't know it was stolen, the victim has rights and can pursue you for owning or possessing their stolen item. But in
other words, you can't simply say, I didn't know it was stolen.
Correct.
It belonged to me. That defense doesn't apply.
Correct.
Okay.
But in countries
elsewhere,
Switzerland, France, Italy are civil law countries, which means that if you, generally speaking, of course, if you buy at auction not knowing that the artwork was stolen, you can have a legitimate title claim to stolen art. And that's, of course, every country has, like in Italy, it cannot be a state-owned museum that is the victim. Any state-owned property cannot come under those laws. But, generally speaking, it's much easier to recover stolen art in a common law country like the UK and the US.
In terms of the methods that are deployed by thieves, there's sort of different types of robberies, isn't there? There's like the stealth raid, there's the smash and grab. Can you just talk us through the methods that are used?
Well, we have the Ocean's 11 type crime where there are lasers involved.
The crane and the lasers.
I've actually had cases where people have scaled the side of an auction house, at night and entered through a window and stole all kinds of rare books. So, or they've lowered themselves from a glass window in the roof, all very Hollywood-like. But lately, we've been seeing a lot of more violent crimes, smash and grabs, tools, cutting. Look at the sledgehammer theft that happened in the Netherlands. The guy walked in with a sledgehammer and made off with, valuable works of art. So they're getting more violent. And as far as criminals attacking people on the street, it's getting worse with weapons. People are being beaten for their jewelry. They're even being beaten for their Hermes bags.
And what can museums do other than deploy more security, and therefore get more funding from the state to deploy more security?
Well,
what else can be done?
That's the problem. Everyone's going to say they have no funding. They are all consistently denied funding. So what can they do? They need to evaluate their collections. If they have gold and they have jewelry, they need to move it to a basement and into a vault-like atmosphere, because that's what it is. It's money. It's money to these criminals. And if the museum doesn't have the funds to build a vault-like enclosure for jewelry or gold, then they need to trade their objects with other museums that are maybe better secured. I think that there should be photo ID for people who enter museums so that we can, it's a low-cost method of being able to identify people who may come in and try to scope out a museum in advance like they did with this particular Louvre theft.
And in terms of rich individuals, people with collections or with, fabulously expensive watches, what can they do?
Buy insurance. I hate to say it, but I have so many police officers that all they do now is hand out crime reference numbers and say, we hope you were insured. And they say, well, what about, aren't you going to take fingerprints? Aren't you going to investigate my crime? No, I'm sorry. We don't have the ability to do that. Here's, go to your insurance company. And a lot of people, a lot of collectors are not insured. And that has to change. There are new insurance products, new insurance companies that are coming available during this crime wave saying that we will, insure your collections very quickly. And they will pay out on any losses. So that's what, unfortunately, we've come to is, people think they can wear a 6-figure watch on their wrist and it's not going to be stolen because it's on their wrist, but they're getting beaten for these important watches.
And the role of social media in all of this, I mean, is there, I suppose if you're out there with these items, you're kind of signposting it.
Absolutely. I tell people that if they're going to go on social media and flex their collections, please do it after you've gone away and that you're back home, because if you say, I'm going to Paris, I'm bringing my Patek Philippe collection with me, the criminals are watching too, and they're going to rob you, and they're going to go to your hotel and they're going to rob you when you leave. So wait till you get home to flex. There's also this culture of everybody taking photos of everything. Sometimes they don't even own this stuff. There are people on social media with Lamborghinis and collections of rare watches that they don't own any of it, but they're creating this demand and this desire and feeding into this criminality of I want to steal this and then I want to be able to sell this.
If you like this podcast, why not subscribe to the newsletter that accompanies it? It's also called Reuters Econ World, and it spotlights our best coverage of finance and economics. It's published straight to your inbox every Thursday. We've put a link to the sign-up in the description to today's show. In the final part of the show, we hear where Chris thinks art heists go from here. You've been in this business a long time. Are there cycles? Right now the demand for gold is very high because the price of gold is very high in the wholesale markets. But are there other trends that you see? Like, for instance, in years gone past, were there particular artists that were sought after their artwork? Like, is there...
Well, it's always been the named artists, Picasso, Degas, they know Dali, they know these are the, artworks that were typically stolen and, from every museum. The trend has been rare watches because everyone thought that the watch industry was dead when the iPhone came out, but they responded with 6-figure watches, creating a demand. Rolex, Patek Philippe, Richard Mille, everybody wants these. The sports stars are wearing them. The Formula One drivers are wearing them. Everybody wants these, including the criminals, because they're so easy to sell and so easy to move around the world because they fit on your wrist.
Chris, your company has recovered, I think, art worth more than $500 million?
600 now.
600. Okay. Wow. Is there a case that stands out for you?
Well, it's the Nazi looted art cases that really stand out because I'm shocked that we're still dealing with this 80 years after World War II. I was involved in the Gerlit case, that man in Germany that was found with hundreds of stolen and looted works of art. I was involved in the first Nazi looted art case in the Norwegian Museum where a Matisse was in their possession and it belonged to one of my clients. So these cases are pretty notable to us because we get to return something to a family heir that never thought they would see anything again. Their family was murdered. Everything that they had was taken from them by the Nazis, and something comes back to them. And it's just a very moving experience to see that.
Chris, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
A big thank you to Chris for his time and insights. You can catch all our great coverage of the Louvre heist on Reuters.com and the Reuters app. Now for that quiz. I asked you what disguise the thieves used in the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum heist in Boston in 1990. Was it A, janitors, B, tourists, or C, police officers? And the answer is police officers. 2 men in police uniforms rang the museum intercom in the early hours of the morning, saying they were responding to a disturbance. The guard on duty broke protocol and allowed them through the employee entrance. The rest is history and a fair few empty frames that still hang in the museum today. This is Reuters Econ World. Every week we go deep on the economic principles and ideas driving the biggest news around the world. If you want to tell us what you thought of this week's show, please drop us a line on the comment section of your favourite podcast platform. You can also reach out to me on LinkedIn. This episode was produced by Eliza Davis-Beard and Ethan Plotkin. Sound design, music.
What's driving the markets this week? What's on investors' minds as they look ahead? Find out in 10 minutes or less on the Markets Podcast from Goldman Sachs. Listen now.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. The government shutdown has now hit the arrival and departure board. Airlines across the country have begun canceling flights for the next several days, nearly 750 this morning, according to the analytics firm Cirium. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has said 10% of flights will need to be grounded at 40 major airports if the shutdown continues.
This is not a political decision. We did this with the safety team at the FAA. We did it with the administrator of the FAA. As that data came in, we decided to make the